Chapter 1422. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. However, as expected of the eternal world, in addition to the perfect advancement, and the eternal treasure as the foundation to advance to the eternal realm, there is also a method to advance to the eternal realm using faith. The eternal world is vast and boundless, and powerhouses are as common as clouds. There are a variety of methods to advance to the eternal realm, which is far beyond Yang Feng's understanding. In some realms, there are some gods who unify the faith of the entire realm's intelligent life forms and advance to a soul god. Then, through secret methods, they can advance to the eternal realm as a soul god. In Gutili's inheritance, there is a secret method to advance to the eternal realm as a soul god. Yang Feng ordered. This Tily heaven-severing method can be practiced to the 7th level of the eternal realm. However, this is a secret method that fits Gutili's path. It can be used as a reference for me. I should use this secret method to deduce my own secret repair method. 0. Start the deduction. In terms of computing power alone, 0, who has a level 8 optical computer, has 1,000 times the computing power of Yang Feng. Only after Yang Feng advances to the 4th level of the eternal realm and undergoes a tremendous transformation can his computing power surpass 0. Initiating the deduction. Initiating the establishment of the Devour Heaven Method Eternal Volume. Initiating the deduction. Time to complete the deduction of the 1st level of the Devour Heaven Method Eternal Volume. 376 days. Zero's eyes flickered, and he began to mobilize all his computing power to deduce the 1st level of the Devour Heaven Method Eternal Volume. The secret method cultivation knowledge Yang Feng obtained from the countless powerhouses of the world of warlocks and the Gamana universe, as well as the secret methods he obtained in the eternal world, was analyzed and began to deduce the eternal heaven method with his own path as the core. Time passed, and 10 years passed in a flash. The 3rd level of the Devour Heaven Method Eternal Volume, deduction complete. Zero's voice sounded, and a powerful and mysterious secret method poured into Yang Feng's mind. Countless mysterious runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes. Like small black holes, runes appeared on his body, giving him a mysterious and dangerous feeling. Yang Feng's aura began to rise little by little, growing frantically for 10 days and 10 nights before stopping. The secret methods cultivated by eternal sovereigns are really extraordinary. According to this progress, as long as I find a place with rich life source energy in this grand cosmos and cultivate in seclusion for 10 million years, I can advance to the 3rd heavens of the eternal realm. Yang Feng has advanced to the eternal sovereign realm perfectly. Furthermore, he has devoured several powerful eternal sovereigns. Moreover, the world of warlocks in which his eternal imprint resides is still advancing, and has already surpassed the Gamana universe. Yang Feng's accumulation is enough, and he has deduced an eternal sovereign cultivation secret method, which is why he can advance to the 3rd firmament eternal realm. Yang Feng frowned slightly, but after advancing to the 3rd firmament eternal realm, it won't be that easy to advance to the 4th firmament eternal realm. Of the 9 heavens of the eternal realm, every 3 heavens was a huge checkpoint. It was extremely difficult to break through. It is only a matter of time before Yang Feng advances to the 3rd firmament eternal realm. But at present, there is no hope for him to advance to the 4th firmament eternal realm. The 4th level of the eternal chapter of the Devouring Heaven Art. Estimated time to succeed none. Yang Feng looked at the progress of the deduction of the 4th level of the Devour Heaven Method Eternal section, and his eyes shimmered with helplessness. Gutili is really hateful. In order to achieve rebirth, I need to absorb his remnant soul to break through to the 4th level and the 7th level. The true mysteries of the breakthrough have already been concealed. The Tily Heaven/secret method can indeed be practiced to the 7th firmament eternal realm. However, the prerequisite is to absorb Gutili's remnant soul traveling in the universe through various strange secret methods. Once someone practices the Tily Heaven/secret method to the 4th level, Gutili will be able to pollute the cultivator's eternal imprint with his huge remnant soul, and then use the polluted eternal imprint as the core to reconstruct Gutili's eternal imprint and achieve rebirth. Yang Feng has gone through countless wars and all kinds of conspiracies step by step from an ordinary person. Seeing through Gutili's arrangements in the Tai Li Heaven/secret method at a glance, it is naturally impossible for him to practice the Eternal Heaven method. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with determination. The Tai Li Heaven/secret method is flawed. It seems that I can only find a way to find other Eternal Heaven methods and find a way to establish the fourth level of the Devouring Heaven method. If it doesn't work, I can also find a way to launch a universe-devouring war to devour weaker universes, and then use the precious resources that emerge from the universe-devouring war to break through the bottleneck and advance to the fourth level of the Eternal Realm. In the universe-devouring war, the universe wills of the two universes will produce countless precious resources for the sake of the survival of their respective universes. At the time, Yang Feng was able to advance to the Eternal Realm and refine Zero into a level 8 stronghold because of the universe will's favor and all kinds of fortuitous encounters. After the universe-devouring war ended, the universe energy level of the world of warlocks increased, and the treasures useful to eternal sovereigns became scarce. Yang Feng willed, Zero, start transforming this Eternal Relic Site. The Eternal Relic Site is one of the treasure troves of the seventh firmament Eternal Realm powerhouse Gutili. It is a holy land for cultivation in itself. As long as Zero completes the transformation of this Eternal Relic Site, Yang Feng will get a foothold in the Eternal World. As long as there are no powerhouses above the fourth firmament Eternal Realm besieging him, Yang Feng is confident that he can suppress the enemies who come to attack him with this stronghold. Yes, my lord. From the level 8 stronghold that has been silent for many years, countless battle robots and engineering robots poured out, rushed towards the Eternal Relic Site like a tide, and began to transform the world. Countless rays of light flashed, and Yang Feng disappeared from this world, in the absolute heavens domain, on a mountain peak. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and a jade box engraved with countless seals opened, and a white lotus flower appeared and radiated resplendent light. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, there was a flash of light, and a beautiful woman in white appeared in the lotus flower. This peerlessly beautiful woman in white was the mother of all lotuses. Mother Myriad Lotus uttered with a sweet smile. Yang Feng, long time no see. What can I do for you? Yang Feng responded with a smile. I want to invite you to a drink. Would you like to? Let me invite you to a drink. The Myriad Lotus Immortal Wine I brewed is a first-class wine even among eternal sovereigns. These are the coordinates, come here. Mother Myriad Lotus smiled sweetly, and a speck of white light flew out of the lotus flower, fell into Yang Feng's hand, and transmitted the coordinates into his mind. Okay. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he turned into specks of light and disappeared. The Moon Lotus Star is a star floating above the Myriad Lotus Immortal Domain, with an area of 13.65 million light-years. Following flashes of light, Yang Feng appeared above the Moon Lotus Star, stepped into the star, and came to the Moon Lotus City in the center of the star. What a beautiful womanland! As soon as Yang Feng entered the Moon Lotus City, he saw that there are beautiful women everywhere. The beautiful women exude a mystical lotus fragrance. Each beautiful woman is a moonlight warlock powerhouse. Strange and distorted light emerged from Yang Feng. As if they didn't see him, the beautiful women in the Moon Lotus City didn't cause a sensation. It is simple for an eternal to distort the perception of other people. Unless it is a powerhouse above the holy step, an eternal can change the perception and memories of intelligent life forms on a celestial body with a thought. I am Mu Qinglian. Greetings, sir. Mother invites you in. Dressed in an emerald green leather armor, with large patches of snow-white skin exposed, a green lotus on her head, a fiery and sensual figure, and an indescribably beautiful young girl, who looked to be only 17 or 18 years old, walked over with a smile on her face and bowed to Yang Feng. Okay. Yang Feng smiled faintly, and followed Mu Qinglian towards the Moon Lotus City's City Master's mansion. After passing through winding corridors, Yang Feng came to a pavilion in front of a lotus pond. In the pavilion sat a white-robed beauty. She was beautiful beyond compare, and her style was unmatched. It was none other than Mother Lotus. As soon as Yang Feng came to the pavilion, he sat opposite Mother Myriad Lotus without a trace of politeness. "This is the Myriad Lotus immortal wine I brewed, have a taste." As if she and Yang Feng are old friends for many years, Mother Myriad Lotus smiled and pointed with her lily-white finger. In a jade cup in front of Yang Feng, light shone, and a lotus seed inside the cup suddenly took root, sprouted, grew rapidly, and turned into a green lotus flower. The lotus flower bloomed, and a pool of tempting immortal wine exuding sacred light, and a fragrant aroma, appeared in the center of the lotus flower. Yang Feng plucked the lotus flower and inhaled, and an indescribable delicacy spread from the tip of his tongue to his limbs and bones. Traces of warmth pervaded Yang Feng's body, nourishing his fleshly body and soul, giving him a feeling of being on cloud nine. "Good wine, really good wine. This is the best immortal wine I have ever drunk." After a long time, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes and praised sincerely. The Myriad Lotus immortal wine is not only the most delicious immortal wine Yang Feng has ever drunk, but it also has a miraculous effect on improving soul aptitude. It doesn't lose out to eternal god fruits. If a warlock with superior level 8 soul aptitude can drink a mouthful of Myriad Lotus immortal wine, they can break through the godman boundary and obtain inferior level 9 soul aptitude. And the most precious thing is that this Myriad Lotus immortal wine can also improve the soul aptitude of eternal sovereigns. Of course, it can only improve it by a trace. There are very few treasures that can improve the soul aptitude of eternal sovereigns. For this Myriad Lotus immortal wine to have a trace of effect on Yang Feng's soul aptitude, it is definitely a heaven-defying treasure. Chapter 1423. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with an enigmatic gleam, and he uttered with a smile, "This Myriad Lotus immortal wine is really delicious. Mother Myriad Lotuses, can you sell me 2 tons? The Myriad Lotus mother choked, and looked at Yang Feng speechlessly, feeling that Yang Feng's skin was incredibly thick. The Myriad Lotus immortal wine is not only delicious, but it can also improve the soul aptitude of eternal sovereigns. For Yang Feng to ask for 2 tons of such a heaven-defying treasure, if it wasn't for her self-restraint, she would have already started cursing. Yang Feng uttered leisurely, "I can give you the first 3 levels of the greatly heaven / left by Gutai. Eternal heavenly art." Mother Myriad Lotus's beautiful eyes burst out with dazzling light, her delicate body trembled slightly, and she exclaimed, "The eternal heavenly art that eternal sovereigns can cultivate is a rare treasure in the eyes of a first firmament eternal realm powerhouse like Mother Myriad Lotus's. If she can get the first 3 levels of Gutai's greatly heaven / then she won't need to participate in a dangerous battle like the universe war of Devour. She only needs to get enough rare resources in the eternal world to advance all the way to the 3rd firmament eternal realm. 4 first firmament eternal sovereigns in the eternal world. A peerless heavenly art that can be cultivated to the 3rd firmament eternal realm is priceless, far more valuable than 2 tons of Myriad Lotus immortal wine." There was a flash of regret in Mother Myriad Lotus's beautiful eyes, and she said with a bitter smile, "Although I would like to agree, but I can't. It takes 10,000 years to brew 1 stalk of Myriad Lotus immortal wine. 2 tons of Myriad Lotus immortal wine. All the Myriad Lotus immortal wine I brew add up to less than 2 tons. Yang Feng asked, "How much Myriad Lotus immortal wine do you have?" Mother Myriad Lotuses replied, "I can only take out 1,000 stalks for exchange." Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "I can give you the first 2 levels of the greatly heaven / in exchange for your Myriad Lotus immortal wine. However, you have to swear that you will never spread the Tyli heaven severing skill. Also, I have to remind you. I want to remind you that there is a contingency plan set up by Gutai in the greatly heaven / If you practice it step by step, you may become a tool for Gutai's rebirth." "Okay." Mother Myriad Lotus smiled sweetly and waved her lily-white hand, and a jade box appeared in her hand. She handed the jade box to Yang Feng. Every Eternal was an incredibly intelligent individual. If Yang Feng hadn't exposed the secret of the greatly heaven-severing method, then the Mother of Myriad Lotuses might have been fooled. However, After Yang Feng pointed out the secret, it was basically impossible for Gutili's contingency plan to deceive the mother of myriad lotuses. Yang Feng took the jade box, scanned it with his soul force, and revealed a look of satisfaction. He pointed with a finger, and a crystal containing the knowledge of the first two secret methods of the greatly heaven-splitting method flew into the hand of the Mother Myriad Lotuses. Mother Myriad Lotus crushed a crystal and absorbed the knowledge within the supremely heaven-severing method. Not long after, she revealed a trace of satisfaction. At the time, Yang Feng received the level 7 cultivation method of the Tily Heaven/method and devoured Gutili's remnant soul, which took him a few years. The mother of 10,000 lotuses only needed to receive knowledge, so it was naturally very simple. Vow Monarch, please bear witness. The mother of myriad lotuses waved her lily-white hand, and a piece of gold parchment flew out and radiated gold light that interwove in the void. 9 black characters appeared, and within those 9 characters, a vast and terrifying aura was emitted. It was as if there were 9 people reciting oaths one after another. I, the mother of myriad lotuses, swear that I will never teach the greatly heaven-severing method to anyone without Yang Feng's permission. Otherwise, let my eternal mark collapse. As soon as the mother of 10,000 lotuses' words fell, the golden scale directly entered between her eyebrows. In the eternal world, the Pact Monarch and the Vow Monarch wield the authority of contracts and oaths. They are the strongest eternal monarchs. They are infinitely close to the legendary eternal God Emperor. There are treasures that can crack the authority of the Pact Monarch and the Vow Monarch, but they are very rare. Generally, only powerhouses above the 7th firmament eternal realm can possess such treasures. The mother of myriad lotuses smiled slightly, and her beautiful eyes radiated an enigmatic gleam. Yang Feng nodded. No matter what kind of secret method, it is possible to crack it. The Pact Monarch and the Vow Monarch may be the top eternal monarchs in the eternal world, but their authority can also be cracked. After the transaction was completed, the two felt a little closer. The mother of myriad lotuses asked tentatively, Yang Feng, are you a guest from another universe? Yang Feng replied, that's right. The mother of myriad lotuses winked at Yang Feng and said with a charming smile, in that case, do you want to join the Rainbow Alliance? There are a total of 5 eternal sovereigns in the Rainbow Alliance, 3 of which are beautiful women. Yang Feng asked curiously, in the Rainbow Alliance, what is the strongest eternal sovereign? The mother of myriad lotuses hesitated for a while, then the light in her beautiful eyes changed several times, and she uttered unhurriedly, First Firmament Eternal Realm. Yang Feng's eyes showed a look of understanding. Sure enough, even in the eternal world, it is very difficult for eternal sovereigns to advance. In the eternal world, powerhouses are as common as clouds. Eternal sovereigns are not rare, but it is also very difficult for them to advance. Most eternal sovereigns have only the first firmament eternal realm cultivation base. The mother of myriad lotuses said with a sweet smile, although the strongest powerhouse in the Rainbow Alliance is only the first firmament eternal realm, but with the 5 of us joining forces, we can even contend against a 3rd firmament eternal realm powerhouse. Each eternal sovereign is an invincible and tyrannical existence. 3rd firmament eternal sovereigns are naturally far stronger than 1st firmament eternal realm powerhouses. However, as long as there are enough 1st firmament eternal realm powerhouses, they can also contend against 3rd firmament eternal realm powerhouses. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then said, let me think about it. The mother of myriad lotuses said with a smile, the Black Spirit Ring's Feng Juechen has been reborn, and has now regained his full strength. The Black Spirit Ring has 7 eternal sovereigns. Feng Juechen has invited friends to besiege and kill you. The Black Spirit Ring's wanted posters have already spread throughout the Flame Ju heaven. In the eternal world, states form a realm controlled by eternal sovereigns. Hundreds and thousands of eternal sovereigns form a heaven. Yang Feng's position belongs to the Flame Ju heaven. Yang Feng frowned slightly. How did he recover so quickly? The mother of myriad lotuses said with a smile. Naturally, it's because he built an eternal source energy pool in his realm. I also have the knowledge of the eternal source energy pool. What do you have to exchange for it? Yang Feng asked curiously. In the eternal world, what is the currency used by eternal sovereigns? In the world of eternal sovereigns, the currency used is eternal source stone. It is a crystal stone containing a trace of eternal origin. You can also make this kind of eternal source stone. The mother of myriad lotuses flipped her lily-white hand, and an eternal source stone containing a trace of eternal origin aura appeared in her hand. She flicked her finger, and the eternal source stone flew into Yang Feng's hand. Yang Feng took the eternal source stone and looked at it, and then frowned slightly. This eternal source stone is the manifestation of an eternal sovereign's eternal origin. If Yang Feng refined such an eternal source stone, he would need to practice cultivation for 100 years to recover. If he absorbed the power of this eternal source stone, he could improve his strength by a bit. As long as there are 1,000 such eternal source stones, a pinnacle quasi-Empyrean powerhouse can break through the bottleneck and advance to the Empyrean realm. If Yang Feng has 10 million eternal source stones, then with the current universe energy level of the world of warlocks, he can cultivate another eternal sovereign. But Yang Feng will never use his eternal origin to refine such an eternal source stone. It would take him 100 years of bitter cultivation to refine an eternal source stone. He won't do such a stupid thing, the mother of myriad lotuses said with a smile. In addition to eternal source stones, a higher level currency is the eternal source energy pool. In some top auctions that only eternal sovereigns can participate in, the equivalent items are eternal source stones and eternal source energy pools. Apart from the latter, the exchange between eternal sovereigns is basically barter. Yang Feng nodded and continued to communicate with the mother of myriad lotuses. 10 days later, Yang Feng left the mother of myriad lotuses, feeling very satisfied. As an eternal sovereign, the mother of myriad lotuses is experienced and knowledgeable. Her understanding of the eternal world is far from what the Azure Pung Crown Prince and Princess Crimson Lotus can compare to. After coming into contact with the mother of myriad lotuses, Yang Feng took a big step into the circle of eternal sovereigns in the eternal world. The world of warlocks, the extreme west of the Zhangji Plain, in the world of ice and snow all year round, there is an ice palace. Yang Feng stepped into the ice palace. Greetings, mighty edge of eternity. Inside the ice palace, Ice Feng Huang, who has already advanced to the Empyrean realm, bowed respectfully to Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with a scorching shade. It is the man in front of her who quelled the Gamana universe's 3 eternal sovereigns. In the world of warlocks, he is a living legend and is recognized as an invincible powerhouse in this universe. It was with Yang Feng's help that Ice Feng Huang took the last step and advanced to the Empyrean realm. Yang Feng nodded and stepped into the deepest part of the ice palace. In the deepest part of the ice palace, there is an exquisite ice coffin. Inside the ice coffin lies a peerless beauty. She is Shui. After the decisive battle with the Gamana universe, Yang Feng, Shui, and Ling were all seriously injured. As Shui's foundation is inferior to Yang Feng's, she was the most seriously injured. She can only sleep in the ice coffin and quietly repair herself. If nothing unexpected happens, Shui will be able to heal her injuries after sleeping for tens of millions of years. For eternal sovereigns, origin injuries are the most troublesome. At the time, Yang Feng didn't have any good way to deal with them. You can finally wake up, Shui. Yang Feng looked at the beautiful Shui in the ice coffin, showed a gentle smile, pointed with a finger, and a ray of light entered the ice coffin. Chapter 1424. The lid of the ice coffin flew away, and a lotus flower opened, and the myriad lotus immortal wine in the center of the lotus flower entered Shui's cherry lips. After drinking the myriad lotus immortal wine, Shui's fair face gained a trace of color. Sure enough, it's effective. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with joy, and he pointed with a finger. One lotus flower after another appeared above Shui, and the myriad lotus immortal wine in the center of the lotus flower entered Shui's cherry lips. Wisps of eternal fluctuations slowly diffused from Shui's body, which originally had no aura, as if she was a dead person. When there were only 49 stalks of myriad lotus immortal wine left, Shui finally opened her eyes, and the terrifying aura of an eternal slowly diffused from her body. Big brother, my injuries are healed. Shui gave a sweet smile, looking extremely beautiful. With a light leap, she jumped out of the ice coffin and into Yang Feng's bosom. Yang Feng embraced Shui, and a fragrance wafted from her. It's soft, cold, and comfortable. Shui asked curiously. Big brother Feng, my injuries healed so quickly. Did you go to the legendary universe? Yang Feng smiled and began to tell Shui about his experiences while she was asleep. This is my Devour Heaven method and Gutili's Greatly Heaven-Severing method. You can use these two eternal heavenly methods as a reference to create a secret method of your own. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a knowledge crystal suddenly formed, and the two eternal heavenly methods, which can drive many First Heaven Eternal Realm powerhouses crazy, flew into Shui's hand. I'm going to analyze the two eternal heavenly methods first. Call me if you need anything. When Shui crushed the knowledge crystal, she was deeply attracted by the two eternal heavenly methods. She kissed Yang Feng on the face, and then turned into specks of ice and disappeared. Yang Feng smiled bitterly when he saw this. For Shui to be able to advance to the Empyrean realm at the time, she is a cultivation madman. In fact, the 8 warlock emperors of the universe, where the world of warlocks is located, are all cultivation madmen. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to stand out in a universe and advance to the Empyrean realm. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. The transcendent world is guarded by Violet, and the warlock world is guarded by Shui. I no longer have any worries, and can develop towards the eternal world. The two great cosmoses already had guardians. As long as it wasn't an eternal king-rank powerhouse, any eternal who entered the two cosmoses would be killed by ZG and the others. As long as the universe of the world of warlocks is not controlled by other eternal sovereigns, even if Yang Feng dies in the universe, he can be reborn in the world of warlocks. Of course, once Yang Feng dies in the universe, the Twilight God armor, the treasures he carries with him, and the eternal sovereign fleshly body will fall into the hands of other powerhouses. Therefore, in the world of warlocks, he opened up several treasure troves and set up countless contingencies so that he can quickly return to his peak after his rebirth. Yanju Tian Floating Domain. Below Yanju Tian's floating domain was a dark and silent world filled with a rotting aura. All kinds of ferocious beasts could be seen everywhere. Waves of black aura filled with deathly stillness and decay floated up, forming white clouds in the air that exuded a holy aura. On the white clouds there were many countries. The entire floating domain was formed by the countries floating above the white clouds. In the center of the floating domain, on the largest white cloud, there was a huge city called Huaiwa City. Huaiwa City is the center of the floating domain. It is a place where many eternal sovereigns in Yanju Tian like to conduct transactions. The floating domain's domain master is a second firmament eternal realm powerhouse. He also made friends with 3 first firmament eternal realm brothers. The 4 eternal sovereigns joined forces to maintain the order of transactions in Huaiwa City. Even if it was an eternal sovereign, if they provoked a fight in Huaiwa City for no reason, they would be quelled by the floating domain's domain master and his 3 brothers. In the past hundreds of thousands of years, several eternal sovereigns have stirred up trouble in Huaiwa City. In the end, they were quelled by the floating domain's domain master. After paying a huge price, they were able to leave. So this is Huaiwa City. As expected of a city where eternal sovereigns reside, powerhouses are as common as clouds. Walking in Huaiwa City, Yang Feng saw that there were powerhouses of various races everywhere. Holy sovereigns, who are rarely seen in other places, can be seen everywhere in Huaiwa City. Yang Feng even saw a dozen Empyreans at random. In Huaiwa City, shops can be seen everywhere, which display treasures of heaven and earth from various universes and realms. The common currency in Huaiwa City is credits. People who come to Huaiwa City can directly convert goods into credits through banks, and then use the credits to make purchases. A standard unit of inferior magic stones can be exchanged for a standard unit of credits in banks. As for precious metals such as gold and silver, they can't be exchanged for credits. In the world of warlocks, Yang Feng has already discovered several gold stars full of gold mines. In the eternal world, gold is just a currency used in the mortal world. It cannot be exchanged for credits. As expected of the eternal world, there are treasures of all civilizations. Along the way, Yang Feng's horizons were broadened. He saw the extraordinary treasures of the mechanical civilization, the biological civilization, the wizard civilization, the cultivation civilization, the martial arts civilization, and other civilizations. However, with just a glance, Yang Feng was able to analyze more than 90% of the treasures in the shops, leaving him with no desire to buy them. Sure enough, eternal sovereigns have to go to places exclusive to eternal sovereigns to gain something. After strolling around Huaiwa City for several days and seeing countless treasures, Yang Feng came to a conclusion and walked towards the center of Huaiwa City. In the center of Huaiwa City, there is a beautiful and luxurious auction house that looks like a heavenly palace. In front of the door of the auction house, there are 2 guards, each of whom exudes quasi-empyrean rank fluctuations of power. Halt, this is the Huaiwa auction house. Only those who have an invitation letter or great eternal sovereigns can enter. When a guard saw Yang Feng approach, he raised his eyebrows slightly and stepped forward to stop him. Yang Feng glanced at the guard, and a faint eternal might spread from him. Greetings, great eternal sovereign. This lowly one doesn't know your identity. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. The complexion of the 2 guards changed dramatically, and they knelt down and spoke respectfully. Every eternal sovereign is a bigwig among bigwigs. Even if they killed the 2 quasi-empyrean rank guards, they would at most compensate them. Quasi-empyrean rank powerhouses are not rare in the eternal world. For eternal sovereigns, only empyrean rank powerhouses have some value. I am Kung Fu Yen. How do I address you, sir? A cool breeze blew past, and a handsome young man with long purple hair, dressed in a silver shirt, and a smile on his face appeared and spoke to Yang Feng. Yang Feng replied flatly, I am Yang Feng. Enigmatic light flashed in Kung Fu Yen's eyes, and he smiled and invited. So you are Yang Feng who killed Feng Juechen. Please come in. After Feng Juechen was killed by Yang Feng, he invited friends everywhere to besiege and kill Yang Feng. As one of the 4 city masters of Huaiwa City, Kung Fu Yen has many friends and is well informed. When they arrived at a gorgeous palace, 2 beautiful maids stepped forward and served 2 cups of fragrant magic tea to Yang Feng and Kong Floating Cloud. May I know what brings you to Huaiwa Auction House? Kung Fu Yen took a sip of the tea, exhaled a long breath, and said with a smile, I have an item that I would like to entrust to your auction house. Yang Feng took a sip of the tea, and bursts of fragrance spread in his mouth. Streams of heat flowed inside him and tempered his body, making him feel extremely comfortable. Kung Fu Yen asked flatly, What treasure? Yang Feng replied, The greatly heaven-severing method created by Gutai. Kung Fu Yen's face changed dramatically, and he cried out, Greatly heaven-severing method. The 7th firmament eternal heaven method. The eternal heaven technique was extremely difficult to cultivate. The Huaiwa auction house had been established for millions of years. During this long period, only 2 extremely dilapidated eternal heaven techniques, which could only be cultivated to the 2nd heaven of the eternal realm, had been auctioned. Gutai's eternal heaven method, that can be cultivated to the 7th firmament eternal realm, is simply heaven-defying. Yang Feng said flatly, The greatly heaven-severing method I auctioned can only be cultivated to the 2nd firmament. Moreover, the buyer must swear not to teach the greatly heaven-severing method to others, or else the eternal imprint will collapse. Enigmatic light shimmered in Kung Fu Yen's eyes, and he said unhurriedly, Yang Feng, Huaiwa Auction House is willing to pay 3 million eternal source stones for the first 2 layers of the greatly heaven-severing method. What do you think? Yang Feng responded with a smile. If you want to buy the first 2 layers of the greatly heaven-severing method, that's fine. 15 million eternal source stones. There was a flash of helplessness in Kung Fu Yen's eyes. He hesitated for a moment, and then said with a bitter smile, Okay, let's go to the auction house. 15 million eternal source stones. Only the 4 city masters of Huaiwa auction house can come up with that much resources. Kung Fu Yin alone cannot come up with 15 million eternal source stones. Yang Feng uttered with a smile. In addition to eternal source stones, you can also use other eternal heaven methods of the same rank to exchange. If you can take out other 7th firmament eternal heaven methods, then I can take out Gutaili's 7th firmament eternal heaven method and exchange it with you. If Yang Feng wants to perfect his devour heaven method, he needs to learn from the eternal heaven methods created by other powerhouses. For Yang Feng, Gutaili's 7th firmament eternal heaven method can only be used as a reference. Now that the eternal heaven method isn't of much use to him, he can make good use of it. Chapter 1425. Kung Fu Yun's eyes flashed, and he said, My Huayu auction house has 2 incomplete eternal heaven techniques that can be cultivated to the 2nd heavens of the eternal realm. Can I trade with you? In the long history of the Huayu auction house, they had obtained 2 incomplete eternal heaven techniques. Those 2 incomplete eternal heaven techniques could also be cultivated to the 2nd heaven of the eternal realm. However, they were different from the complete eternal heaven technique. Those 2 eternal heaven techniques were extremely difficult to cultivate. The city lord of Huaiwa City had used an extremely precious treasure to barely break through to the 2nd heaven of the eternal realm. Those 2 incomplete eternal heavenly arts couldn't even be mentioned in the same breath as the complete one. Yang Feng uttered flatly, the 2 incomplete eternal heavenly methods, plus 5 million eternal origin stones, in exchange for an opportunity to cultivate the 2nd firmament of the greatly heaven-severing method. Floating Cloud frowned slightly and bargained with Yang Feng. Your price is too high. After some haggling, Floating Cloud used 2 incomplete eternal heaven skills and 3 million eternal source stones as the price to exchange for the secret cultivation method of the 2nd heaven of the supremely heaven-severing skill. So that's how it is. This is the eternal heaven art. It truly lives up to its name. My previous path was wrong. As soon as Floating Cloud absorbed the knowledge of the supremely heaven-severing technique, his eyes flashed with excitement, and he let out a long sigh. For eternal beings, if they didn't have the eternal heaven technique, the difficulty of advancing from the 1st heaven of the eternal realm to the 2nd heaven of the eternal realm was comparable to advancing from a mortal to an eternal being. Many Eternals advanced to the eternal realm at the age of hundreds of thousands of years. But after they advanced to the eternal realm, they spent millions or even tens of millions of years stuck at the 1st heaven of the eternal realm. That was because Eternals were already existences that stood at the pinnacle of the universe. It was extremely difficult to advance any further. All Eternals knew that the universe-devouring war could allow an eternal being to advance. However, the battle of universe-devouring was extremely dangerous, and even eternal sovereigns might perish. Thus, unless it was absolutely necessary, no eternal sovereigns would take the initiative to participate in the battle of universe-devouring. It was precisely because of this that the eternal heaven art was so precious. As long as an Eternal acquired an eternal heaven art, then all they had to do was gather enough resources and spend a lot of time to advance to the next level. To an Eternal, time was the most worthless thing of all. Any random Eternal had a lifespan of over 10 billion years. As long as the universe was destroyed, they would never die. There was a flash of gratitude in Kung Fu Cloud's eyes, and he uttered with a smile, Yang Feng, you helped me a lot. This time, your Tyli heaven-severing technique will definitely fetch a good price. Floating Cloud had obtained the cultivation method of the 2nd heaven of the Supreme Separation Heaven skill. With the resources at his disposal, he could advance to the 2nd heaven of the eternal realm in 50,000 years at most. Flames of ambition burned in Kung Fu Floating Cloud's eyes. If he could advance to the 2nd heaven of the eternal realm in the future, he would definitely become the Lord of Huaiwa City and control it. Yang Feng and Kong Floating Cloud talked for a while and obtained a lot of precious information from him before leaving satisfied. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 months, The news that Huayu City was about to auction a second heaven of the Eternal Heaven technique had spread throughout Yanju Tian. Huayu City is actually auctioning an Eternal Heaven art? Who could it be? They're actually auctioning the Eternal Heaven art? How is this possible? A complete Eternal Heaven art was enough to drive anyone crazy. Who would be so generous as to actually auction off an Eternal Heaven art? Tai Li Heaven Severing Technique. Could this Eternal Heaven art be the Eternal Heaven art created by the legendary Eternal Gu Tai Li? Not long ago, Feng Juechen had a great opportunity snatched away. According to legend, it was the Eternal Heaven art that was snatched away. It seems to be true. The Eternals in Yanju Tian were alarmed, and they inquired about the Eternal Heaven art through various channels. On the day of the auction, one Eternal being after another came from all directions and gathered in Huayu City. Huayu Auction House. Sir, I am Aojia, please come with me. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the Huayu Auction House, a holy ranked dragoness dressed in green, with a sexy figure and a pair of dragon horns on her head walked towards him gracefully, with a touch of familiarity. Yang Feng nodded slightly and followed Aojia towards the VIP seats. Yang Feng, it's really you. A voice full of resentment came from the side. Yang Feng turned his head and saw Feng Juechen staring at him with a gloomy expression on his face. Next to Feng Juechen, there are 3 people, each of whom exudes eternal rank fluctuations of power, looking coldly at Yang Feng with malice in their eyes. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with contempt, and he said coldly, Feng Juechen, since you resurrected, behave yourself. Be careful not to die again. Yang Feng, it's you who's going to die. Feng Juechen smiled sinisterly, then suddenly pointed at Yang Feng and said loudly, Everyone, this is Yang Feng, who killed me and stole my treasure. He was the one who snatched away Gu Tai Li's 7 levels Eternal Heaven art. 7 levels Eternal Heaven art. He's Yang Feng. The complete 7 levels Eternal Heaven art. He's Yang Feng. In the auction house, the Eternals were alarmed, and their eyes filled with greed focused on Yang Feng. The complete 2 levels of the Eternal Heaven art have already attracted more than 70% of the Eternal Sovereigns in Yanju Heaven. The complete 7 levels Eternal Heaven art is enough to drive Eternal Sovereigns crazy. As for killing people and seizing their treasures, this is quite common among Eternal Sovereigns. Except for some second-generation Eternal Sovereigns who have deep backgrounds and no lack of cultivation resources and cultivation methods, more than 80% of the other Eternal Sovereigns have killed people and seized their treasures. That's right, I took Gu Tai Li's Eternal Heaven art from Feng Juechen. However, I was a little slow when I took action. Gu Tai Li's Eternal Heaven art has a total of 7 levels, and I only seized 5 levels. The 6th and 7th levels were obtained by Feng Juechen. If you want the 6th and 7th levels of the Eternal Heaven art, you can ask Feng Juechen for them. Under the gaze of more than 100 Eternal Sovereigns, Yang Feng smiled and spoke frankly with assurance. As soon as Yang Feng's words came out, gazes full of malice focused on Feng Juechen. For Eternal Sovereigns, the 6th and 7th levels of the Eternal Heaven art are extremely precious references. Even if Eternal Sovereigns have no use for them, they can exchange them with other Eternal Sovereigns. Even the complexions of the Eternal Sovereigns beside Feng Juechen flickered, and their eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. Feng Juechen's face fell, and he shouted, You're slandering me. I didn't get Gu Tai Li's Eternal Heaven art. Yang Feng glanced at Feng Juechen contemptuously, then turned and strode into the auction house. Feng Juechen, I have already admitted that I obtained the 5th level of the Eternal Heaven art, so why would I frame you? You dare to do it, but you don't dare to admit it. You're really a good for nothing. I didn't. I really didn't get Gu Tai Li's Eternal Heaven art. Sensing the doubtful gazes of his friends, Feng Juechen hurriedly defended himself. A man with a horn on his head and countless mysterious runes engraved on his face said with a smile, Juechen, don't worry, why would we doubt you? Juechen, we've been friends for millions of years. If you really obtain the Tai Li Heaven Slash, we can study it together, how about it? Feng Juechen has just heaved a sigh of relief when a voice transmission entered his ears, causing his face to darken. Yang Feng, I'm very interested in the Tai Li Heaven / name a price. An eternal with the head of a goat and the body of a human, a pair of wings spread open on the back, for black bone spurs, and a thick tail exuding a fierce aura blocked in front of Yang Feng. Strange runes appeared in his eyes and radiated strange light. That's the leader of the Sheep of Destruction Alliance, the returning spirit goat, a second heaven eternal realm powerhouse. The Sheep of Destruction has always been fierce and overbearing. There's going to be a good show this time. Seeing this scene, many eternal sovereigns showed looks of schadenfreude. Yang Feng uttered with a smile. An eternal heaven art that can be cultivated to the 5th level of the eternal heaven art. In exchange for an opportunity to cultivate the 5th level of the Tai Li Heaven / The eyes of the returning spirit goat shimmered with ridicule, and he sneered. I don't have it. However, I have a treasure that is absolutely more valuable than the 5th level of the eternal heaven art. You'll definitely like it. Yang Feng asked curiously. What treasure? It's your fate. As long as you offer me the Tai Li Heaven / I'll spare your life. Otherwise, once you leave Huiwa City you'll die. The eyes of the returning spirit goat shimmered fiercely, and second heaven eternal realm aura diffused from him. The eyes of the 4 eternal sovereigns following behind the returning spirit goat shimmered with killing intent, and they exuded eternal sovereign rank aura. Scram, a bunch of paupers. Yang Feng showed a provocative and contemptuous smile, turned around, and walked towards the VIP seats. The eyes of the returning spirit goat shimmered with anger, and his body trembled slightly. Resisting the desire to attack, he enunciated each syllable. Yang Feng, you dare to speak rudely to me, you're dead. Huiwa City is the territory of the Floating Space Domain's Domain Master. In the Floating Space Domain, the Domain Master can mobilize the power of a realm and possess unfathomable power. Coupled with the help of several eternal sovereigns, the returning spirit goat doesn't dare to behave atrociously here. He can only watch helplessly as Yang Feng enters the VIP seats. Yang Feng dares to provoke the destruction goat. It seems that the news that he killed Feng Juechen is true. Yang Feng seems to be a tyrannical eternal sovereign. I'm afraid that his strength has already surpassed the 1st heaven eternal realm. When the eternal sovereigns in the auction house saw Yang Feng provoke the returning spirit goat without fear, their eyes flickered with enigmatic light, and they weighed the pros and cons. Chapter 1426. You can leave now. After entering the VIP seat, Yang Feng glanced at Aojia and said flatly, Yes, sir. Aojia's beautiful eyes shimmered with joy and a little disappointment, and she left the room. Yang Feng, you're really daring to auction the greatly heaven-severing art. Do you know how many people outside want to kill you? With a bell-like smile, a lotus bloomed in the VIP seat, and the mother of myriad lotuses walked out of the white lotus and sat aside with a smile on her face. Yang Feng responded calmly, Of course I know, but I lack eternal origin stones. I can only auction the greatly heaven-severing art. The world of warlocks and the world of transcendent are under Yang Feng's control, and the rare resources of the 2 universes are under his control. It's not that he can't take out treasures that can tempt other eternal sovereigns, but it's more cost-effective to auction the greatly heaven-severing art. The mother of myriad lotuses took a deep look at Yang Feng, and then no longer questioned him. Instead, she talked to Yang Feng about the local customs and practices of Flame Absolute Heaven's realms. Ladies and gentlemen, I now announce that the auction officially begins. Floating Cloud walked to the center of the auction house and smiled faintly. He didn't waste any time and flicked his finger. With a flash of light, a transparent crystal box appeared in front of him. Within the crystal box, there was a little girl with long crimson hair, skin that was snow white like jade, and a pair of beautiful eyes that were like rubies. She seemed to be around 12 or 13 years old, and she wore a revealing crimson leather dress that exposed a large portion of her snow-white skin to the air. She was a peerlessly beautiful little girl. Floating Cloud said with a faint smile, This is a pure-blooded Feng Huang. She has peerless talent. She is less than 1,000 years old, but she already possesses Empyrean rank cultivation base. The starting price is 10,000 eternal origin stones, and each increment must be no less than 1,000 eternal origin stones. 11,000. 13,000. The entire auction house boiled up, and the sound of bidding rose incessantly. Although Empyrean rank Fenghuang can be found in the eternal world, and there are even pure-blooded Fenghuang races in the eternal world, but in Flame Absolute Heaven, the number of Fenghuang is very small. There are less than 50 pure-blooded Empyrean rank Fenghuang. That pure-blooded phoenix that was less than 1,000 years old, but had already reached the Emperor realm was priceless. Naturally, the eternal sovereigns would fight over it. After the price of the eternal source stones reached 100,000, the increment slowed down. 100,000 eternal source stones was already a huge fortune. If it was used to nurture those quasi-emperors who were on the verge of breaking through, and had heaven-defying aptitude, it would be enough to nurture dozens of emperors. Of course, for Eternals, their own strength was the most important, and few would use precious eternal source stones to nurture other emperors. A voice came from the 7th VIP seat. Kong Fu Yun, will this phoenix be in trouble? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall fell silent. The Phoenix clan was a big clan in the eternal world. In the Yenju heavens, the power of the Phoenix clan wasn't that great. But in the other heavens, the Phoenix clan even had great figures in the 9th heaven. The eternal sovereigns weren't willing to provoke the phoenixes with powerful backgrounds. Floating Cloud faintly smiled and said, "This phoenix's origin is clear. It isn't a phoenix from Phoenix heaven. She is a heaven and earth variant that was born when the West Capital Region's realm was born. She has nothing to do with Phoenix heaven's phoenixes. In the eternal world, new realms were born from time to time, just like the birth of a new universe. When new realms were born, just like when the universe was born, many heaven and earth variant species would be born. True dragons, phoenixes, and many other true spirit divine beasts would be born at this time. 130,000. After getting an affirmative answer, a voice came from the 7th VIP seat. There was silence in the hall, and no one continued to bid. For Eternals, 100,000 eternal source stones to buy a female Empyrean slave is a very extravagant thing. 130,000 is already beyond the budget of many Eternals. 150,000. Yang Feng's voice came from the box and echoed in the hall. Feng Jiuechen's eyes shimmered coldly, and he provoked Yang Feng. 200,000. Yang Feng, if you have the guts, keep bidding. A contemptuous voice came from the box Yang Feng is in. Idiot, Floating Cloud uttered with a smile. If no one bids, this little phoenix is yours. Feng Jiuechen's face flickered. He didn't expect Yang Feng to give up so decisively. He could only clench his teeth and pay 200,000 eternal source stones to buy the little phoenix. The other Eternals glanced at Feng Jiuechen with ridicule in their eyes, as if they were looking at a fool. If you go to a slave market, 200,000 eternal source stones can buy dozens of beautiful Empyrean rank female slaves. The next item is the universe coordinates of a place where Eternals have yet to be born. Please state in advance that there are other Eternals who have already sneaked into that universe. Moreover, the universe coordinates have a time limit. Our auction house can only guarantee that the coordinates will be valid for 10 days after the auction. Starting now, the starting price is 1,000 eternal source stones. Each increment must be no less than 100 eternal source stones. 1,300. As soon as Floating Cloud's words fell, the price of the universe coordinates rose until it finally reached 4,000, and it was bought by an Eternal. Universe coordinates, true dragons, phoenixes, eternal fruits, and other treasures of heaven and earth appeared one after another, which broadened Yang Feng's horizons. He also bid for some eternal fruits that the world of warlocks doesn't have, as well as all kinds of treasures of heaven and earth useful to Eternals. Kunmo Stone, a peerless mineral used to refine eternal treasures. The starting price is 500,000 eternal source stones. Each increment must be no less than 10,000 eternal source stones. Light flashed in Floating Cloud's hand, and a fist-sized Kunmo stone appeared in his hand. Yang Feng's eyes lit up and flashed with excitement. 600,000. 800,000. The Eternals are obviously knowledgeable people. The price of Kunmo stone quickly rose, and exceeded 9 million. This high price forced Yang Feng to give up competing. In Flame Absolute Heaven, eternal treasures are extremely rare and precious. An eternal treasure may be one of the trump cards of an eternal alliance. A fierce ray flashed in the eyes of the returning spirit goat, and he uttered coldly, 13 million. Hearing that voice, the Eternals present fell silent. If there is a universe with a high energy level, then 13 million Eternal Source Stones plus other resources can push an invincible Overlord rank Empyrean, who is on the verge of breaking through to the Eternal Sovereign Realm. Only the Eternal Ones of the Eternal Alliance, like the Sheep of Destruction, could fork out 13 million Eternal Source Stones. Floating Cloud waited for a moment, and then revealed a smile and said, "Since no one else is bidding, then this Kunmo stone is yours." After the returning spirit goat paid 13 million Eternal Source Stones, he took the Kunmo stone with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Once the Kunmo stone is in his hand, it can be used to refine a new eternal treasure, or to enhance the power of an eternal treasure. Now let's welcome the most precious item of the day. The first 2 levels of the Greatly Heaven / method created by Gutaili. This is a complete eternal heavenly art. This is the first time such a complete and powerful eternal heavenly art has been auctioned in Flame Absolute Heaven. Although you can only cultivate it once, and you must swear not to teach it to others, weakening the value of this eternal heavenly art. But this is definitely the most precious secret treasure of Flame Absolute Heaven. Now, the starting price of the opportunity to cultivate this eternal heavenly art is 9 million Eternal Source Stones, and each increase must be no less than 1 million Eternal Source Stones. The returning spirit goat's voice was full of passion, and it carried a trace of charm that spread in the hall. 11 million. 13 million. In the auction hall, there was only a moment of silence before the entire hall exploded. Eternal sovereigns bid one after another, competing for the right to cultivate the Greatly Heaven / method. The complete eternal heavenly art that can be cultivated to the second heaven of the eternal realm is too precious for eternal sovereigns. Even some experts who have already advanced to the second heaven of the eternal realm are eager to obtain the eternal heavenly art to repair their foundation, enhance their heritage, and have the opportunity to attack the third heaven of the eternal realm in the future. 27 million. After a cold voice came from box number 7, the auction house fell silent. For eternal sovereigns, the burden of cultivating the Greatly Heaven / method for 27 million Eternal Source Stones is too heavy. With so many Eternal Source Stones, it is enough to cultivate 2 eternal sovereigns. Enigmatic light flashed in Kung Fu Floating Cloud's eyes, and he uttered with a smile, "Since no one else is bidding, then the right to cultivate the eternal heavenly art belongs to you." The auction price of the Greatly Heaven / method is far beyond Kung Fu Floating Cloud's expectations. If he had known that the eternal heavenly art could be sold for such a high price, he would have spared no expense to buy the opportunity to cultivate it. With that, Kung Fu Floating Cloud took the knowledge crystal and walked into box 7. Shortly after, he left box 7 with a satisfied look on his face, entered Yang Feng's box, and handed Yang Feng the Eternal Source Stone. Mother Myriad Lotus' beautiful eyes flickered with an enigmatic light, and she said with a sweet smile, "Yang Feng, you made a lot of money in the Huayu auction house this time. Once you leave the Huayu city, you're bound to be chased by many eternal sovereigns. As long as you teach me the last 5 levels of the Greatly Heaven / method, the Rainbow Alliance is willing to advance and retreat with you. What do you think?" "No need. It's impossible for them to track me down with just them." Yang Feng smiled indifferently, then turned into a ray of light and disappeared from the box. Chapter 1427. It won't be that easy to escape. Brother Ao, I'm counting on you. When Feng Juechen saw Yang Feng turn into a stream of light and disappear from the box, his eyes shimmered coldly, and he said to an eternal with the head of a dog and the body of a human, 9 noses, a pair of eyes like whirlpools, and a pair of dragon wings on the back. The eternal with the head of a dog and the body of a human is a heaven and earth variant 9-nosed divine mastiff of the eternal world. It can smell the soul fluctuations of eternal sovereigns, and its tracking secret method is the best. The nine-nosed divine mastiff nodded, and mysterious runes appeared on its 9 noses. The whirlpools in its eyes rotated and locked on a direction. This way. The nine-nosed divine mastiff flapped its wings, turned into a stream of light, and soared into the sky. The figures of Feng Juechen and the other eternal sovereigns fluttered, and they turned into streams of light flying into the void. In another box, with a flash of killing intent in its eyes, the returning spirit goat turned to an eternal with an alien head, one eye on the head, and countless eyeballs on the body, and said, "Brother Ji, I'm counting on you." The eternal with countless eyeballs on the body nodded, and his eyes flickered. Countless whirlpools appeared in his single eye, and flickered with mysterious light. "Found him." The eternal with many eyeballs uttered a hoarse voice, turned into a stream of light, and flew into the void. The eternal sovereigns of the destruction goat set out one after another, and flew in Yang Feng's direction. In the Huayu auction house, the eyes of many eternal sovereigns shimmered with frigid killing intent, and they turned into streams of light and chased after Yang Feng. Yang Feng has Getaili's greatly heaven-severing method, which can be practiced to the 7th firmament eternal realm, and it is enough to make many eternal sovereigns go crazy. "Big brother, why don't we quell Yang Feng in the Huayu city? He has the 7th firmament eternal heaven method." In a secret space in the Huayu auction house, a man with a dragon horn on the head asked the Floating Sky Domain's domain master, with an unwilling expression. In the Floating Sky Domain, the Floating Sky Domain's domain master can mobilize a portion of the domain's power and display 3rd firmament eternal realm power. Coupled with the cooperation of the other eternal beings and their various trump cards, they could even easily suppress a 2nd heaven of eternal realm expert. The Floating Domain's domain master uttered unhurriedly, "Yang Feng is not a simple person. Besides, he has Getaili's inheritance. Even if we manage to suppress him, as long as he kills himself, we won't gain anything. Instead, we'll offend an eternal one with limitless potential. That's not a very wise decision." The man with the dragon horn on his head was silent for a while. Then he sighed and said no more. The most frightening thing about Eternals was their undying bodies. As long as the mark of eternity was not destroyed, Eternals would not die. Defeating an Eternal was easy, but killing an Eternal was extremely difficult. Only powerhouses at or above the Eternal King level, or some Eternal treasures with special powers, could kill an Eternal being, and then cross the distance of an entire universe to destroy the Eternal mark of that Eternal being. In the starry sky outside the Eternal world, "Yang Feng, you have nowhere to run." Feng Juechen's carefree and cold voice rang out from the vast starry sky. In front of an asteroid belt, 6 rays of light flashed, and 6 eternal sovereigns, including Feng Juechen, blocked in front of Yang Feng. Feng Juechen stared at Yang Feng with a look of resentment in his eyes, but there was a look of pleasure in his eyes. When the 6 eternal sovereigns join forces, they can even contend against, and even defeat a 3rd heaven of eternal realm powerhouse. The eyes of an eternal who looks like a walking lizard flashed coldly, and he said coldly, "Yang Feng, hand over Getaili's Tyli heaven severing method. Otherwise, this place will be your burial ground today. It's not easy to form a perfect eternal body. Once you die here, even if it takes hundreds of thousands of years, you won't be able to recover your full strength. A bunch of idiots, this will be your burial place." Yang Feng smiled, his eyes shimmered coldly, and he waved his hand. The asteroid belt twisted and blurred, and then turned into a huge sun. In the center of the sun, 10 destruction cannons flashed, and 10 beams tore through the sky and barreled towards the 6 eternal sovereigns. It's a trap. Faced with this fearsome blow, the complexion of the 6 eternal sovereigns changed dramatically. Shrouded in time, they launched the spell Space-Time Walk. In the face of an attack that only has power, the innate spell Space-Time Walk is simply an invincible defense. "Idiot!" With a sneer in his eyes, Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and ripples of time shone and enveloped the 6 eternal sovereigns. The 6 eternal sovereigns were pulled out of the river of time in an instant and devoured by the destructive cannons. The 9-nosed divine mastiff opened his mouth, and an ancient bronze shield appeared in front of him. The lizard-like Eternal One's body swelled up, and layers of lizard-like scales appeared. There were a total of 10 layers, and they gave off a distorted light. An Eternal with a horn on his head roared, and turned into a 3-headed and 6-armed form. Countless mysterious scales appeared on his body, and his 6 arms raised 6 shields to block in front of him. The eyes of an Eternal with a wolf head and a human body flickered fiercely. Countless runes appeared on his body, and a world filled with countless races emerged on his chest. In that world, countless intelligent life forms prayed, and the power of countless prayers converged to form a defensive barrier. The body of a fat, 50-meter-tall Eternal squirmed, and turned into a ball of flesh 1,000 kilometers in diameter, and a warping force field reverberated around the ball of flesh. A gust of wind rose around Feng Juechen, and a fearsome storm revolved around him. The light from the destruction cannons engulfed the 6 Eternal Sovereigns in an instant. After the light full of destruction disappeared, the storm in front of Feng Juechen disappeared, and the lower half of his body disappeared. Die! A cold voice full of killing intent came from the void, and Yang Feng appeared in front of Feng Juechen almost instantaneously, slammed a fist into Feng Juechen, and blasted him apart. An engulfing black hole appeared and enveloped Feng Juechen's shattered body, swallowing him whole. Second heaven of the Eternal Realm. Feng Juechen only let out a scream of horror, and then his body was swallowed by the black hole. This is an offensive secret method of the Greatly Heaven/method. Greatly Heaven/method. Let's have a taste of the power of this move. After insta-killing Feng Juechen, Yang Feng teleported, and appeared in front of the giant lizard walking like a human. With a cold smile, he joined his hands, and a copious amount of eternal force gathered, and formed a terrifying sword that slashed towards the giant lizard. After the lizard Eternal Sovereign blocked the destruction cannons, 9 layers of its scales collapsed, and its right hand disappeared. It could only clench its teeth and raise its left arm to block. The heavenly blade formed from eternal force descended from the sky, and slashed at the lizard-like Eternal. In an instant, it was cut in two, and a devouring black hole appeared, enveloped the lizard-like Eternal, and swallowed it. Under the bombardment of the destruction cannons, the 4 Eternal Sovereigns who were also seriously injured turned into 4 streams of light, and fled in 4 different directions. Originally, when Feng Juechen and the other 5 Eternal Sovereigns joined forces, they could even defeat a second heaven of the Eternal Realm. But now that they were ambushed, 2 Eternal Sovereigns died, and the remaining 4 were injured. They lost their fighting spirit. Since you're here, then don't leave. Since I set up this trap, if I don't kill you, wouldn't it be a waste of my previous performance? Yang Feng smiled. His eyes flashed with killing intent, and he took a step forward and disappeared. In the Eternal Relic site, Ling opened her beautiful eyes, and streams of data emerged in her eyes. The countless mechanical towers shrouding the Eternal Relic site frantically extracted the power of the Eternal Relic site, and poured it into the Level 8 stronghold. The Level 8 stronghold bloomed like a flower, and revealed countless functional units, engraved with mysterious runes. Mysterious threads shrouded the void, and formed a huge seal barrier that sealed the void. When the 9-nosed Divine Mastiff slammed into the seal barrier set off ripples, and sent him flying back. So you can lock onto my position? Sure enough, Eternal Sovereigns with tracking secret methods are the most annoying. However, thank you this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to hunt 6 Eternal Sovereigns. A cold voice sounded behind the 9-nosed Divine Mastiff, making him feel a chill. Yang Feng appeared behind the 9-nosed Divine Mastiff, slammed a fist into him, and blasted him apart. A devour black hole appeared, swallowed the 9-nosed Divine Mastiff, and devoured his life force origin. A look of horror on his face, the 9-nosed Divine Mastiff pleaded for mercy. Yang Feng, I am an undying Eternal Sovereign. You killed me once, but I won't let you off. Let me go. We can form an alliance. With my help, no matter where your enemies hide, they won't be able to escape our pursuit. Although an Eternal Sovereign won't truly die as long as their eternal imprint isn't extinguished. But once they die, they need to rebuild their eternal body, which consumes a huge amount of resources and endless time. Chapter 1428. That's a good proposal, but unfortunately, I don't trust you. With a cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng willed, and the Devour black hole erupted with Devour force and frantically devoured the nine-nosed divine mastiff's eternal origin. The nine-nosed divine mastiff stopped breathing in an instant. The eyes of the Eternal with an ogre horn on the head shimmered coldly, and he brandished his sword, which shone with countless mysterious runes, and slashed at the seal barrier. Boom! The sealing barrier shook violently, and a crack appeared on it. There was a flash of joy in the eyes of the ogre horn Eternal, but in the next moment his face changed dramatically. The crack twisted and healed. A terrifyingly huge hand appeared behind the ghost horn Eternal, and slammed into the ghost horn Eternal's body, blasting him into pieces. The Devour black hole emerged, devoured the ogre horn Eternal's eternal origin, and frantically devoured it. Yang Feng, since you're so ruthless, then let's perish together. The eyes of the wolf-headed Eternal shimmered fiercely, countless runes flickered on his broken body, and the eternal origin burned. A blood-colored spear emerged from the back of the wolf-headed Eternal. Countless souls intertwined with each other, emitting a bone-chilling wail of ghosts and wail of gods. As soon as the bloody spear emerged, the body of the wolf-headed Eternal turned into ashes bit by bit. Distorting space and time, the bloody spear, which contains karma, pierced through the sky and stabbed towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng frowned slightly and spread the fingers of a hand, and a tremendous amount of eternal force condensed in front of him, and formed a 360-layered barrier. When the blood-colored spear stabbed into the 360 layers of barriers, it pierced through the barriers and stabbed into Yang Feng's right arm. Drops of eternal blood dripped from Yang Feng's right arm. Once these Eternals go all out and burn their eternal origin to launch an attack, it's really troublesome. Yang Feng looked at the drops of eternal blood dripping from his right arm, frowned slightly, and a dignified shade flashed in his eyes. In terms of strength, Yang Feng's second firmament eternal cultivation base is far above that of the wolf-headed Eternal. However, it was easy for him to defeat the wolf-headed Eternal. Once the wolf-headed Eternal ignited its eternal essence, it could also injure him. Any eternal being was a peerless genius of the universe, and definitely could not be underestimated. Yang Feng, you killed me once, I'll remember this. I, the Lord of Giant Hill, will never let you off. A voice filled with resentment came from the 1,000-kilometer-wide, broken, and hollow ball. Mysterious runes appeared, preparing to self-destruct. The Lord of the Giant Hill? Unfortunately, your decision was a step too late. Yang Feng's cold voice came from below the huge sphere the Mound Lord has transformed into, and a huge heavenly blade slashed at the Mound Lord and cut him in two. A black hole appeared and swallowed the Lord of the Giant Hill in one gulp. After devouring 5 eternal sovereigns in one go, a steady stream of eternal origin poured into Yang Feng, causing his aura to soar and become even more terrifying. They're all dead. Feng Jiuechen and the others went to besiege Yang Feng, yet they all died. How is this possible? So strong. The Eternals hidden in the surroundings were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They couldn't believe their eyes. When Feng Jiuechen and the other 5 eternal sovereigns joined forces, they could defeat a second firmament eternal realm powerhouse. If the 6 of them went all out and burned their eternal origin, they could even seriously injure and kill a third firmament eternal realm powerhouse once. The 6 eternal sovereigns were all killed by Yang Feng. This is simply shocking. In the void, ripples flickered and a gigantic ram, tens of thousands of kilometers long and white jade in color, and surrounded by black destructive light, stepped through the void, directly colliding with Gataili's eternal ruins. The Ram of Destruction. This is the eternal treasure of the Sheep of Destruction Alliance. The Ram of Destruction, the Sheep of Destruction Alliance, actually used this eternal treasure. It seems that they want to kill Yang Feng. Yang Feng has 27 million eternal origin stones on him, coupled with his eternal body and various treasures. Even if he can't get the Tylee Heaven severing method, he can still get tremendous wealth. That's right. As long as we can kill Yang Feng, we can get various traces from his eternal body, and deduce some traces of the eternal heavenly art. The eyes of the surrounding eternal sovereigns shimmered with enigmatic light. Eternal sovereigns are terrifying existences that are almost impossible to kill. As long as Yang Feng isn't willing, the returning spirit ram can't get the complete eternal heavenly art from him. However, as long as Yang Feng is killed, the returning spirit ram can get traces of the eternal heavenly art from Yang Feng's eternal body and gain great benefits. In addition, the 27 million eternal origin stones are enough to drive many eternal sovereigns crazy. What a powerful force! When Yang Feng saw the ram of destruction rushing towards Gutaili's eternal relic site, a dignified shade flashed in his eyes. The ram of destruction is an eternal treasure. Moreover, it is operated by several eternal sovereigns and possesses tremendous might. Even if he stood in front of the ram of destruction, he would still be trampled by the ram of destruction and be seriously injured. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he disappeared from in front of the ram of destruction. Carrying the breath of destruction, the ram of destruction slammed into Gutaili's eternal relic site. In front of the power of the ram of destruction, destroying an eternal relic site is a piece of cake. Activate the self-detonation system. When the ram of destruction was about to hit in front of Gutaili's eternal relic site, countless mechanical towers inside the eternal relic site flashed and triggered the core of the eternal relic site. Boom! Gutaili's eternal relic site self-detonated in an instant, and the fearsome explosion swept the ram of destruction inside. Amid the fearsome explosion, the ram of destruction's body shattered inch by inch. Inside the shattered body of the ram of destruction, 5 circles of light shone, and the returning spirit ram and the other 4 eternal sovereigns flew out. Yang Feng, you dare to destroy the eternal treasure of my ram of destruction alliance. I, the ram of destruction, am absolutely irreconcilable with you. The returning spirit ram beckoned with a hand, and the half-collapsed ram of destruction shrunk to the size of a palm and entered his hand. He looked at the cracked ram of destruction with a look of pain in his eyes, stared at Yang Feng with endless killing intent in his eyes, and roared angrily. Yang Feng swept the returning spirit ram and the other 4 eternal sovereigns with a glance, and his eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he uttered frigidly, "The 5 of you dare to destroy my residence, do you want to die? Yang Feng, you only relied on that trap, which has now been destroyed. What other ability do you have to be an enemy of the ram of destruction? As long as you hand over Gutaili's Tily Heaven Severing Method, the ram of destruction can become your ally, help you seize the Absolute Wind Realm, and let you become the domain master of the Absolute Wind Realm. How about it?" The returning spirit ram's eyes shimmered with resentment, and his expression flickered, and he revealed a smile. The eyes of the other 4 eternal sovereigns flickered slightly, and greed shimmered in their eyes. The second level of the Tily Heaven Severing Method can be sold for 27 million eternal origin stones. Who knows how many eternal origin stones the complete 7th level of the Tily Heaven Severing Method can be sold for? If the ram of destruction gets the Tily Heaven Severing Method, it can sell it again and again like Yang Feng, and exchange it for a large amount of precious resources. Since you've destroyed my residence, then all of you can die. A cold ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and a tremendous amount of eternal force poured out of him. He joined his hands together and unleashed a secret method recorded in the Supremely Severing Heaven Method, and a huge sword slashed towards a sexy and beautiful female eternal sovereign dressed in flowery clothes from the Sheep of Destruction Alliance. Among the 5 eternal sovereigns, this beautiful female eternal is the weakest. The complexion of the beautiful eternal flower Moon Empress flickered, and flowers formed from moonlight appeared on her. Moons emerged from the flowers and blocked in front of the celestial sword. Countless intelligent life forms living in the moons prayed and gathered the power of a world to form powerful defensive barriers. When the celestial sword slashed down, everything was destroyed. One by one, the moons exploded, and the living beings in the moons were all annihilated by the blade. The peerless blade slashed towards the flower Moon Empress with a fierce breath. "Yang Feng, you're courting death." With a flash of anger in his eyes, the returning spirit sheep appeared in front of the flower Moon Empress with a huge bronze goat horn shield in his hand, and raised the shield to block. When the heavenly blade slashed on the bronze goat horn shield, a terrifying goat horn demon god appeared, opened its jaws full of jagged teeth, and bit down on the huge heavenly blade. Crack! When the goat horn transcendent bit down, it was cut in two by the celestial sword, and half of the celestial sword was bitten off. An eternal with a tortoise head and a human body, 70% similar to the black tortoise, appeared, raised its tortoise shell, and blocked in front of the celestial sword. When the remaining power of the celestial sword slashed into the tortoise shell, it blurred and collapsed. With a flash of an afterimage, an eternal with a dragon head and mantis arms strangely appeared behind Yang Feng, and slashed his mantis arms at Yang Feng with green light. The eyes of an eternal that looks like a huge chunk of meat, but has 9 pairs of eyes flashed, and distorted rays barreled towards Yang Feng. Chapter 1429. Eternal force surged in Yang Feng's hand, and formed a greatsword. The greatsword turned into a shooting star, slashed at the dragon-headed, 6-armed eternal mantis, and sent the dragon-headed, 6-armed eternal mantis flying. When the strange rays hit Yang Feng, they pierced through his defensive barrier, gave him a sharp pain in his head, and threw the eternal force inside him into disorder. Devour runes appeared one after another, and a huge Devour black hole appeared behind Yang Feng. Black Devour light swept out and extracted and devoured the strange black gas inside him, and the sharp pain disappeared. With a flash of an afterimage, Yang Feng appeared 10,000 kilometers away. Eternal sovereign rank powerhouses are really tricky. One-on-one, they aren't my opponent. But with the 5 of them joining forces, it's a bit tricky. Yang Feng looked at the 5 eternal sovereigns, and frowned slightly. If it was one-on-one, Yang Feng would have already slain the Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden. But with the 5 eternal sovereigns joining forces, Yang Feng suffered a small loss. Amazing, Yang Feng's strength is really terrifying. The greatly heaven-severing method, this eternal heavenly method, is really powerful. To think that Yang Feng can fight 5 eternal sovereigns by himself. It's simply heaven-defying. Unfortunately, he isn't a member of the Eternal Alliance after all. He has too few friends. This time he's dead meat. Gazes of regret focused on Yang Feng, while the eyes of some eternal sovereigns flickered with enigmatic light, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Do it. Kill him. We'll divide his body and treasures equally. A fierce ray flashed in the eyes of the returning spirit goat, and he erupted with eternal force. Circles of destruction revolved around him, and he turned into a 10,000-kilometer-long monster. With a huge wolf-tooth club in hand, he slammed the club towards Yang Feng. Runes emerged from the wolf-tooth club, and light of destruction emitted by the world's destruction interwove, locked the void, sealed the past, present and future, and barreled towards Yang Feng. The Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden took a deep look at Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent. Eternal force surged and formed a large bow. An arrow appeared on the bow, and one after another, moonlight flowers bloomed on the arrow. As soon as the arrow appeared, Yang Feng's mind was filled with alarms. He sensed that the arrow possessed a frightening power that threatened his life. An eternal with a tortoise head and a human body, 70% similar to a black tortoise, slashed a large axe at Yang Feng. The eternal with a dragon head and mantis arms appeared above Yang Feng with a teleport, then waved his mantis arm, and slashed towards Yang Feng, leaving afterimages behind. The eternal sovereign evil eye, which looks like a huge chunk of flesh, flickered, and strange evil light shot towards Yang Feng. Fine, I'll use your lives to test out my eternal heaven art. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he operated the second level of the Devour Heaven method. Runes of Devour appeared around Yang Feng, and formed a set of rune armor. Yang Feng's figure shook slightly, and he appeared in front of the returning spirit goat. With a wave of the sword in his hand, a fearsome Devour vortex swept the returning spirit goat into it. Shatter! The returning spirit goat roared and slammed the huge wolf-tooth club into the Devour vortex. At this moment, Yang Feng jumped over the returning spirit goat, and appeared in front of the Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden. The eternal that looks like a black tortoise fluttered, and then blocked in front of the flower moon heavenly maiden. A tortoise shell appeared on its back and activated a powerful barrier. Although this eternal that looks like a black tortoise only has a first firmament eternal realm cultivation base, but its defense can be rated as number 1 among the destruction sheep. This tortoise shell is really annoying. However, I can use it to test the power of my Devour Heaven method's Devour Heaven thrust. A cold ray flashed in Yongfeng's eyes, and the Devour rune suddenly flew out, formed a 10-kilometer-long spike, and turned into a stream of light that stabbed into the tortoise shell. The eternal that looks like a black tortoise smiled coldly, and his eyes filled with confidence. If you want to pierce through my defense, you'll have to practice cultivation for another 100,000 years. When the spike stabbed into the tortoise shell, it forcibly pierced through the tortoise shell and stabbed into the eternal that looks like a black tortoise. No, how can this be? How is this possible? Even if a third firmament eternal realm powerhouse wants to break my tortoise shell, they can only exhaust my power. How can this be? The eternal that looks like a black tortoise shriveled, its eyes flashed with fear, and it screamed miserably. The great black tortoise's defense was destroyed with a single blow. What a strong offensive power. So this is the eternal heavenly method. This is the eternal heavenly method Yangfeng created, so strong. The great black tortoise's tortoise shell can defend against the attacks of third firmament eternal realm powerhouses. Yet it was destroyed by Yangfeng with a single blow. That's simply heaven-defying. A look of shock flashed in the eyes of the Eternals who were spectating. Although Lord Great Black Turtle was only an eternal being at the first heaven of the eternal realm, his defensive power ranked in the top 10 in the Yin Absolute Heaven. For such a powerhouse to have his defense broken by Yangfeng with a single blow, this is simply terrifying. Regret flashed in Yangfeng's eyes. The power of this move is not bad, but unfortunately, it consumes too much energy. If I don't use the Armor of Dawn, I won't be able to use it a second time within a short period of time. The Heaven Devourer Thrust is an offensive secret method that gathers Yangfeng's eternal force. Although it is extremely powerful, but it also consumes a lot of energy. With Yangfeng's second firmament eternal realm cultivation base, using it once consumes a large amount of eternal force. At this moment, the strange evil light slammed into Yangfeng and gave him a splitting headache. When the two mantis arms slashed at Yangfeng, they smashed his defensive boundary and opened two huge wounds, and drops of blood dripped from Yangfeng's body into the sky. Yangfeng glanced at the flower moon heavenly maiden and said with a smile, "I'm not your opponent." Ripples appeared in the void, and a beam of ice and snow appeared, crossed time and space, and slammed into the flower moon heavenly maiden. Countless ice and snow runes appeared and froze the flower moon heavenly maiden into a huge block of ice. A level 8 stronghold appeared in the void, and a beam from the destruction cannon blasted into the flower moon heavenly maiden in an instant and blasted her into pieces along with the block of ice. The two eternal sovereigns Shui and Zero, dressed in armor, rushed towards the returning spirit sheep, the mantis arm eternal, and the evil eye eternal. There are actually two eternal sovereigns lying in ambush here. He's going to kill us all. Yangfeng, what a ruthless person. He's here to ambush the pursuers. This is a second ambush. What a ruthless method. When the eternal sovereigns saw Shui and Zero appear, a chill welled up in their hearts. If the two eternal sovereigns Shui and Zero had appeared when they ambushed Feng Juechen, then the returning spirit sheep would not have taken the initiative to attack Yangfeng. Feeling that Yangfeng's means have been exhausted, the returning spirit sheep brought the Destruction Sheep Alliance to kill Yangfeng in one fell swoop. Originally, when Yangfeng fought 4 eternal sovereigns alone, he was already at a disadvantage. But the Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden was killed in a sneak attack, and the situation has been completely reversed. 3 rays of light flashed, and the returning spirit sheep, the mantis arm eternal, and the meatball eternal flew in 3 different directions. Yangfeng alone can already contend against the 3 eternal sovereigns. Coupled with Zero and Shui, they can kill the 3 eternal sovereigns here. The others can leave, but you must stay. Returning spirit sheep, A cold ray streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and countless runes flickered and turned into a devour black hole that swallowed the returning spirit sheep. Countless runes flickered and frantically devoured the returning spirit sheep's eternal force. Break! A fierce ray flashed in the returning spirit sheep's eyes, and he roared and slammed the wolf-tooth club into the devour black hole with a destructive force. Ripples flickered, and the returning spirit sheep blasted a huge hole into the devour black hole. Shui turned into a mirror of ice and snow suspended in the void, and a beam of ice and snow shot out from the mirror and slammed into the returning spirit sheep. A layer of frost appeared on the returning spirit sheep's body and eroded his body and soul. The returning spirit goat let out a roar, and the power of destruction erupted, shattering the frost. A whip of the ruler descended from the sky, slammed into the returning spirit sheep's head, and smashed it. When the returning spirit sheep's head was smashed, a tremendous amount of eternal force interwove, and quickly regenerated, and formed a new head. How does it feel to fight 1 against 3? The devour black hole disappeared in an instant, and a sword pierced through the returning spirit sheep's heart. Countless runes appeared on the sword and frantically devoured the returning spirit sheep's eternal origin. I'll kill you, Yang Feng, next time you're dead. The returning spirit sheep glared at Yang Feng with resentment in his eyes, and said with a ferocious smile. Within a dozen plus breaths of time, the returning spirit sheep turned into ashes and disappeared. After slaying the spirit-returning goat, Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he looked towards the void. Wherever he looked, no eternal sovereigns dared to look at him. The eternal sovereigns who originally held malice against Yang Feng quieted down, not daring to attack Yang Feng. Although Yang Feng fought continuously and consumed a lot of energy, however, he had 2 eternal sovereigns, Zero and Shui, protecting him. Moreover, who knew how many more trump cards he was hiding? None of the eternal sovereigns dared to throw their lives away. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and tens of thousands of eternal origin stones appeared. A tremendous amount of eternal origin stone poured into his body, and restored the eternal force he consumed. His strength is recovering at every moment. Chapter 1430. An hour later, Yang Feng, who has recovered his full strength, smiled coldly at the void, and clapped his hands. Distorted light flickered, and mechanical fortresses hidden tens of thousands of kilometers away emerged. Countless interstellar battleships and main battle robots appeared like a tidal wave. This is Yang Feng's other trump card. So many mechanical weapons. I wonder how powerful these weapons are. They may have the power to threaten eternal sovereigns. When the eternal sovereigns saw the dense crowd of mechanical fortresses, battle stars, and 8th-generation battle robots, they inhaled a breath of cold air. At a glance, it is clear that the huge mechanical legion is not to be trifled with. Although the battle robots are naturally not a match for the eternal sovereigns individually, but if they swarm together, they can block the eternal sovereigns for a while. Once the eternal sovereigns are blocked for a while, Yang Feng can take the opportunity to kill the rest of the eternal sovereigns. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared above a huge warship. The huge battleship flashed slightly, and led the countless interstellar battleships into the distance. This is the Wind Absolute Realm. Is Yang Feng going to attack the Wind Absolute Realm? What a ruthless method! The Wind Absolute Realm's domain master Feng Juechen has already been killed by Yang Feng twice. I'm afraid that his underlying strength has been exhausted. This is the time when the Wind Absolute Realm is at its weakest. Damn it! It looks like Yang Feng is going to swallow this fat piece of meat. A look of regret flashed in the eyes of the Eternals who were watching this scene. Feng Juechen was killed by Yang Feng twice. Even if he has a contingency plan and can be reborn, but he must have suffered a great loss. The Wind Absolute Realm is at its weakest at this time. It is a fat piece of meat. Many Eternal Sovereigns have their eyes on this fat piece of meat, but they didn't expect Yang Feng to be so decisive as to take the initiative to attack the Wind Absolute Realm. In the center of the Wind Absolute Realm, in a secret room inside a temple, there was a flash of light, and an eternal mark appeared and entered a spirit pool inlaid with tens of thousands of eternal origin stones. Countless rays of light emerged from the eternal origin stones, absorbed a copious amount of spirit pool water, and formed Feng Jueqin's body. Damn it, young Feng! Damned bastard! I definitely won't let you off. A fierce glow flashed in Feng Jueqin's eyes as he roared out crazily. A normal emperor's aura spread out from his body. The eternal source energy pool, which was enough to condense an eternal body, had run out of resources. Right now, Feng Jueqin could only cultivate as an ordinary sovereign and try to think of a way to condense an eternal body. Feng Jueqin was an eternal sovereign to begin with, so he had no bottlenecks in advancing to the eternal realm. He only needed to hole up in the domain of absolute wind for 100,000 years and use the various resources in the domain of absolute wind to step into the eternal realm again. Ripples flickered in the outer space of the domain of absolute wind, and an enormous fleet suddenly emerged. Beams of light tore through the sky and bombarded the stars outside the domain of absolute wind. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Amidst a series of earth-shattering explosions, the stars in the periphery of the domain of absolute wind exploded and turned into countless meteorites that fell from the sky into the domain of absolute wind. Feng Jueqin, come out and accept your death. A cold and cruel voice came from the central temple of the domain of absolute wind. Ripples flickered, and young Feng walked out of the void and looked at the domain of absolute wind. Young Feng, you're really stupid to break into my domain of absolute wind. This will be your burial place. Feng Jueqin's cold voice came from the domain of absolute wind. Mysterious runes flickered, and the center of the domain of absolute wind cracked open, and a 100-kilometer-tall green diamond giant that looks like it's made of diamond emerged. Domain master of the domain of absolute wind, you are the protector of this domain, the master of our domain. Please bless us eternally. Domain master of the domain of absolute wind, please bless us eternally. Countless prayers rang out from the green diamond giant's body, as waves of prayers gushed out from the body of the green diamond giant. In the domain of absolute wind, countless intelligent races knelt on the ground and began to pray. The power of the entire domain of absolute wind poured into the green diamond giant. The eyes of the green diamond giant shimmered fiercely, and second firmament eternal realm fluctuations of power slowly spread from it. It treaded on air and sent a fist barreling towards young Feng. Gusts of gales soared as numerous experts wearing wind god battle armors flew into the sky, fighting with the battle robots that flew out of the sky. This is your trump card, Feng Jueqin? Too weak. However, it makes sense. I've killed you twice, and you've exhausted your foundation. What qualifications do you have to fight me? Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he smiled coldly and spread the fingers of a hand, and a devour black hole appeared and swept towards the green diamond giant. Countless devouring runes appeared and transformed into rays of devouring light that enveloped the green diamond giant's body and extracted its origin power. The green diamond giant struggled frantically inside Yang Feng's devour black hole. Each of its punches and kicks contained world-destroying power, yet it still couldn't tear apart the huge black hole. Under the attack of Yang Feng's 8th-generation battle robots, with average battle strength comparable to holy step-rank powerhouses, the powerhouses wearing the wind god armor were slaughtered as if they were vegetables. In the face of Yang Feng's offensive, the resistance of the entire domain of absolute wind is simply too weak. Damn it! If I hadn't been killed twice, you wouldn't be my opponent in the domain of absolute wind. Feng Jueqin's eyes shimmered with unwillingness. His figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Once Feng Jueqin leaves the domain of absolute wind, it will be thousands of times more difficult for him to advance to the eternal realm in the future. But for now, only by escaping the domain of absolute wind can he have a way out. You want to escape? How can it be that simple? The rune in Yang Feng's soul sea representing the essence of fate flashed, and the corners of his mouth rose, and he turned into a stream of light and flew towards the temple. Go to hell! Strengthened by the essence of speed, a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse wearing a green armor slashed at Yang Feng with a sword. The devour black hole revolving around Yang Feng swept the beautiful powerhouse into it. After a breath of time, the beautiful quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse turned into dust and dissipated with the wind. Inside the temple, beams that can easily tear Empyrean rank powerhouses to shreds shot towards Yang Feng. Bone spurs, fire arrows, ice cones, and other attacks barreled towards Yang Feng like a tide. Yang Feng frowned slightly, then turned into a terrifying black hole that can devour everything, and a fearsome devour force swept downwards. Countless powerhouses in the domain of absolute wind were swallowed by the devour black hole. Their origin was instantly devoured, and they turned into dust and scattered with the wind. In the wake of the devour black hole, all intelligent life forms turned into dust and scattered with the wind. Eternal. He's an eternal. Damn it, only an eternal can fight an eternal. Why hasn't the domain lord appeared yet? Seeing this scene, the powerhouses in the domain of absolute wind collapsed. Countless powerhouses fled in all directions, not daring to make an enemy out of Yang Feng. Only an eternal can contend with an eternal. This is common knowledge in the eternal world. Existences below the eternal sovereign rank have virtually no way to fight back against eternal sovereigns. It is very difficult for them to even injure an eternal. Found you. Yang Feng easily crushed the countless barriers in the temple, then extended his hand into the void and grabbed Feng Juechen hiding in the void. Yang Feng, I know I was wrong. Please spare my life. Spare my life. I can be your servant and manage the domain of absolute wind for you. I will offer you all the treasures in the domain of absolute wind. I also know the locations of more than a dozen treasure troves. Spare my life, and I will offer those treasures to you. Caught by Yang Feng, fear and despair flashed in Feng Juechen's eyes, and he trembled and pleaded without any backbone. No need. Everything you said, I can take it myself. Besides, I also want to see if I can really kill an eternal sovereign like you. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he stabbed Feng Juechen with his hand, and a copious amount of eternal force erupted, and used Feng Juechen's true spirit to search for the location of the eternal mark. Found it. Yang Feng's eyes lit up. In the domain of absolute wind, with Feng Juechen's true spirit as the base, he locked on the eternal mark hidden in the domain of absolute wind, and a vast amount of eternal force erupted, and forcibly pulled the eternal mark out of Feng Juechen's body. When Feng Juechen saw the eternal mark in Yang Feng's hand, his eyes shimmered with despair. No, don't destroy my eternal mark. Yang Feng smiled coldly and squeezed the fingers of his hand, and eternal force erupted and crushed Feng Juechen's eternal mark. A fearsome devour force erupted, and devoured the pure eternal soul force released by the eternal mark. No. Along with a miserable scream, Feng Juechen's eyes lost their soul, and he died. In the flame absolute sky, a huge star fell, and a rain of blood fell. Great sorrow welled up in the hearts of countless intelligent life forms. In the domain of absolute wind and many other domains, Feng Juechen's idols exploded and collapsed one after another. All Feng Juechen's believers lost their strength in an instant. At the same time, a heart-wrenching feeling welled up in their hearts, letting them know that Feng Juechen has died. Chapter 1431. An eternal sovereign died. Feng Juechen has completely fallen. How could this be? He was slain by Yang Feng in the wind absolute realm, and his eternal mark was shattered. He died for real. When the eternal sovereigns in the yin absolute heaven saw the various anomalies that appeared in the sky, shock flashed in their eyes. The most frightening thing about eternal sovereigns is that they are difficult to kill. As long as the eternal mark isn't destroyed, any eternal sovereign can be reborn again and again. Eternal sovereigns who stay in their own domain can mobilize the power of the domain to enhance their combat power. It is because of this that no eternal sovereign has died in the yin absolute heaven for hundreds of thousands of years. Now that an eternal sovereign has died, this caused a great uproar among the eternal sovereigns in the yin absolute heaven. Mother Myriad Lotuses looked at the anomalies that appeared, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with shock. Feng Juechen died for real. Yang Feng is really too strong. When Mother Myriad Lotuses faced Yang Feng at the time, she never thought that an eternal sovereign like Feng Juechen would die at Yang Feng's hands. Yin Juechen died. How could this be? In the spirit returning domain, in a central temple, the returning spirit sheep has been reborn again. Seeing the anomalies of an eternal sovereign dying, its face turned unsightly. When the flower moon heavenly maiden saw the anomalies in the wind absolute realm, fear flashed in her beautiful eyes. Feng Juechen died. He's not going to attack our domains one by one and kill us one by one, is he? Young Feng took a step and came to in front of a bronze treasury in the temple. This is the treasury of the Wind Absolute Realm's Lord. Without the permission of the Realm Lord, no one is allowed to enter. In front of the bronze treasury, an Empyrean rank bronze statue awakened, released frigid killing intent in its eyes, stared at Yang Feng, and slashed at him with a battle axe. This soulless Empyrean rank secret treasure is really good. As expected of an eternal world, Yang Feng smiled faintly, extended a finger, and flicked the bronze battle axe. A terrifying power exploded out, causing the emperor-grade statue to fly away. Rune chains suddenly flew out and wrapped around the bronze statue. They sank into the center of the bronze statue and began to corrode it. Greetings, Master. After a dozen breaths of time, the eyes of the bronze statue flashed red, and it knelt on one knee and said respectfully to Yang Feng. Yang Feng said coldly, "Open the door." "Yes, Master." The bronze statue waved its hand, and a series of cracking sounds came from the bronze gate. The gate opened, revealing an incomparably huge treasury. As expected of the treasure vault of the domain master of the realm of absolute wind. With the resources here, I can easily build 5 level 7 bases. It's a pity that level 7 bases won't be of much use in the War of the Eternals. Yang Feng swept the treasury with a glance, and his eyes flashed with regret. There were indeed many rare resources in the treasury. There were even many treasures of heaven and earth that were already extinct in the world of warlocks. He could refine more than 5 level 7 bases. However, unless you control a universe like the world of Transcendent, a level 7 base in a realm like the world of Transcendent cannot protect a realm. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with enigmatic light. In the eternal world, a realm is similar to a universe. Unfortunately, a realm cannot compare to a universe in the end. If Feng Jueqing occupied a universe, then even if he died at my hands twice, I wouldn't dare to easily enter that universe to hunt him down. Generally, foreign eternal ones would engrave their eternal mark in their own universe. Within their own universe, they were almost invincible existences. They could easily mobilize the power of a universe and directly suppress an expert at the 9th heaven of the eternal realm. Feng Jueqing and most eternals in the eternal world placed their eternal mark in their respective realms. In this way, although it is easier for them to advance to the eternal realm, but it is also easier to kill them. In the eternal world, only the top powerhouses will go to other universes, seize other ownerless universes, and advance to the eternal realm in those ownerless universes. Ripples flickered, and Zero appeared beside Yang Feng. Looking at the resources in the treasury, she uttered with a scorching look in her eyes, "Lord, I want to continue evolving." After all, the absolute wind realm is a realm in the eternal world. There are countless precious treasures of heaven and earth inside, as well as many precious treasures that Zero needs to evolve. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Okay, you can use the treasures in here." Zero smiled sweetly, and countless threads flew out from her, and sucked the treasures of heaven and earth inside the treasury into her body. Strands of mechanical silk wrapped around Zero's body, forming a huge cocoon. Sure enough, I was right to come to the eternal world. If I hadn't come to the eternal world, who knows how many tens of millions of years it would take for Zero to evolve to the next level. Yang Feng looked at Zero, who has already begun to evolve, and the corners of his mouth rose into a satisfied smile. I can also advance now. Yang Feng looked up at the sky. Countless runes shone on him, and a vast eternal breath spread in all directions. The entire absolute wind realm churned, and a tremendous amount of life force poured in this direction. Black clouds churned and surged. A terrifying beam of light dropped from the sky and entered Yang Feng's body. Not enough. This bit of power isn't enough for me to advance to the 3rd level of the eternal realm. Eternal Source Rock, come out! A large number of eternal source rocks flew out of Yang Feng, and a tremendous amount of eternal origin poured into him. In the starry sky outside the eternal world, starlight, attracted by a mysterious law, turned into a resplendent beam of light and entered Yang Feng. Someone is breaking through. This direction is the absolute wind realm. Yang Feng, did he break through and reach the third level of the eternal realm? In Yanju Tian, the eternal sovereigns stared at the phenomenon occurring in the domain of absolute wind with shock in their eyes. In the Yin absolute heaven, the third level of the eternal realm powerhouses are already top powerhouses. Once Yang Feng advances to the third level of the eternal realm, he will step into the ranks of the Yin absolute heaven's powerhouses. The returning spirit sheep stared at the anomaly with jealousy and envy in his eyes. Third level of the eternal realm. Damn it. If it was me, I would have broken through to the third level of the eternal realm a long time ago. The flower moon heavenly maiden looked at the anomaly in the sky with worry in her beautiful eyes. Third level of the eternal realm. How can he advance so fast? That's right, he cultivates the essence of devour. He devoured a large amount of eternal origin and Feng Juechen's eternal mark, which is why he advanced so fast. I provoked such a terrifying enemy. What should I do? The mother of myriad lotuses looked at the anomaly, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with envy. Third level of the eternal realm. The greatly heavenly method is really mysterious. Unfortunately, I wasn't the one who obtained this eternal heaven method. Ripples flickered outside the absolute wind realm, and a sun, carrying eternal sovereign rank fluctuations of power, descended from the sky and barreled towards Yang Feng. Obviously, there is someone in the absolute wind realm who doesn't want Yang Feng to advance to the third level of the eternal realm. How dare you? To dare attack us, you're courting death. Shui stepped out of the void, her beautiful eyes shimmered coldly, and she unleashed the eternal heaven method ice and snow heavenly method. A mysterious mirror of ice and snow appeared. An array of ice and snow shot out from the mirror. Everything that the divine light of ice and snow passed through was frozen into ice. The sun, which is 1,000 times larger than an ordinary sun, was shown by the ray of ice and snow, and its flames were frozen and turned into a huge ball of ice suspended in the void. Taking advantage of the moment when Shui was pinned down by the sun, ripples flickered in the void, and a figure shrouded in twisted darkness emerged. A bow full of twisted darkness aura emerged, and countless twisted souls formed an arrow that turned into a stream of light shooting towards Yang Feng in the palace. Big Brother Feng! Shui's beautiful eyes flashed with fear, and she cried out. The mirror turned and shone on the arrow. However, although Shui's reaction was fast to the extreme, but she was still a step too late. Before the mirror's divine light shot out, the devil arrow had already reached the palace. 20,000 holy step Vajra rulers appeared, resonated with each other, and formed a huge barrier. When the devil arrow hit the defensive barrier, it easily pierced through it. The 10,000 Vajra rulers exploded, and only their mechanical cores ejected, escaping the disaster. Even the 20,000 holy step Vajra rulers can't contend against the might of an eternal. This is the power of an eternal, an invincible power. You want to kill me? Unfortunately, you're a step too slow. A cold voice came from the palace as a huge hand reached out and grabbed the devil arrow. A terrifying black hole appeared and swallowed the devil arrow. Yang Feng, he succeeded in his advancement. Let's go. He succeeded in his advancement. Waves of terrifying eternal will were transmitted through the void. The distorted and blurry figure shrouded in darkness slightly swayed and turned into a stream of light, fleeing outside. Since the two of you have come, then both of you can die here. When Yang Feng walked out of the palace, he looked like an invincible transcendent shrouded in a torrent of time, staring coldly at the void. Chapter 1432. A fearsome torrent of time engulfed him, and Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he disappeared. In an instant, Yang Feng appeared in front of the twisted shadow, and sent a fist barreling towards it. Countless runes shone, and the twisted shadow suddenly expanded, and formed a black hole that can devour everything. Waves of dark devouring light emerged from the devouring black hole, bringing with them the power to destroy and devour everything as they swept towards the black shadow. Black light emerged, and a world full of bone dragons, dark knights, death monarchs, and countless other undead appeared. The aura of countless undead gathered together and formed a fearsome barrier. Yang Feng slammed his fist into the world full of undead and smashed it. Countless bone dragons, dark knights, death monarchs, and other existences collapsed, shattered, and turned into powder that drifted away with the wind. Taking advantage of the moment when the world was destroyed, a black ray suddenly burst out, broke away from Yang Feng's attack, and flew away. Yang Feng smiled coldly and pointed with a finger, and countless chains appeared and stabbed the black ray. Countless mysterious runes appeared on the chain, and the black light slightly distorted, condensing into a monster with the lower body of a human, 9 tentacles above the neck and 9 eyes. Yang Feng, you can't kill me. I am one of the 3 eyes of the Black Eyes Alliance, the 9 Eyes Lord. If you kill me, the Black Smoke Alliance won't let you off. A malevolent expression flashed across the eyes of the 9-eyed monster, Lord of 9 Eyes, as it roared crazily. Black Eyes Alliance? Black Eyes, known as the strongest powerhouse in Yenju Heaven, is in your alliance. Even so, you must die. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng closed the fingers of a hand, and a fearsome force enveloped the 9 Eyes Lord and crushed it with a palm strike. Countless devour runes appeared and frantically devoured the 9 Eyes Lord's eternal origin. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, the 9 Eyes Lord's eternal origin was devoured and turned into ashes. There's one more. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he looked into the distance, and then his figure blurred and disappeared. In the distance, a 1,000-mile-long transcendent life form, the sun-devouring celestial dog, covered in the flames of the sun, exuded the terrifying aura of an eternal. Not long ago, this was the same sun-devouring celestial hound that had pushed a sun toward the absolute wind region. If Shui hadn't taken action and sealed the sun in ice, once that sun had struck the wind absolute domain, the entire wind absolute domain would have been plunged into misery and suffering. It would have been reduced to a world engulfed in flames, and more than 90% of the intelligent life forms would have died. This was the eternal world, an extremely powerful, exciting, and dangerous world. Without the protection of an eternal, a realm would either be colonized by other realms or destroyed in a war between eternals. These realms didn't have cosmic crystal walls or membrane defenses like those of other universes, and the power within them was far inferior to the universe's will. It was simply impossible for them to contend with an eternal. Ripples shimmered, and the space rulers hidden in the void emerged. 1,000 holy rank space rulers set up a barrier in front of the sun-devouring heavenly hound. Get lost, you ants! The sun-devouring celestial hound slammed into the spatial barrier. The spatial barrier that can stop emperors crumbled, and a huge crack appeared on the 1,000 sacred rank space rulers. Die! A fierce ray flashed in the eyes of the sun-devouring heavenly hound, and it belched a pillar of fire barreling towards the 1,000 holy rank space rulers. Burned by the pillar of fire, the barrier set up by the 1,000 holy rank space rulers was ignited, turned into fireballs, and burned to ashes. Even the core chips were burned to ashes. After the sun-devouring heavenly hound destroyed the 1,000 holy rank space rulers, its eyes flashed with a carefree shade, and it continued to fly forward. In the eternal world, the number of Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses far exceeds that of other universes. However, for an eternal sovereign force, Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses are the backbone. Even the domain lord of a realm will feel a little heartache when 1,000 Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses die. The sun-devouring heavenly hound has just flown 10,000 kilometers away when 1,000 holy rank space rulers appeared again and set up a barrier in front of the sun-devouring heavenly hound. Ants, go to hell! Enraged, the sun-devouring heavenly hound smashed the barrier, opened its maw, and belched a pillar of fire barreling towards the 1,000 holy rank space rulers. In the wake of the pillar of fire, the 1,000 holy rank space rulers were burned to ashes in an instant. How dare you slaughter my subordinates? How dare you? A cold voice came from the void, and Yang Feng slowly stepped out of the void and looked coldly at the sun-devouring heavenly hound. When the sun-devouring heavenly hound saw Yang Feng, it felt a chill in its heart and cried out, Yang Feng, didn't you go after the Nine-Eyes Lord? Why are you here? I have already killed the Nine-Eyes Lord. You're next. With a cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng took a step forward and spread the fingers of a hand, and a black hole appeared and swept towards the sun-devouring heavenly hound. Master, save me! With a flash of fear in its eyes, the sun-devouring heavenly hound roared. A golden bell appeared on the neck of the sun-devouring heavenly hound. Countless golden rays intertwined, and a beautiful woman with blonde hair, blue eyes, a sexy figure, and a golden robe appeared in the void, exuding an enchanting aura. Friend, she is my pet Ouyang. I don't know how she offended you, but please spare her life. I will go back and teach her a good lesson. Please give me some face. The corners of Ouyang's mouth rose into a haughty smile, and she uttered arrogantly, a frightening aura far superior to Yang Feng's diffused from Ouyang. She extended her lily-white hand and shot out blue light into the sky, entered the whirlpool, and crushed the devour black hole. After smashing the black hole, Ouyang's figure couldn't help but blur. A fourth firmament eternal powerhouse. Yang Feng glanced at Ouyang, raised his eyebrows, and a dignified shade flashed in his eyes. Among the 9 firmament eternal sovereigns, 4th firmament eternal sovereigns, 7th firmament eternal sovereigns, and 9th firmament eternal sovereigns will experience earth-shaking evolution and strength. In the Yenju heaven, the strongest powerhouse is a 3rd firmament eternal sovereign. The eternal ones who had reached the 4th heaven of the eternal realm lived in the higher heavens. If an expert at the 3rd heaven of the eternal realm entered the realm of an expert at the 2nd heaven of the eternal realm alone, he might be suppressed by that expert. However, if a 4th heaven of the eternal realm expert entered the domain of a 3rd heaven of the eternal realm expert, he could kill that 3rd heaven of the eternal realm expert. In the Yenju heaven, a 4th firmament eternal sovereign is virtually invincible. Unless the eternal sovereigns of the Yenju heaven join forces, they may be able to defeat a 4th firmament eternal sovereign. When the sun-devouring heavenly hound saw this, it heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Yang Feng with ridicule in its eyes. During its rampage in the Yenju heaven, who knows how many disasters it has provoked, and it even offended several 3rd firmament eternal sovereigns. However, as long as Ouyang, who is behind the sun-devouring heavenly hound, appears, the eternal sovereigns can only swallow their anger, not daring to offend Ouyang. Even if you are a 4th firmament eternal sovereign, since you dare to come and kill me, you have to bear the risk of failure. Go to hell. Yang Feng's eyes flashed fiercely, and he sent a fist barreling towards Ouyang. How dare you? How dare you attack me? Ouyang was both shocked and angry. Countless mysterious runes appeared on her, and blue light gathered and formed a blue greatsword with distorted light. A mere power projection wants to block my way. You're courting death. Yang Feng's eyes flashed fiercely, and he slammed his fist into the blue greatsword and smashed it. A huge devour black hole emerged, swept towards Ouyang, and swallowed her. A fearsome devour force enveloped Ouyang and devoured her power. You dare attack me? Yenju Tian's Yang Feng, you're dead. I won't let you off. The moment Ouyang's power projection was sucked into the devour black hole, she uttered a curse full of resentment. Then let me give you a gift. Let me tell you, power projections can't be released casually. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and he operated the law of karma. Fate essence runes and countless karma threads emerged. Found you. Yang Feng unleashed the essence of devour and extended his hand towards the countless karma threads, and a devour black hole emerged, turned into a huge mouth, and bit along the karma threads. In a secret room of an exquisite palace in profound clear heaven, there sits a blonde woman with blue eyes and blonde hair. She is Ouyang. At this time, her eyes are closed and countless runes are flickering on her body. She is comprehending the eternal heavenly method. Suddenly, a bloody maw appeared in the secret chamber, opened its maw, bit Ouyang, tore off a huge chunk of her flesh, and frantically devoured her eternal origin. Damn it! Yang Feng! Ouyang instantly opened her eyes, and a cold light swept past her eyes. She stretched out her finger and tapped on the bloody mouth, causing strands of blue light to explode and directly shatter the bloody mouth. Chapter 1433. After shattering the bloody maw, Ouyang trembled slightly and spewed out a large mouthful of blood. The eternal force inside her churned, and the tremendous backlash force made her fall to the ground in unbearable pain. Yang Feng, I won't let you off. Ouyang collapsed on the ground and issued a heart-wrenching roar. Ouyang was at a critical moment in her cultivation. Now that she was attacked by Yang Feng, she was forced to shatter Yang Feng's attack. However, she almost fell into a state of cultivation deviation. Due to the tremendous backlash force, she was seriously injured, and even suffered a trace of injury to her origin. As expected of a fourth firmament eternal realm powerhouse, my attack only intercepted a trace of eternal origin. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at the blue thread in his hand. This blue thread is the trace of eternal origin he intercepted when he attacked Ouyang with the essence of Devour. Yang Feng, you dare to attack Lady Ouyang, you're dead. Lady Ouyang is a peerless powerhouse of the profound clear heaven. Her father, Ouyang Invincible, is one of the 5 tycoons of the profound clear heaven, a peerless powerhouse of the 6th firmament eternal realm. You dare to attack Lady Ouyang, you're dead. No one can save you. If you kneel down and beg for mercy, I can also plead with Lady Ouyang to spare your life, and only kill you once. Otherwise, once Lady Ouyang gets angry, your eternal imprint will collapse, and everything will be destroyed by her. With a flash of fear in its eyes, the sun-devouring celestial hound threatened fiercely. You die once for me. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of the sun-devouring celestial hound. With a cold look in his eyes, he spread the fingers of a hand, and a huge devour black hole appeared and swept towards the sun-devouring celestial hound. Damn it, Yang Feng, let's die together. The eyes of the sun-devouring celestial hound shimmered fiercely. 18 suns appeared on its body, twisted, blurred, and surged with eternal force in an attempt to self-destruct. You want to take me down with you? You're simply overestimating yourself. Once you have the courage to shatter the eternal mark, come and take me down with you. Yang Feng smiled coldly, then appeared in front of the sun-devouring celestial hound with a blur, stabbed the sun-devouring celestial hound with his hands, and tore it in half. Countless streams of devouring light emerged from the black hole and swept towards the sun-devouring celestial hound, devouring its eternal source completely. Within a secret room in the palace where Xian Qingtian and Ouyang resided, an eternal mark appeared within an eternal origin energy pool. It absorbed the liquid within the eternal origin energy pool and formed the sun-devouring heavenly hound's body. Yang Feng, you're dead. The sun-devouring heavenly hound gritted its teeth and disappeared from the spot. In a garden full of rare extraordinary plants, there sits a gorgeous woman dressed in a golden warlock robe. She is the 4th firmament eternal realm Ouyang. Master, I was killed by Yin Jutian's Yang Feng. You have to avenge me. The originally 1,000-kilometer long sun-devouring heavenly hound has now turned into a cute golden retriever covered in golden fur. The sun-devouring heavenly hound pounced at Ouyang feet and rubbed her jade-like leg. Lacking the demeanor of an eternal sovereign-rank fierce beast, the sun-devouring heavenly hound spoke cutely and coquettishly. To Anchuan, I told you not to make trouble for me during this time. Go to the demonic hell path and be punished for 1,000 years. Scram. Ouyang beautiful eyes shimmered coldly, and she kicked the sun-devouring heavenly hound. Master, I don't want to go to the demonic hell path. I know I was wrong. Master, please give me a chance. With a flash of horror in its eyes, the sun-devouring heavenly hound was bound by countless chains, and a black hole appeared below it, swallowed it, and teleported away. Yang Feng, you bastard. Hijina. Ouyang uttered coldly, her eyes cold. Yes, my lord. A peerless beauty with long blue hair that was tied into a single ponytail, wore blue-colored armor, had skin that was crystalline like jade, a tall and sexy figure, and her entire body emitted a heroic bearing appeared extremely abruptly, and she knelt on one knee before Ouyang as she spoke respectfully. Ouyang's beautiful eyes shimmered coldly, and she uttered unhurriedly, "Go to Yanju Heaven and observe an eternal sovereign named Yang Feng. If there's a chance, kill him. If there's no chance, collect information on him and give it to me." "Yes, my lord." Traces of blue ripples appeared on Himena's body, and she disappeared from where she was. Ouyang's beautiful eyes shimmered with killing intent, and she uttered, stressing each syllable, "Yang Feng, after I recover, you will die." Yanju Heaven Wind Absolute Domain. Yang Feng took a step, appeared in front of the cocoon formed by zero evolution, spread the fingers of a hand, and a wisp of eternal origin that he refined entered the cocoon. Countless devour runes appeared on the cocoon, and it eagerly absorbed the eternal origin. Crack! With a crisp sound, the cocoon shattered, and Zero walked out from the cocoon, exuding a terrifying aura. "My lord, thank you for granting me eternal origin, allowing my strength to advance further." Zero knelt on one knee in front of Yang Feng and uttered respectfully. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Now that you have evolved, we can proceed to the next step." Yes. In the Wind Absolute Domain light shone, and one fleet after another flew out of the Wind Absolute Domain, formed a terrifying fleet torrent, and disappeared into the starry sky. In the starry sky outside the heavenly spring realm, ripples flickered, and an incomparably terrifying fleet appeared from the void. The battle stars atop the huge fleet flashed, and beams of light barreled towards the stars outside the heavenly spring realm like shooting stars. Bombarded by the battle stars, the stars inside the heavenly spring realm exploded one after another, and countless shooting stars fell towards the heavenly spring realm. It is common sense in the eternal world to use stars as the peripheral defense of a realm. Generally, the realm lord will use this method to defend. First destroy the peripheral starry sky of a realm, and then attack the realm. This is the orthodox way to attack a realm. Yang Feng, you dare to attack my heavenly spring realm. Do you want to have an irreconcilable enmity with the Black Spirit Ring? My Black Spirit Ring has 7 eternal beings. Even if you kill Feng Juechen, you won't be able to escape. Even if you killed Feng Juechen, the Black Spirit Ring still has 6 eternal sovereigns left. The nine-nosed divine mastiff emerged from the void, looked at Yang Feng with apprehension in his eyes and barked. Even if the 6 eternal ones all had the eternal laws of the first heaven of the eternal realm, once they burned their eternal marks and eternal origin, they could jointly display their power. Even an expert at the 4th heaven of the eternal realm would be seriously injured if they were not careful. I'll kill you. The Black Spirit Ring only has 5 eternal sovereigns left. Besides, it is you and the other 2 eternal sovereigns of the Black Spirit Ring who have a grudge against me. The other 3 eternal sovereigns of the Black Spirit Ring may not be willing to live and die with you. Yang Feng looked at the nine-nosed divine mastiff with ridicule in his eyes, and said with a cold smile. The nine-nosed divine mastiff's face turned very unsightly. Among the eternal sovereigns who besieged Yang Feng at the time, only the nine-nosed divine mastiff and Feng Juechen attacked him. The other 2 eternal sovereigns are powerhouses of the Black Spirit Ring. Eternal sovereigns are overlord-rank existences who put their own interests first. The eternal sovereigns of the Black Spirit Ring, who didn't participate in the siege of Yang Feng, will never advance or retreat with the nine-nosed divine mastiff, and the others to resist such a fearsome enemy. Yang Feng said coldly, "Nine-nosed, submit to me and serve me. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. This will be your burial ground." Countless light beams bombarded the sky above the heavenly spring area like raindrops, destroying the stars one by one. Stars fell like rain. "No, I am free. No one can make me submit. Even if I have to escape from the heavenly spring realm, I will never yield." The eyes of the nine-nosed divine mastiff flashed fiercely, and he faced upwards and issued a roar. As the heavenly spring realm's realm master, the nine-nosed divine mastiff's eternal mark is in the heavenly spring realm. Once he escapes from the heavenly spring realm, it will be difficult for him to advance to the second firmament eternal realm. Even if he encounters a fortuitous encounter in other places, he won't dare to advance to the second firmament eternal realm. Otherwise, once an advancement phenomenon occurs in the heavenly spring realm, his eternal mark will be discovered by the new realm master of the heavenly spring realm. It is for this reason that the universe and realms with the eternal mark of an eternal are existences that eternal sovereigns can't give up. Yang Feng said coldly. Aren't you afraid that I will destroy the entire heavenly spring realm and bury it with you? As long as a universe exists, an eternal will never die. The same is true for eternal sovereigns who have placed their eternal mark in realms. Once a realm is destroyed, they will die. The nine-nosed divine mastiff's face changed dramatically, and his eyes flickered. Yang Feng uttered lightly, How about this? Make an oath to the oath monarch to serve me for 30,000 years. After 30,000 years, I will return you your freedom. Okay. After weighing the pros and cons, the nine-nosed divine mastiff gritted his teeth and summoned the oath monarch to serve Yang Feng. Greetings, my lord. After making the oath, the nine-nosed divine mastiff's figure fluttered, and he came to Yang Feng's side with a complicated look in his eyes. Let's go to the next place. The huge fleet turned around and flew towards the next starry sky. This is the Black Cloud Realm, where the Black Wolf Lord is. Sure enough, he wants to settle accounts and flatten them one by one. Looking in the direction of the huge fleet, the nine-nosed divine mastiff smiled bitterly, and then a look of excitement surged in his eyes. Chapter 1434. In the starry sky outside the dark cloud realm, ripples flickered, and a huge interstellar fleet emerged. At the moment when the interstellar fleet emerged, stars outside the dark cloud realm shone, resonated with each other, and formed a huge barrier. Countless warships in the interstellar fleet flashed, and beams from their primary artilleries tore through the sky and slammed into the huge barrier. Ripples emerged on the starry barrier and blocked the bombardment of the warship's primary artilleries. You want to block my way with this kind of barrier? Break! Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he unleashed a secret method recorded in the supremely heaven-severing method, and a copious amount of eternal force intertwined and formed a huge sword that slashed towards the starry barrier, bringing with it an aura that seemed capable of destroying everything. The incomparably huge heaven blade slashed against the huge starry sky boundary in an instant. The starry sky barrier was sliced apart like butter by the heavenly saber. One after another, the heavenly saber shattered the stars and exploded them. A terrifying hole that could not be healed appeared on the starry barrier. The densely packed beams of light shot out from the incomparably terrifying hole and entered the starry sky boundary. One star after another collapsed and shattered under the bombardment of the beams, and countless meteorites fell into the realm below. Yang Feng, do you want to be ruthless? Light condensed above the dark clouds realm and formed a projection of a 1,000-kilometer-long dark wolf, lord with a wolf head and a human body, and it roared at Yang Feng. Yang Feng looked at the dark wolf lord with a cold look in his eyes and uttered frigidly, Dark Wolf Lord, submit to me, or today will be the day of your death. Nine Noses stepped out from behind Yang Feng and sighed faintly. Old friend, submit. As long as you are willing to swear to serve the Lord for 30,000 years, the Lord will let you go and return your freedom after 30,000 years. Otherwise, I will have to attack you. Yang Feng glanced at Nine Noses and acquiesced to his words. The Dark Wolf Lord, who was just a first firmament eternal realm powerhouse, was not Yang Feng's opponent. However, if he burned the eternal imprint and launched an attack, the power would be earth-shattering. Even ninth firmament eternal realm powerhouses would be moved. Therefore, if it wasn't necessary, few Eternals would force other Eternals to burn the eternal imprint and everything else. No, I'm free. I will never submit to anyone. Yang Feng, I don't care about the fact that you killed me once. However, if you dare to enter my dark cloud realm, then even if I have to burn my eternal origin, I will take you down together with me. The Dark Wolf Lord's eyes shimmered fiercely, and he threatened fiercely. Yang Feng said frigidly, Then go to hell. Do it. Zero stepped out of the void, and a cold light flashed in her beautiful eyes. The level 8 main battle base appeared behind her, and the fully charged destruction cannon flashed. A terrifying beam of destruction blasted out from the destruction cannon and barreled towards the Dark Cloud's Wolf City, in the center of the Dark Cloud's domain. Within that incomparably huge Dark Cloud Wolf City, traces of dark light flickered. The incomparably huge dark clouds gathered to form a dark cloud wolf. Great Dark Wolf Lord, you are the guardian of us wolves. You are the sole master of the Dark Cloud realm. We are willing to devote all our strength for you. Please protect us. In the Dark Cloud realm, countless wolf powerhouses knelt on the ground and prayed piously and loudly. Great Dark Wolf Lord, you are the sole master of the Dark Cloud realm. Please protect us. In the Dark Cloud realm, the powerhouses of various races knelt on the ground and prayed towards the altars. The power of faith from the entire realm gathered together and entered the body of the Dark Cloud Wolf. Exuding second firmament eternal rank breath, the Dark Cloud Wolf extended its claw and clawed at the destruction cannon beam in the sky. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and his eyes shimmered with ridicule. The Dark Wolf Lord's claw tore through the sky and slammed into the destruction beam. An incredible scene appeared. The Dark Cloud Wolf, which had gathered the power of an entire domain in the Dark Cloud precinct, turned into ashes inch by inch under the bombardment of the incomparably terrifying destructive light beam. When the beam of destruction slammed into Dark Cloud's Wolf City, the numerous barriers that appeared around Dark Cloud's Wolf City crumbled one by one. The entire Dark Cloud's Wolf City was obliterated by the beam of destruction. A terrifying mushroom cloud that covered a radius of 10,000 miles slowly rose into the sky, and a terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions. In the Dark Cloud realm, mountains collapsed, the earth quaked, magma gushed, and tsunamis erupted. It was a scene of the end of the world. The huge interstellar fleet's artilleries mercilessly barreled towards the gathering places of the wolves in the Dark Cloud realm. Wherever the beams of light landed, cities were obliterated by the beams, and the Wolfman powerhouses within the cities were killed in an instant. The strongest point of a realm lord is that they can mobilize the power of the intelligent life forms in the realm, unite them, and strengthen themselves. If the intelligent life forms in the realm die out, how much power can the realm lord mobilize? Yang Feng said coldly towards the Dark Cloud Wolf City with a cold look in his eyes. Standing behind Yang Feng, Nine Noses broke out in a cold sweat. What a ruthless method! Fortunately, I submitted to him. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the Heavenly Spring realm would really be destroyed by him just to kill me. Originally, Nine Noses thought that Yang Feng was just threatening him, and that he wouldn't dare to destroy a realm easily. But when he saw the apocalyptic scene of the Heavenly Spring realm, his heart suddenly turned cold and filled with fear. Virtually every eternal sovereign who came from other universes is a fearsome existence who climbed to the top of a mountain of corpses, a sea of blood, and the bones of countless powerhouses. Everyone's will is as hard as iron. In order to achieve their goal, they won't hesitate even if they have to destroy a universe. Yang Feng, you dare to kill the powerhouses of my race. I'll fight you to the death. An earth-shaking roar came from the Dark Cloud Wolf City, and a 10,000-kilometer-tall Dark Wolf Lord, who looks like he's shrouded in clouds, burned all his eternal origin, tore through the sky, and sent a claw barreling towards Yang Feng's flagship. Shit! Nine Noses' face fell. Barriers emerged around him, and he fled frantically. 1,000 holy rank Vajra rulers appeared, and opened a powerful barrier blocking in front of Yang Feng. When the giant claw slammed into the barrier, it easily tore it apart, and then slammed into Yang Feng. Under the shocking attack of the giant claw, Yang Feng's body crumbled, turned into powder, and disappeared. He's dead. How could it be so easy? In the Dark Cloud Wolf City, the Dark Wolf Lord's body crumbled bit by bit, and his eyes shimmered with incredulity. You're still reluctant to burn the eternal mark. You want to die to injure me? How naive. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng appeared behind the Dark Wolf Lord. With a look of ridicule in his eyes, he stabbed his claw into the Dark Wolf Lord's body, which has already begun to collapse. Caught you. A tremendous amount of eternal force was unleashed. Under the guidance of the extraordinary force of the law of karma and the essence of fate, Yang Feng used the Dark Wolf Lord's body as a base and locked onto the eternal mark hidden in the Dark Cloud realm. He extended his hand and extracted the eternal mark from the Dark Wolf Lord's body. No, don't kill me. I'm willing to submit. I'm willing to serve you for 30,000 years, no, 300,000 years. When the Dark Wolf Lord saw the eternal mark, fear welled up inside him, and he screamed in horror. Too late. Yang Feng smiled coldly and crushed the Dark Wolf Lord's eternal mark. A fearsome devour force enveloped the Dark Wolf Lord's broken eternal mark and devoured the Dark Wolf Lord's eternal true spirit. The wisps of eternal true spirit power were absorbed by Yang Feng and strengthened his eternal mark. One of the most important reasons why Yang Feng can practice cultivation so fast is that he has destroyed the eternal marks of several eternal sovereigns and devoured the power of the eternal true spirit inside their eternal marks. An incomparably huge star fell from the sky of Yin Absolute Sky. A rain of blood filled the sky, and all living things grieved. Countless statues of the Black Wolf Lord cracked open. He died. The Dark Wolf Lord died. Another eternal perished. Yang Feng, it was Yang Feng, he killed another eternal sovereign. How terrifying. The Black Wolf Lord was actually killed by Yang Feng in his own realm. How could this be? When the eternal sovereigns saw this scene, a chill flashed in their eyes. In the flame blood heaven, eternal sovereigns dying is very rare. As for eternal sovereigns, they were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. In the flame blood heaven, only during the War of the Heavens 1,000,000 years ago did eternal sovereigns die. Now that Yang Feng has appeared, 2 eternal sovereigns have died at his hands, which made the eternal sovereigns of the flame blood heaven feel a chill in their hearts. From today on, the Dark Cloud realm is one of my territories. Anyone who trespasses without my permission will die. Yang Feng grabbed the treasury hidden by the Dark Wolf Lord, looked up at the void, and spoke in a cold voice full of killing intent. When the eternal sovereigns spying on the Dark Cloud realm heard Yang Feng's voice, their countenance flickered, and their eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. Chapter 1435. The Dark Cloud Realm is a huge realm among eternal sovereigns. It is rich in resources, even richer than before the evolution of the world of warlocks. In the Dark Cloud Realm, there are many resources that eternal sovereigns need. Originally, the eternal sovereigns wanted to take advantage of the fact that the Dark Wolf Lord was killed by Yang Feng to plunder them. However, Yang Feng's words deterred the eternal sovereigns. None of the eternal sovereigns wants to give Yang Feng an excuse to attack their realm. After Yang Feng left a sentence, a fleet entered the Dark Cloud realm and began to collect resources and suppress the rebellion. With a flash of light, the huge fleet disappeared into the void and flew towards the Green Lizard region. Greetings, Your Majesty Yang Feng, Lord Green Lizard. I am willing to submit to you and serve you for 30,000 years. I hope that you will forgive my previous sins, take me in, and let me serve you, Your Majesty. Yang Feng's huge fleet has just jumped to the Green Lizard realm, when the Green Lizard Lord, who looks like a humanoid lizard, appeared in front of the huge fleet and bowed to Yang Feng in salute. Seeing the Dark Wolf Lord die at Yang Feng's hands so easily, the Green Lizard Lord knows that he can't stop Yang Feng's army, and so he chose to submit. Yang Feng uttered lightly, "Okay, swear it." "Yes, Lord." The Green Lizard Lord summoned the Oath Monarch and swore an oath to serve Yang Feng for 30,000 years. The lifespan of eternal sovereigns is calculated in hundreds of millions of years. In other universes, as long as the universe exists, eternals will never die. In the eternal world, as long as the realm exists, eternals will never die. The lifespan of the realms in the eternal world is calculated in hundreds of millions of years. Unless they are destroyed by other eternal sovereigns, the realms basically won't be destroyed naturally. For ordinary extraordinary life forms, 30,000 years is extremely long. But for eternal sovereigns, it is just a small fragment of their endless lifespan. Since the Green Lizard Lord advanced to the eternal realm, he has lived for more than 10 million years. A trifling 30,000 years is nothing to him. Okay, let's continue. The huge interstellar fleet immediately adjusted its direction and flew towards the next eternal realm. There are a total of 5 eternal sovereigns who followed Feng Juechen to besiege Yangfeng. They are the Nine Noses Lord, the Green Lizard Lord, the Black Wolf Lord, the Exploding Ghost Lord, and the Giant Hill Lord. After the Nine Noses Lord and the Green Lizard Lord submitted to Yangfeng, the 2 eternal sovereigns, the Exploding Ghost Lord and the Giant Hill Lord, also chose to submit to Yangfeng and serve him for 30,000 years. Although eternal sovereigns are not willing to be under others, but compared to eternal life, serving Yangfeng for 30,000 years is not unbearable. Although Nine Nose and the other 3 eternal sovereigns are first heaven eternal realm powerhouses, but after they joined Yangfeng's camp, Yangfeng's power in Yin Absolute Heaven skyrocketed, and he formed a powerful eternal alliance. Spirit Flower Realm. With a flash of light, Yangfeng's huge fleet appeared outside the Spirit Flower Realm. Beams of light containing destructive radiance blasted towards the stars floating in the outer starry sky of the Spirit Flower domain. The stars shone brightly, and the flowers bloomed and intertwined, forming a huge flower barrier. When the beam of light slammed into the flower barrier, it set off ripples at once. Rays of light shone, countless moonlight intertwined, and a projection of the flower moon heavenly maiden formed in the void. Greetings, Your Majesty Yangfeng. If I have offended you in any way before, please forgive me. I can compensate you 5 million eternal origin stones. Please be magnanimous and spare me this once. The flower moon heavenly maiden bowed to Yangfeng standing in front of the warship in a delicate and charming manner and pleaded. A cold look in his eyes, Yangfeng said frigidly, Flower moon heavenly maiden, submit to me and serve me for 30,000 years. Otherwise die. There was a flash of anger in the flower moon, heavenly maiden's beautiful eyes, and she sank into her thoughts. Yangfeng, you talk big. To force an eternal of my destruction sheep alliance, you dare? Do you want to provoke an eternal war in Yin Absolute Heaven? A cold voice came from the void, and the returning spirit sheep stepped out of the void, followed by the 3 eternal sovereigns who besieged Yangfeng. The 3 eternal sovereigns looked at Yangfeng with apprehension in their eyes. The 2 eternal sovereigns Feng Juechen and the Black Wolf Lord died at Yangfeng's hands, and their realm was seized by him. The 4 eternal sovereigns, the Nine Noses Lord, the Green Lizard Lord, the Exploding Ogre Lord, and the Giant Hill Lord, were forced to submit to Yangfeng and serve him for 30,000 years. The 3 eternal sovereigns are alarmed by Yangfeng's ability, and they regret provoking such a terrifying enemy as Yangfeng. However, since they provoked a great enemy like Yangfeng, they could only stick together with the returning spirit goat and continue on their path. Returning spirit sheep, you came at the right time. I'll kill you again. At that time, it will be easier to deal with you in your realm. Yangfeng swept the returning spirit sheep and the other 4 eternal sovereigns with a knife-like gaze, and revealed frigid killing intent. An enigmatic ray flashed in the eyes of the returning spirit sheep, and he bowed respectfully towards the void and said, Sir Black Eyes, Yangfeng wants to provoke an eternal war in Yin Absolute Heaven. Please preside over justice. In the void black aura shone. An incomparably frightening gate of darkness appeared in the void. Boundless dark aura gushed out from the gate of darkness. An incomparably frightening black eye condensed within the boundless darkness. As soon as the black eye was formed, a human figure full of muscles appeared below the black eye. As if it was the black eye's carrier, it slowly walked out of the door of darkness. Behind black eyes, there are 7 eternal sovereigns. One of them is the Nine Eyes Lord, who went to assassinate Yangfeng that day. Sir Black Eyes, our number 1 powerhouse Sir Black Eyes is here. Since Sir Black Eye is here, then Yangfeng is screwed. The eyes of the eternal sovereigns of the Sheep of Destruction Alliance shimmered with ecstasy. Black Eyes is the number 1 powerhouse of Yin Absolute Heaven, a 3rd heaven eternal realm overlord. He has advanced to the 3rd heaven eternal realm 50 million years ago. He is an undying overlord who has survived countless wars. The reason why the Sheep of Returning Spirit is full of confidence is that he invited Black Eyes to take action. Not only did Black Eyes come in person, but he also brought along 7 eternal sovereigns of the Black Eyes Alliance. Among the 7 eternal sovereigns, there are 2 second heaven eternal realm powerhouses. This kind of strength is simply heaven-defying. The Sheep of Destruction Alliance has a total of 5 eternal sovereigns. Coupled with the 7 eternal sovereigns of the Black Smoke Alliance, the number of eternal sovereigns they have far surpassed that of Yang Feng's Eternal Alliance. When the 4 eternal sovereigns, the 9 Noses Lord, the Green Lizard Lord, the Exploding Ogre Lord, and the Giant Hill Lord saw this scene, a gloomy shade streaked past their eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that they have sworn to the Oath Monarch to serve Yang Feng, and the price of violating the oath is too great, they would have fled by now. Surrounded by black light, Black Eye looked at Yang Feng and said coldly, "Yang Feng, you destroyed the peace of Flame Absolute Heaven, provoked a war between eternal sovereigns, and killed the Lord of 9 Eyes of the Black Eyes Alliance. How do you plan to atone for this sin?" Yang Feng, hand over the complete Greatly Heaven-severing method. Offer it to the Black Eyes Alliance, and the Black Eyes Alliance will accept you as a member of the Alliance, and make you our Deputy Alliance Leader. There was a flash of resentment in the eyes of the 9 Eyes Lord, but he still suppressed the resentment in his heart and uttered with a smile. When they heard this, the complexion of the Sheep of Destruction Alliance's eternal sovereigns flickered. They realized that the Black Eyes Alliance didn't intervene to uphold justice, but for the complete Greatly Heaven-severing method in Yang Feng's hands. In such a short period of time, Yang Feng has advanced to the 3rd Heaven Eternal Realm. This speed of advancement has attracted the attention of the eternal sovereigns of Yin Absolute Heaven. Although the eternal sovereigns of Yin Absolute Heaven covet the Greatly Heaven-severing method in Yang Feng's hands, but no one dares to attack him. Only Black Eye, the number 1 powerhouse of Flame Absolute Heaven, would use the excuse of helping the Sheep of Destruction Alliance to attack Yang Feng and seize the Greatly Heaven-slicing method from him. How about this? I'll kill all the people of the Black Eyes Alliance, so that you don't have to atone for your crime. What do you think? Black Eyes. A cold ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and eternal force surged. He cast the Greatly Heaven-severing method, and a heavenly blade emerged, absorbed universe force, and turned into a heavenly blade capable of cutting and destroying everything, and slashed towards the 9 Eyes Lord. "Save me, Sir Black Eyes." Suddenly enveloped by the danger of death, the 9 Eyes Lord's face fell, and he screamed, "Yang Feng, you aren't the only one who possesses the eternal heaven method in this world." A fierce ray flashed in Black Eyes' eyes, eternal force surged, and he pulled out a demonic sword with countless eyeballs and exuding twisting power from his spine. The eternal treasure Black Eye demonic sword. This is my Yenju Tian's most destructive devil sword. This Black Eye demonic sword is the most fearsome eternal treasure in Yin Absolute Heaven. Since Black Eyes used this eternal treasure, it seems that he wants to kill me. When the eternal sovereigns of the Sheep of Destruction Alliance saw this scene, their eyes flashed with excitement. Black Eyes waved the Black Eye demonic sword, and an eyeball on the demonic sword with countless eyeballs opened, and a fearsome sword ray slashed out, turned into a black tortoise in the void, and blocked in front of the 9 Eyes Lord. When the fearsome heavenly blade slammed into the black tortoise, it exploded and shattered along with the black tortoise. Chapter 1436. Yang Feng, in my Black Eye Demon Sword, there are 9 eternal sovereigns that I killed sealed. You will become the 10th eternal sealed within my Black Eye Demon Sword. Although eternal sovereigns have immortal bodies, but once they are sealed, they will fall into eternal slumber. It's no different from being dead. Hand over the Greatly Heaven-severing method. Otherwise, today will be the day you are sealed. Pointing the Black Eye sword at Yang Feng, Black Eye's eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he uttered coldly, "Eternal sovereigns have an almost terrifying immortal characteristic. No matter how many times they are killed, as long as the eternal imprint isn't broken, they will be reborn. In the eternal world, there are as many powerhouses as clouds and supreme geniuses. They have developed various secret methods to deal with eternal sovereigns. Among them, the most terrifying is the seal on eternal sovereigns. Once an eternal is sealed by a seal, they will fall into eternal slumber. As long as the seal isn't lifted, they will remain in slumber. After sealing the Eternals, it would be very easy to attack the realms ruled by the Eternals. Many eternal beings would rather self-destruct when faced with sealing secret techniques than be sealed. You want to seal me with just you? You overestimate yourself. A cold ray streaked past Yang Feng's eyes. He took a step, and a heavenly sword appeared again and slashed at Black Eye. Stubborn fool! Attack! Kill them all! A fierce ray flashed in Black Eye's eyes, and he brandished the Black Eye sword in his hand and fought Yang Feng. A ruler's whip emerged from the void and slammed into the head of the Lord of Nine Eyes. A terrifying power erupted and blasted the head of the Lord of Nine Eyes into pieces. Devour imprints emerged, swept up the Nine Eyes Lord's remains, and devoured his life origin. Zero walked out of the void, followed by the 12 saints of the ruler. Exuding eternal might, the 12 saints of the ruler suddenly turned into 12 streams of light, and fought the 6 eternal sovereigns of the Black Eye Alliance. None of the 12 eternal sovereigns were a match for the eternal sovereigns of the Black Eye Alliance. But when the 12 of them joined forces, they resonated with each other and complemented each other, forcibly blocking the 6 eternal sovereigns of the Black Eye Alliance. Nine-Nose gritted his teeth and roared. Reinforcements! Master indeed has countless trump cards. Everyone, let's go and stop them. Once Master kills Black-Eyed, we'll be able to win. The Lord of the Giant Hill and the other Eternal Ones could only grit their teeth and use all kinds of offensive secret techniques to fight against the Eternal Ones of the Sheep of Destruction Alliance. Countless 8th-level battle robots also joined the fray, drawing away the energy of the Sheep of Destruction Alliance Eternals and depleting their strength. In front of an Eternal, the 8th-class battle robots couldn't even withstand a single blow. However, the attacks of the 8th-class battle robots could still consume the power of the Eternal's protective boundary, forcing the Eternal to consume their power to destroy them. Nine-Nosed and the other 3 Eternal Sovereigns were originally no match for the 6 Eternal Sovereigns of the Sheep of Destruction Alliance. But with the help of the countless 8th-class battle robots, they barely maintained a balance. Zero didn't join the fray. She just stood quietly in the void with the whip of the ruler in hand, looking down on everything like a queen. The Lord of the Nine Eyes, whose eternal origin has been devoured, has turned into ashes. Why isn't she taking action? Does Yang Feng still have strength left? When the eternal sovereigns hidden in the void saw Zero standing proudly in the void, their eyes shimmered gloomily. In Flame Absolute Heaven, many eternal sovereigns don't want to see Yang Feng rise. There are many eternal sovereigns hidden in the void. If Yang Feng is defeated, these eternal sovereigns will swarm him and tear him to pieces. But Zero standing in the void intimidated all the eternal sovereigns, making them not dare to act rashly. She will join the fray sooner or later. When the golems are completely destroyed, that will be the time of Yang Feng's defeat. If this stalemate continues, it will be Yang Feng who loses. The eternal sovereigns hiding in the void like cheetahs lurking quietly, waiting for an opportunity to hunt. The strength of the 4 eternal sovereigns is far below that of the 6 eternal sovereigns of the Sheep of Destruction. The countless 8th-class battle robots were easily destroyed by the 6 eternal sovereigns. The eternal sovereigns are waiting for Nine-Nosed and the other 3 eternal sovereigns to collapse. In the center of the battlefield, a huge celestial sword and a demonic sword are slashing at each other. Every time they collide, the void cracks. Universe rifts appear in the void. Black Eyes, you're really strong. You're qualified to see the eternal heaven method I created. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with scorching fighting spirit. Eternal force surged inside him, and countless devour runes appeared and formed a devour armor that covered him. Yang Feng took a step forward and sent a fist flying. Devour black holes rose and fell on his right fist, destroying and devouring everything in their path. It was a fearsome sight. Black Eye's heaven method. Countless mysterious runes appeared in Black Eye's eyes. He waved the Black Eye sword in his hand, and a black tortoise flew out, opened a huge black tortoise shield, and blocked in front of him. Boom! An earth-shattering sound erupted, and the black tortoise shield crumbled into pieces. Black Eyes' face flickered. and two eyes opened on the black eye sword. A true dragon and a phoenix flew out and unleashed the innate skills of the two true spirit races to attack the fist. Devour black holes emerged and devoured everything. A fearsome force erupted and crushed the true dragon and Feng Huang. He then punched Black Eye's Black Eye Demon Sword. A black giant centipede skin appeared on the Black Eye Demon Sword, and a layer of strange, sticky liquid appeared, dissipating 70% of the power. Black-Eyed was sent flying thousands of miles away by the punch, his face slightly pale, and his eyes flashed with shock. This is not the supremely severing heaven technique. It is your own creation, the eternal heaven technique, that is most compatible with your path. How is this possible? How could you create such a powerful eternal heaven method in such a short period of time? The supremely heaven method is a seventh firmament eternal heaven method, which is extremely powerful. However, this eternal heaven method is the most suitable for Gutaili's path. It is difficult for others to exert the power of this eternal heaven method. The eternal heaven method Yang Feng created with his own path is simply appalling, far more powerful than an ordinary eternal heaven method. Black Eyes, who has advanced to the third firmament eternal heaven more than 10 million years ago, is actually suppressed by Yang Feng, which fills him with shock. That's right, Black Eyes. You can go to hell. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly. Countless mysterious runes appeared on his body, and he unleashed the Devour Heaven method and sent one punch after another barreling towards Black Eyes. If this was a competition, I would have lost. But this is war. Yang Feng, this time, it's you who's going to die. Black Eyes regained his calm. His eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he brandished the Black Eye Demon Sword in his hand. One after another, eternal projections appeared, and they unleashed all kinds of incredible offensive secret methods barreling towards Yang Feng. Devour runes appeared on Yang Feng's fists, smashed the eternal projections, and devoured their power. The more he fought, the stronger he became. But he still couldn't kill Black Eyes. After all, Black Eyes is a veteran powerhouse, and he has an endless number of treasures on him. Every time he is in a crisis, he will send a treasure to defend himself, block Yang Feng's attacks, and stall him. On the other side, under the siege of returning Spirit Goat and the other powerhouses, Nine Nose and the other three eternal sovereigns are injured, and their eternal force has begun to decline. Black Eyes, you're worthy of being the first firmament eternal heaven's powerhouse. I underestimated you. I'll let you experience my true power and let you die in peace. Twilight God Armor. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he barked. A rune appeared on Yang Feng's chest, and changed into a set of Twilight God Armor that covered his whole body in an instant. Countless runes shone on the Twilight God Armor, and a terrifying force entered Yang Feng's body. Devour Heaven Thrust. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and countless Devour runes appeared, and formed a huge spike in the void, which turned into a stream of light and shot towards Black Eyes. Black Eyes' face flickered. He waved the Black Eye Demon Sword in his hand, and his 6 eyes opened. 6 eternal sovereign true spirits, Black Tortoise, White Tiger, Kuan Peng, True Dragon, Qilin and Feng Huang, appeared and cast various defensive and offensive spells barreling towards the Devour Heaven thrust. Mobilizing the sealed power of the 6 eternal sovereigns with a sword strike, this is Black Eye's strongest secret method. The huge spike tore through the sky, pierced through the defensive spells of the 6 eternal sovereign true spirits, and stabbed the Black Eye Demon Sword. The twisted black skin of the giant centipede appeared on the Black Eye Demon Sword, and a layer of strange, sticky liquid appeared. The spike pierced through the skin of the black clam, blasted the Black Eye Demonic Sword in two, and then stabbed into Black Eye. Fearsome Devour force erupted and frantically devoured Black Eye's eternal origin. How is this possible? How can this be? You just advanced to the third firmament eternal realm. How can you be so powerful? Black Eye issued a heart-wrenching roar, and the eternal origin inside him was extracted. A look of horror on his face. He screamed miserably, and turned into dust that dissipated with the wind. As soon as the Black Eye Demon Sword broke, the 9 eternal sovereigns sealed inside flew out, and tried to escape. Become resources for my evolution. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and a devour black hole emerged and devoured the 9 eternal sovereigns' eternal origin. Chapter 1437. The 9 eternal sovereigns have been sealed in the Black Eye Sword, for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. Eroded by the Black Eye Sword, their minds are in chaos. Although they have the power of eternal sovereigns, they cannot resist Yangfeng's attack at all. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, they turned into ashes and disappeared. Mechanical tentacles emerged from the divine armor of dawn, wrapped around the Black Eye Sword, devoured it, and began to refine and absorb it. The divine armor of dawn is an eternal treasure Yangfeng refined that fits his path. It has the same characteristics as its master. That is, it can devour other eternal treasures to evolve. The more eternal treasures it devours, the stronger it will become. Black Eye lost. Yangfeng killed Black Eye. The Black Eye demon sword was destroyed by Yangfeng. With Black Eye dead, Yangfeng has become the new #1 powerhouse of the flame sky heaven. How can he be so strong? The spectating eternal sovereigns were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. An enigmatic ray flashed in the beautiful eyes of the mother of myriad lotuses, and her heart filled with shock. So strong. It turns out that Yangfeng is this strong. Unless the few bigwigs of the flame sky heaven join forces, who will be his opponent? Yangfeng's figure blurred, and as if teleporting, he appeared in front of the returning spirit goat, and stabbed it in the forehead with a finger. Countless threads emerged from the divine armor of dawn, wrapped around the returning spirit goat, formed an eyeball and sealed it. The corners of Yangfeng's mouth rose slightly. Black Eye sealing art is really extraordinary. It's better to use sealing to deal with eternal sovereigns. He sealed the returning spirit goat. What do we do? When the other eternal sovereigns of the Destruction Sheep Alliance saw Yangfeng seal the returning spirit goat, a chill welled up inside them. The dragon-headed, long-armed eternal sovereign teleported and fled frantically, letting all kinds of attacks blast into him. A whip of the ruler descended from the sky and lashed out at the head of the dragon-headed, long-armed eternal, and directly smashed the head of the dragon-headed, long-armed eternal. Yangfeng appeared in front of the dragon-headed, long-armed eternal with a teleport, pointed at its remains with a finger, and mechanical threads wrapped around the remains of the eternal, and sealed it into an eye. So the reason why he hasn't made a move all this time is to prevent the others from escaping. What a vicious method! Is he trying to get rid of all the eternal beings here? Seeing this scene, the Eternals hidden in different spaces felt a chill in their hearts. The eternal sovereigns of the Sheep of Destruction and the Black Eyes Alliance are gathered here. If Yangfeng seals the eternal sovereigns of the 2 alliances and annexes the forces of the 2 alliances, he will be able to become the most powerful eternal force in Flame Absolute Heaven. Sir Yangfeng, I, the Flower Moon Heavenly Daughter, am willing to submit to you and serve you for 30,000 years. Please take me in. The countenance of the Flower Moon Heavenly Daughter flickered, and she spoke decisively. Eternal sovereigns have endless life. The Flower Moon Heavenly Daughter doesn't want to die here. Once she is sealed by Yangfeng, it can be imagined that Yangfeng will break into the spirit flower realm and kill them. 10 million years, serve me for 10 million years. Otherwise all of you will die. Yangfeng teleported, appeared behind an eternal fighting with the ruler holy apostle, slapped the other party on the back with a palm, and smashed the other party's head. Countless mechanical threads wrapped around the other party and sealed him into an eye. Yangfeng, don't even think about it. Since you want to kill us, then let's die together. The eyes of an eternal with an octopus head shimmered fiercely. Countless runes appeared on him, and his aura surged as he burned his eternal origin. Yangfeng smiled coldly. It's too late to blow yourself up. The whip of the ruler emerged from the void, slammed into the head of the octopus head eternal, and blasted it into pieces. Mechanical threads emerged from the void, wrapped around the octopus head eternal, and sealed it into an eye. Yangfeng teleported, appeared behind an eternal of the Black Eyes Alliance that looks like a golden rock, and stabbed a claw into the head of the other party. Countless mechanical threads emerged and sealed the other party. Yangfeng, I'm going to kill you. The eyes of an eternal with four faces shimmered fiercely, and he threw a spear containing endless lightning barreling towards Yang Feng. Idiot! Yang Feng smiled coldly and spread the fingers of a hand, and a hexagram barrier appeared. When the lightning spear slammed into the hexagram barrier, it set off ripples, and then collapsed. A saint apostle wielded a great sword, and appeared behind the four-faced eternal, cleaving the eternal in half. The other hegemon apostle thrust a spear into the eternal's body, which began to glow with sealing light. The whip of the ruler descended from the sky and smashed into the eternal's head, shattering it in the process. Countless mechanical threads emerged from the void, wrapped around the eternal, and sealed it into an eye. As soon as Yang Feng acted, 4 of the 6 eternal sovereigns of the Black Eyes Alliance were sealed, while the other 2 struggled to hold on. I am willing to submit to your majesty Yang Feng and serve you. Your majesty, please spare my life. A burly, handsome eternal with a horn on his head, and a wicked aura knelt in front of Yang Feng, and spoke respectfully. Black Star Yunxian, you actually knelt to Yang Feng. We eternal sovereigns have lost face. Yang Feng. As soon as the last of the Black Eye Alliance's Eternal One, who was 10,000 kilometers tall, and had a single eye spoke, the 10 holy apostles of the sovereigns joined forces, and shattered his protective barrier. A whip of the ruler flew out from the void, slammed into the Cyclops' eye and shattered it. Yang Feng teleported, appeared above the Cyclops, and kicked the Cyclops in the head. A fearsome force erupted and shattered the Cyclops' head. Countless mechanical threads emerged, wrapped around the Cyclops and sealed him into an eye. I, Supreme Black Tortoise Lord, am willing to submit to your majesty Yang Feng and serve you. Please take me in, your majesty. I, Supreme Black Tortoise Lord, am willing to submit to your majesty Yang Feng and serve you. Please take me in, your majesty. Seeing this scene, the 2 remaining eternal sovereigns of the destruction sheep felt a chill in their hearts, and they gave up resistance and shouted, "It's over. From today on, Yang Feng is the #1 powerhouse in Flame Absolute Heaven." The #1 Eternals Alliance was founded by him. 8 eternal sovereigns have submitted, coupled with his trusted subordinates. The number of eternal sovereigns under his command has reached 10. The eyes of the surrounding eternal sovereigns shimmered with enigmatic light. After this battle, the entire Yin Ju Tian's situation had undergone an earth-shattering change. Now that the 8 eternal sovereigns have submitted to Yang Feng, their resources will be used by Yang Feng to make him stronger. Follow me. After the 3 eternal sovereigns summoned the Oath Monarch and made an oath, they flew into Yang Feng's camp. It flew into Yang Feng's camp, and the huge battle star entered the void. The Spirit Sheep Realm is a realm ruled by the Spirit Sheep Realm. Ripples flickered in the void, and a huge battlestar fleet emerged outside the Spirit Sheep Realm. Lord, I will open a path for your army. Black Star Yunxian bowed to Yang Feng and spoke respectfully. Yang Feng responded flatly, "Okay." Black Star Yunxian took a step, arrived in the void, and pointed with a finger. Eternal force surged, and star dragons emerged from the void one after another, and attacked the starry sky outside the Spirit Sheep Realm. Boom! Boom! Along with heaven-shaking blasts, the stars in the starry sky outside the Spirit Sheep Realm crumbled, and turned into meteorites that fell to the ground. Enemy attack! Countless powerhouses flew out of the Spirit Sheep Realm, but they were easily killed by Black Star Yunxian with a palm strike. With Black Star Yunxian opening a path, Yang Feng entered the Spirit Sheep Realm. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and countless runes disappeared from an eyeball, and the seal on it was undone. The eyeball flickered and formed the figure of a spirit returning sheep. Go to hell! Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he stabbed a hand into the spirit returning sheep. He operated the law of karma and the essence of fate, and searched for the eternal mark on the spirit returning sheep. No! Yang Feng, stop! I can submit to you. I can. Panic flashed in the eyes of the spirit returning sheep, and it issued a heart-wrenching roar. I think it's better if you die. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng remained unmoved. He extracted the eternal mark from the body of the spirit returning sheep and crushed it. No! At the moment when the eternal mark collapsed, the spirit-returning sheep lost all its vitality. A devour black hole appeared and devoured the spirit-returning sheep's eternal true spirit. Stars fell. A rain of blood filled the sky. All things grieved. All kinds of phenomena appeared in Yin-Ju Tian. The spirit-returning sheep died. An expert at the second heaven of the eternal realm has died. How terrifying. Two Eternals are no match for Yang Feng. In Yin-Ju Tian, I'm afraid that no one will dare to be an enemy of Yang Feng anymore. In Yin-Ju Tian, the Eternals watched the phenomena that appeared in the sky with enigmatic looks in their eyes. Chapter 1438. When the 8 Eternal Sovereigns saw the eternal mark of the returning spirit goat collapse, and the eternal true spirit get devoured by Yang Feng, they felt a chill in their hearts. The returning spirit goat is the leader of an eternal alliance in the Yin-Ju heaven, a second firmament eternal realm powerhouse. It has been running amok in the Yin-Ju heaven for millions of years. Even third firmament eternal realm powerhouses are somewhat apprehensive of the returning spirit goat. The fact that such an immortal eternal one had fallen in front of them was a huge blow to them. Cold sweat trickled down Nine Noses' back, and he was filled with lingering fear. Fortunately, I surrendered to him decisively at the time. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have become food for his evolution. Yang Feng extended his hand, and a big hand entered the spirit goat realm and grabbed the treasures hidden in the spirit goat realm. He said lightly, "Let's go to the next realm. The Blue Sea realm is a realm shrouded in endless sea. Your Majesty Yang Feng, I am willing to submit to you, please spare me." Watching the eternal mark inside his body being pulled out by Yang Feng inch by inch, the octopus-headed eternal sovereign's eyes flashed with fear, and he shouted. With a cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng crushed the eternal mark and devoured the eternal true spirit of the other eternal sovereign. Stars fell. A rain of blood filled the sky. All things grieved. All kinds of phenomena appeared in the Yin-Ju heaven. Another eternal perished. Yang Feng, what a ruthless method. The eternal sovereigns in the Yin-Ju heaven watched the phenomena in the sky with a dignified look in their eyes. The dark divine eye realm in a palace. Damn it. Yang Feng, you dare to kill my ally. I won't rest until you're dead. Looking at the phenomena in the sky, Black Eye was both shocked and angered. His eyes flashed with the flames of fury and he roared. Fearsome demonic chi surged in the palace, and the heads of beautiful women exploded. The beautiful women of other races in the palace knelt on the ground, shivering. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have provoked him. After venting his anger, Black Eye's eyes shimmered with regret. Yang Feng is tyrannical, although he has the greatly heaven-severing seventh firmament eternal heaven method. However, after weighing the pros and cons, the other eternal sovereigns of Yin Absolute Heaven didn't attack Yang Feng in the end. Only Black Eye, who thought that he was strong enough to crush Yang Feng, didn't expect to be killed by Yang Feng instead. The Darkness Eye secret method she used to seal eternal sovereigns was also seized by Yang Feng, and several of the Alliance's eternal sovereigns were sealed by Yang Feng. Originally, the Black Eye Alliance was one of the strongest eternal alliances in Yin-Ju Tian. However, after this battle, they had fallen to the ranks of the first-rate eternal alliance. The Andalaman realm. No, Yang Feng, don't kill me. Please. An eternal with 4 faces, a look of horror on his face, watched as Yang Feng dug out the eternal imprint from his body and crushed it. Stars fell. A rain of blood filled the sky, and all living things grieved. All sorts of phenomena appeared in Yin Absolute Heaven, and all the Eternals knew that another Eternal had fallen. When the Flower Moon Holy Daughter and the other Eternal Sovereigns saw this, their hearts trembled. They were filled with both joy and fear. If it weren't for their quick reflexes, they might have been among the Eternal Sovereigns who died. After devouring the Eternal Sovereign's eternal true spirit, Yang Feng's interstellar fleet left the Andaman realm and flew towards the distance. Yang Feng, I am the Soaring Origin Alliance's leader, the Soaring Origin Lord. I hope to have a chat with you. A beautiful woman with long black hair, a sexy figure, dressed in a gorgeous silver-white robe, exuding third firmament eternal realm breath walked out of the void and appeared in front of Yang Feng's flagship. Soaring Origin Lord, please. Aboard the flagship, Yang Feng waved his hand, and a set of tables and chairs filled with spirit fruits and demonic wine appeared on the deck of the flagship. The Soaring Origin Lord smiled slightly, stepped on air, and sat down on a chair, a fragrance wafting out from him. The Soaring Origin Lord said with a sweet smile, Yang Feng, I came here because Black Eye asked me to mediate on your behalf. He is willing to pay a satisfactory price and stop fighting with you. He also wants to redeem the Giant Eyes Lord and the Thunder Roar Lord from you. Yang Feng looked at the Soaring Origin Lord with an enigmatic smile and said, If I don't agree, will the Soaring Origin Alliance and the Black Eyes Alliance become enemies with me? The Soaring Origin Lord was startled. A dignified shade streaked past her beautiful eyes, and she said with a solemn expression, Yang Feng, the Soaring Origin Alliance is only entrusted to mediate. We have no intention of becoming enemies with you. If you don't want to mediate, the Soaring Origin Alliance won't become enemies with you. At this time, 5 eternal sovereigns of the Yinju Heaven have died at Yang Feng's hands. Yang Feng's reputation in the Yinju Heaven is illustrious. If the Soaring Origin Lord makes such a great enemy for no reason, then the Soaring Origin Alliance will collapse and cease to exist. Although the Soaring Origin Lord is the leader of the Soaring Origin Alliance, but his control over the eternal sovereigns in the Alliance is far inferior to Yang Feng's. With a word from Yang Feng, the 9 Noses Heavenly Maiden, the Flower Moon Goddess, and the other eternal sovereigns must fight for him to the end. If the Soaring Origin Lord wants the eternal sovereigns of the Alliance to take action, he needs to promise them some benefits and discuss it with them. The Soaring Origin Lord reminded, Yang Feng, I want to remind you, in the Divine Eye realm, the Black Eyes can display 4th Firmament eternal sovereign battle prowess. Even if you can defeat the Black Eyes Alliance, you will pay a terrible price. Yang Feng's eyes congealed slightly. 4th Firmament eternal sovereign. The eternal sovereigns of the 4th Firmament eternal sovereign, 7th Firmament eternal sovereign, and 9th Firmament eternal sovereigns have transformed 3 times, and their battle prowess is far above that of eternal sovereigns of the lower realms. Yang Feng pondered for a while, then his eyes shimmered coldly, and he said resolutely, The Giant Eyes Lord and the Thunder Roar Lord must die, and their territories shall belong to me. The Black Eyes Alliance must pay me enough compensation. Otherwise, I will kill the remaining 2 eternal sovereigns of the Black Eyes Alliance, occupy their realm, and then launch an all-out attack on the Divine Eye realm. He can only display 4th Firmament, eternal sovereign rank power with the help of realm force. As long as I pay a high enough price, I can kill him. The eternal imprint of an eternal contains the eternal true spirit of an eternal, which is a higher grade of rare power than the origin of eternity. Every time an eternal sovereign's eternal true spirit is devoured, and then refined with the Devour Heaven method, Yang Feng's eternal imprint will become stronger by a fraction. Naturally, Yang Feng won't let go of this opportunity to kill other eternal sovereigns easily. After this battle, no one in the Flame Absolute Heaven will dare to provoke Yang Feng. Even in the realms he deliberately didn't leave any powerhouses to guard, no eternal sovereigns will dare to sneak in and plunder, giving him an excuse to kill them. The Giant Eyes Lord and the Thunder Roar Lord are 2 eternal sovereigns, so Yang Feng naturally won't let them go. The Soaring Origin Lord nodded and closed his eyes. The Divine Eye realm. Damn Yang Feng, he killed my allies. He wants me to compensate for his losses. What losses does he have? Wretched bastard. In the Divine Eye realm, Black Eye, who was in his palace, roared wildly, and fearsome demonic light surged around him. Swept by the demonic light, the beauties of different races in the palace were torn apart in an instant, turning the palace from a fairyland into a hell on earth. Eternal's revenge is never too late. Yang Feng, one day, I will kill you. A fierce ray flashed in Black Eye's eyes, and he gritted his teeth for a while. Finally, a dejected expression on his face, he sat on the throne, and his eyes shimmered with helplessness and fear. Yang Feng has subdued Yinju Heaven's 8 eternal sovereigns, coupled with the 12 rulers, saints, Zero and Shui. This formidable force can even quell a 4th Firmament eternal sovereign powerhouse if they join forces. Black Eye is confident that he can kill Yang Feng's eternal sovereigns in the Divine Eye realm. But that will only make Yang Feng pay a little more. After all, eternal sovereigns are terrifying existences that can resurrect continuously. But if he died at Yang Feng's hands, he would be doomed eternally. Of course, if Black Eye fights to the death, he can destroy the Divine Eye realm and leave Yang Feng with nothing. This is an important reason why Yang Feng gave up on killing Black Eye after weighing the pros and cons. On the huge battle star, the soaring Origin Lord opened her eyes. A complicated look flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she said unhurriedly, "Black Eye agreed to your conditions." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with satisfaction, and he flicked his finger, and a crystal flew into the soaring Origin Lord's hand. When the soaring Origin Lord crushed the crystal, she was shocked, and took a deep look at Yang Feng with apprehension in her eyes. The Divine Eye realm. There are so many rare resources. Damn it, are you trying to empty my wealth? Damn it, damn you, Yang Feng. You and I are absolutely irreconcilable. When Black Eye saw the list of compensation sent by Yang Feng, his eyes flashed with anger, and he roared. In the end, Black Eye reluctantly agreed to the humiliating conditions and compensated Yang Feng with a large amount of resources. Because Yang Feng asked for too many resources, Black Eye's treasure trove wasn't enough. In the end, it was agreed that in addition to a large amount of rare resources, Black Eye must pay Yang Feng 200,000 Eternal Origin Stones every year for 10,000 years. The two Eternal Sovereigns, the Giant Eyes Lord and the Thunder Roar Lord, were killed by Yang Feng, and their eternal true spirit was devoured by Yang Feng. Interstellar fleets went to the Eternal Sovereign's realms and occupied them one after another. Yenju Heaven's Eternal Sovereigns watched helplessly as Yang Feng occupied the Eternal Sovereign's realms one after another, not daring to compete with Yang Feng. Chapter 1439. In the center of the Spirit Goat Realm's temple, inside an eternal source energy pool, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes. Countless mysterious runes appeared in his eyes, and third firmament eternal breath slowly spread from him. Tier 4 Devour Heaven Art. Deduction progress 38%. Estimated time to complete the deduction none. Yang Feng looked at the deduction progress, and his eyes flashed with satisfaction. There's progress in the deduction of the Devour Heaven Art. Sure enough, with other eternal heavenly arts as a reference, I can better deduce my Devour Heaven Art. The Flower Moon Holy Maiden and other eternal sovereigns have some incomplete eternal heavenly art. Black Eye even compensated him with a complete second firmament eternal heavenly art and 2 incomplete third firmament eternal heavenly art. With the help of various materials, Yang Feng's Devour Heaven Art was deduced to 38%, and then it stopped moving. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. He can clearly perceive his strength. Compared to when I just advanced to the third firmament eternal heavenly art, I wonder if I can compete with a fourth firmament eternal heavenly art powerhouse. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng disappeared from where he stood. Sangji Plain in a huge laboratory. With a flash of light, Yang Feng walked out of the void. Greetings, Lord. What instructions do you have for me, Lord? With a flash of an afterimage, Shade walked out of a shadow and bowed to Yang Feng. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he uttered with a smile, I want to help you advance to the eternal heavenly art. Are you willing? Shade's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement, and she uttered, Of course. Lord, please give me the power to advance to the eternal heavenly art. Ripples shimmered, and a level 7 stronghold appeared behind Shade. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, a Kunmo stone and countless treasures of heaven and earth obtained from the eternal world turned into a torrent and entered the level 7 stronghold. Shade saluted Yang Feng, then blurred into motion, entered the level 7 stronghold, and began to preside over the evolution of the stronghold. Time passed and 3 years passed in a flash. In the center of the stronghold 1,000 kilometers in diameter, a mysterious rune slowly emerged, exuding the breath of eternal. All right. Enigmatic light flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he waved his hand, and 5 million eternal source stones flew out, and poured a tremendous amount of eternal force into the base. Under the nourishment of the eternal source power, the incomparably mysterious rune instantly took form. Within an area hundreds of millions of light years in radius of the world of warlocks, terrifying energy storms were set off, and endless cosmic energy converged on the Tsangji Plain. A frightening world-destroying thundercloud condensed above the Tsangji Plain, ready to rain down divine lightning and destroy all treasures attempting to advance to the eternal realm. What a terrifying energy storm! Did someone just become an eternal? No, it's His Majesty the Great Ninth Warlock Emperor who refined an eternal treasure. Our universe has given birth to another eternal treasure. When the powerhouses above the Holy Realm saw this scene, their eyes flashed with excitement. Another eternal treasure. Yang Feng's alchemy is getting more and more formidable and heaven-defying. Eternals! Eternals! In a research institute, the Magic Note Lord looked at the anomaly in the sky with a complicated look in his eyes. At the time, the Magic Note Lord was the #1 alchemist in the world of warlocks below the Eternal Sovereign rank. At the time, when Yang Feng was an Empyrean, he was far inferior to the Magic Note Lord in alchemy alone. Unfortunately, the #1 alchemist in the world below the Eternal Sovereign rank was, after all, an existence below the Eternal Sovereign rank. It was impossible for him to refine eternal treasures. The Magic Note Lord could only watch enviously as Yang Feng refined one eternal treasure after another, his heart filled with disappointment. A big hand extended from the Tsangji Plain, grabbed the thunder cloud, and shrunk it into a ball, and then fell into the huge laboratory below. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and the thunder bead formed from cosmic energy entered shadowy space, and was absorbed by shadowy space, becoming its energy source. The level 8 base slowly opened and mist drifted out. Dressed in a black evening dress, the beautiful Shadowy walked out of the level 8 base, a sweet smile on her face, and came to Yang Feng's side. "Thank you for granting me eternal force, my lord." Shadowy smiled sweetly, kissed Yang Feng on the cheek, hugged Yang Feng, and said coquettishly, "I still want to become stronger. My lord, give me more resources." "Big sister Shadowy, you have already advanced to the Eternal Sovereign rank. The next one to advance to the Eternal Sovereign rank should be me. My lord, please use more resources on me. Once I advance to the Eternal Sovereign rank, I will be your strongest shield." With a sweet smile, Star Concubine emerged from the void, hugged Yang Feng's other arm, and confronted Shadowy. Yang Feng responded with a smile. "Okay, when I find enough resources, I will let you advance to the Eternal Sovereign rank." At this time, the resources in Yang Feng's hands are enough for Star Concubine to advance to the Eternal Sovereign rank. However, if she doesn't add a peerless treasure like Kunmo Dusk when advancing to the Eternal Sovereign rank, it will be very difficult for Star Concubine to advance to the Eternal Sovereign rank in the future. When they heard this, Shadowy and Star Concubine quieted down. 9th Warlock Dynasty, Imperial Alchemy Research General Institute. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared in a laboratory. In the laboratory there is a person sitting. It is the Magic Note Lord. The Magic Note Lord said carelessly, "What a rare guest. Eternal Edge, what brings you here?" Yang Feng responded with a faint smile. "Magic Note Lord, do you want to advance to the Eternal Sovereign rank?" Advance to the Eternal Sovereign rank. The carelessness in the Magic Note Lord's eyes faded, and solemnity flickered in them. He got up, stared at Yang Feng with excitement in the abyss of his eyes, and asked unhurriedly, "You want to help me advance to the Eternal Sovereign rank?" "I can help you advance to the Eternal Sovereign rank in the Eternal World. However, your eternal mark must be placed in the Eternal World's realm, and you must swear to serve me for life." Yang Feng smiled and told the Magic Note Lord about the pros and cons of advancing to the Eternal Imprint realm. At present, Yang Feng knows that the best place to place an eternal mark is an independent universe like the world of warlocks. The defense of such an independent universe is extremely terrifying. Even if a 9th Firmament Eternal Sovereign Powerhouse breaks into such an independent universe, they will be killed by a 1st Firmament Eternal Sovereign Powerhouse. However, in an independent universe like the world of warlocks, the promotion of an Eternal Sovereign is closely related to the energy level of the universe. Before devouring the Gamana universe, eternal sovereigns of the world of warlocks could advance to the third firmament eternal sovereign at most. After devouring the Gamana universe, it won't be a problem for eternal sovereigns of the world of warlocks to advance to the fourth firmament eternal sovereign. A gloomy expression on his face, the magic note lord uttered unhurriedly. In that case, once I accept your help, I will change from an ally to a subject. Besides, there is no deadline, and I will serve you for life? Yang Feng responded with a smile. That's right. You can consider it, there's no need to force yourself. The Death Lord and the Primal Chaos Spider Mother are also on my list. The Magic Note Lord uttered flatly. It seems that you are doing well in the eternal world. All right, I'll leave the mountain and work for you. Ripples shimmered, and Yang Feng disappeared. The Tsungji Plain in a city in a villa. Ripples shone, and Yang Feng appeared next to a lake behind the villa. There is a couple sitting next to the lake, exuding a sweet aura. They are the Death Lord and his wife. Greetings, Your Majesty. When the couple saw Yang Feng, they got up and saluted. Death Lord, are you willing to advance to the Eternal Sovereign and serve me? Yang Feng smiled faintly and stated his conditions. The Death Lord pondered for a while, then shook his head and refused. Your Majesty, my life's wish is to resurrect my wife, grow old quietly with her, and then die. If I go to the eternal world to advance to the Eternal Sovereign, I must fight for you, Your Majesty. I long for a peaceful life. I'm very sorry, but I can't continue to fight for you, Your Majesty. It's fine, I respect your choice. There was a flash of regret in Yang Feng's eyes. Ripples flickered, and he disappeared. Nestled in the arms of the Death Lord, Duodwa's beautiful eyes shimmered with sadness, and she uttered, I'm sorry, Brother Shang. It's because of me that you can't become an eternal sovereign. The Death Lord smiled and embraced Duo, saying slowly, Duo, there is nothing to be sorry about. I didn't have any lofty ambitions to begin with. I came this far just to resurrect you. My greatest wish in life is to be able to spend every happy day with you. I'm also tired of the never-ending battles. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with regret. Unfortunately, Sure you and Mykelia have just advanced to the Empyrean realm. If they want to advance to the Eternal Sovereign realm, they still need some time to settle down. This time, only the Master of Magic Note can serve me. Not everyone can advance to the Eternal Sovereign realm. In the world of warlocks, only invincible overlord rank Empyreans, such as the Primal Chaos Mother Spider, the Death Lord, and the Magic Note Lord, have the potential to advance to the Eternal Sovereign realm. The Primal Chaos Mother Spider and other invincible overlord rank Empyreans of other races were forced to submit to Yang Feng. In the world of warlocks, they have no choice but to serve Yang Feng. If they go to the Eternal World, there is a possibility that they will rebel. In the world of warlocks, the only Empyreans that Yang Feng can trust are the Magic Note Lord, the Death Lord, Sure you, Mykelia, and Regina and Zhou Ruoling, who have just advanced to the Empyrean realm. It hasn't been long since Mykelia and them advanced to the Empyrean realm, and they don't have a deep foundation. Even with the support of sufficient resources, it is almost impossible for them to advance to the Eternal Sovereign realm. Chapter 1440. The Giant Eye Domain. In the center of a huge square, ripples flickered, and Yang Feng and the Magic Note Lord walked out of the void and came to the center of the square. In the center of the square, there is a huge magic array engraved. Around the magic array, there are 9 warlock towers. In the square, there are 3 million eternal source stones inlaid, exuding eternal rank fluctuations of power. This is the Eternal Skywheel Magic Array that can help Empyreans advance to the Eternal Realm. As expected of an eternal world, the Magic Note Lord looked at the 9 warlock towers and the various runes exuding eternal rank fluctuations of power, and his eyes revealed a look of fascination. Yang Feng uttered, "Let's begin." The Magic Note Lord nodded and sat down in the magic array in the center of the square. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a ray of light entered the magic array. The magic array flashed, mysterious runes emerged, and the eternal origin force inside the 3 million eternal source stones was extracted. The void trembled slightly and countless rays of blue light gathered, forming a blue ocean that gave off an incredibly powerful eternal power. The magic note lord flew into the blue sea, opened his mouth, and sucked the blue sea into his body. As the blue sea continued to disappear, the magic note lord's breath grew stronger and stronger. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a flower of fate containing fate fluctuations, and a gem of time containing time fluctuations flew out and entered the magic note lord. To advance to an eternal sovereign, you must comprehend the essence of time, the essence of space, the essence of power, and the essence of fate. The essence of time and the essence of fate are the most mysterious and difficult to comprehend. In the eternal world, there are two kinds of treasures of heaven and earth, the flower of fate and the gem of time, which can enable people to advance to the eternal realm without comprehending the two essences. However, eternal sovereigns who advance to the eternal realm in this way will be much weaker than eternal sovereigns who directly comprehend the four essences. The magic note lord only wants to advance to the eternal realm, so that he can break through the boundaries and refine true eternal treasures. Otherwise, even with his peerless talent, it would be almost impossible for him to comprehend the profound meaning of time and the profound meaning of destiny. When the flower of fate and the gem of time entered the magic note lord, the entire giant eye realm trembled, and energy surged and turned into a fearsome energy vortex that entered the magic note lord. An eternal mark emerged from the magic note lord's body and entered the giant eye domain. An eternal star slowly rose from the flame absolute sky. A new eternal one has been born. Another eternal sovereign under Yang Feng's command. With so many eternal realms in his hands, he can definitely cultivate even more eternals. In Yenju Tian, the eternal sovereigns stared at the rising eternal star with complicated expressions in their eyes. This is the colossal eye region. That wretched Yang Feng, that wretched bastard. Looking at the rising eternal star, Black Eye's eyes flashed with the flames of fury, and fearsome demonic qi churned in the palace. Although the Black Eye Alliance has ceased fighting with Yang Feng, but the more Yang Feng grows, the more pain Black Eye will feel. The reason why Yang Feng was able to increase his power in a short period of time is because he stepped on the corpses of the sheep of destruction and the Black Eye Alliance. If it weren't for the countless treasures he obtained from the two alliances, Yang Feng wouldn't have been able to make the magic note lord advance to the eternal realm. The magic note lord slowly opened his eyes, which radiated bright light, and revealed a smile. So this is the power of an eternal sovereign, how powerful. It's on a completely different level from an Empyrean. The magic note lord took a look at Yang Feng and drove him away unceremoniously. Starting today, I will start a new research. Lord, if there is nothing important, don't disturb me. Okay. Yang Feng smiled helplessly. Ripples emerged, and he disappeared. The magic note lord is a research-type genius. Yang Feng needs the magic note lord's help to deduce the level 8 stronghold, and even the level 9 stronghold. It can be said that after the magic note lord advanced to the eternal realm, his value is even greater than that of the 8 eternal sovereigns who sided with Yang Feng. A few days later, a new transcendent ring of the eternal realm was established, and the news that the third firmament eternal realm Yang Feng is the leader of the transcendent ring spread throughout the Flame Ju heaven. The Flame Ju heaven's realm masters offered various treasures to Yang Feng, for fear that he would find an excuse to annex their realm. In fact, Yang Feng wants to take this opportunity to annex 1 or 2 more eternal realms and expand his sphere of influence. But since the Flame Ju heaven's realm masters are so tactful, he has no excuse to act. The Spirit Sheep realm was renamed the Demonic Divine Realm by Yang Feng as the headquarters of the Demonic Divine Ring. Among the realms occupied by Yang Feng, the Spirit Sheep realm has the richest resources and the deepest underlying strength. The Transcendent Ring's headquarters, the Demon Royal Palace. Your Majesty Yang Feng, this is an invitation letter that my lord asked me to bring to you. Please accept it. A beautiful woman with long purple hair, a sexy figure, and a peerless appearance appeared in the imperial palace, smiled sweetly at Yang Feng, and handed him a golden invitation letter respectfully. Yang Feng said flatly, "I see. If there's nothing else, you can take your leave." The purple-haired woman is an Empyrean emperor rank peerless beauty of the Flying Source Alliance. So long as Yang Feng says the word, he can enjoy her at will. However, he isn't in the mood. "Yes, Your Majesty." There was a flash of disappointment in the eyes of the purple-haired woman, and she took her leave. "This is a meeting of titans held in the transcendent realm. The Flame Jew Heaven's titans will participate. It just so happens that there are some things I want to know. It seems that I have to go to this meeting." Yang Feng played with the golden invitation letter in his hand and mused. In the eternal world, Yenju Tian was only equivalent to a barren land in the eternal world, and was one of the lowest heavens. If Yang Feng can unify Yenju Heaven, he will be able to use its resources to forcibly break through and advance to the fourth firmament eternal realm. However, Yang Feng has already attracted the attention of Yenju Tian and the other eternal sovereigns. If he attacks another realm lord for no reason, Yenju Tian and the other eternal sovereigns would join forces to attack them. At this time, Yang Feng doesn't have the strength to fight Yenju Heaven's eternal sovereigns. At present, if Yang Feng wants to go further, he can only go to the eternal world, find a higher grade heaven, and find a higher grade eternal heavenly art. Several months later, in front of the eternal city, in the center of the Ning God region, ripples flickered, and Yang Feng appeared in front of the gate of the imperial palace. "Sir, please show me your invitation." An emperor realm guard at the city gate said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and the golden invitation letter flew into the guard's hand. "Greetings, Your Majesty Yang Feng. Please come in." When the two emperor realm guards saw the name on the golden invitation letter, their countenance changed dramatically, and they knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "In the past 1,000,000 years, Yang Feng is undoubtedly the most infamous eternal in Yenju Heaven. These emperor realm guards don't dare to anger Yang Feng." Yang Feng strode into the eternal city. In a luxurious hall in Eternal City, there were 6 people. One of them was black-eyed, one was the Soaring Origin Lord, and the other 4 were men. They all exuded the terrifying aura of the third heavens of the eternal realm. "Yang Feng, you're here. Let me introduce you. These are Bei-Shi, Jiangjia, the Star Whale Lord, and Zhenli." The Soaring Origin Lord smiled sweetly, stepped forward, and introduced them to Yang Feng. Bei-Shi, Jiangjia, the Star Whale Lord, Zhenli, and the others are leaders of Yenju Heaven's eternal leagues. When they saw Yang Feng, they exchanged a few polite words with him. Black Eye, on the other hand, has a gloomy expression and doesn't say much. The beautiful eyes of the Soaring Origin Lord shimmered with a dignified shade, and she said unhurriedly, "I invited you here because the 10 Holy Heavens Omega Holy Heaven has issued a recruitment order, summoning Yenju Heaven's eternal sovereigns to go to the Omega Holy Heaven to participate in the eternal war." When they heard this, the countenance of Bei-Shi and the other Yenju Heaven's bigwigs changed dramatically, and they fell silent. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with doubt. 10 Holy Heavens? Although Yang Feng has devoured a lot of eternal sovereigns' true spirits, and obtained a lot of their memories, but these eternal sovereigns know nothing about the 10 Holy Heavens. Yang Feng, in the eternal world, the heavens are divided into holy heavens, upper heavens, middle heavens, and lesser heavens. Our Yenju Heaven is one of the countless lesser heavens. The 10 holy heavens in the eternal world are the Omega Holy Heaven, the Azure Holy Heaven, the Encalaman Holy Heaven, the Myriad Demon Holy Heaven, the Giant Spirit Holy Heaven, the Gamanville Holy Heaven, the True Extreme Holy Heaven, the Boda Holy Heaven, and the Kahara Holy Heaven. Each of the 10 holy heavens is guarded by an eternal monarch. Our Yenju Heaven is one of the Omega Holy Heaven's subordinate lesser heavens. The 10 holy heavens are at war with each other. Since the Omega Holy Heaven summons us, we have to go. The Soaring Origin Lord smiled bitterly. When Yang Feng heard this, a trace of understanding welled up in his heart. So that's how it is. It seems that the eternal sovereigns of the world of warlocks were involved in the eternal war of the 10 holy heavens, and their eternal imprints collapsed and they died. Eternal sovereigns like Yang Feng, who have placed their eternal imprints in this universe, hardly die. However, once they are involved in the eternal war of the eternal world, even an eternal sovereign like Yang Feng will be in danger of dying. Chapter 1441. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then asked, "Who is the target of the Omega Sacred Heavens enlistment?" The Soaring Origin Lord sighed slightly. "The rulers of Yenju Heaven's realms, and the leaders of the Eternal Alliances. I am the enlistment envoy chosen by the Omega Sacred Heaven." Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and said, "What if I don't want to be enlisted by the Omega Sacred Heaven?" The Soaring Origin Lord uttered, "Then the realms you control will be taken back by the Omega Sacred Heaven. The Omega Sacred Heaven is full of powerhouses. You can practice eternal heavenly art to the Eternal Monarch rank. You won't be able to resist the powerhouses sent by the Omega Sacred Heaven." Yang Feng's complexion remained unchanged, unmoved. His foundation isn't in Yenju Heaven. Even if he gives up Yenju Heaven's realms, it will only be a pity. The Soaring Origin Lord uttered with a sweet smile, "There are countless eternal heavenly arts in the Omega Sacred Heaven. As long as you make enough contributions to the Omega Sacred Heaven in the Eternal War, you can exchange them for all kinds of powerful eternal heavenly arts. In the Eternal War, you can exchange them for all kinds of powerful eternal heavenly arts." Gutaili made countless contributions to the Omega Sacred Heaven, which is how he was able to advance to the 7th firmament eternal realm. Yang Feng's eyes lit up. Eternal heavenly art. Yang Feng's Devour Heaven art can no longer be derived. If he wants to continue, he must travel the eternal world and look for eternal heavenly arts as a foundation to derive them. Almost all the eternal heavenly arts above the 4th firmament eternal realm are in the hands of the top eternals. It will be very difficult for Yang Feng to obtain them. Beishi asked, "What will happen to the realms after we leave?" The Soaring Origin Lord answered, "After you leave, the Omega Sacred Heaven will maintain your realms, and not let anyone advance to the eternal realm in your realms, and plunder your wealth." The Star Whale Lord uttered slowly, "We are the leaders of the Alliance in Yenju Heaven. We are not used to being told what to do." The Flying Origin Lord said, "We Eternals who have been recruited can accept missions to serve the Omega Sacred Heaven. Most of the time, no one will command us. Only under some special circumstances will they be summoned by the Supreme Profundity Sacred Heaven, and have no choice but to fight." Every Eternal was an invincible existence in their own realm, and they were all proud and arrogant. Very few of them were willing to listen to the commands of others. In Yenju Tian, the Eternal Sovereigns gathered together and formed an alliance. There was no strong relationship between them. Although the High Profundity Sacred Heaven had an Eternal King, it still needed to make some compromises with the Eternals. Otherwise, if those Eternals joined the other Sacred Heavens, they would increase the strength of the other Sacred Heavens. Black Eye took a deep look at Yang Feng and said decisively, "Okay, I agree." Beishi and the other leaders looked at each other, smiled helplessly, and agreed to the enlistment. Unlike Yang Feng, Black Eye and the other bigwigs advanced to the Eternal Realm in Yenju Tian, and their eternal imprints are in Yenju Tian's realms. Once the eternal beings of the 7th heaven of the Eternal Realm of the Profound Sacred Heaven took action, they could destroy their realm and kill them directly. The Soaring Origin Lord's gaze fell on Yang Feng with a trace of nervousness. As an Eternal from another universe, Yang Feng's foundation is in another universe. If he did not obey the summons of the Supreme Profound Sacred Heaven, he could completely turn Yenju Tian upside down. Yang Feng contemplated for a moment and then said unhurriedly, "I agree to the conscription." The Soaring Origin Lord heaved a sigh of relief and revealed a smile. A few months later, in the center of the Black Thunder Realm, there is a warship 1,000 kilometers in diameter that looks like a shuttle. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng and his subordinates, the 8 Domain Lords, and the Magic Note Lord appeared in front of the warship. "A conscription order. I just advanced to the Eternal Realm, yet I'm about to be conscripted to participate in the universe war. What bad luck. The Magic Note Lord looked at the battleship and complained. The 8 Domain Lords looked at the Magic Note Lord in surprise. In the Transcendent Ring, there is a strict hierarchy. 9 Noses, Flower Moon Goddess, and other eternal sovereigns tremble with fear when facing Yang Feng. They don't dare to speak to Yang Feng in such a casual tone. Yang Feng said lightly. Although it's dangerous, but I can also see a broader and more wonderful world. The Magic Note Lord rolled his eyes at Yang Feng. A more wonderful world? That's your pursuit. Yang Feng responded with a smile. There are countless secret methods in the profound sacred heaven. There are all kinds of powerful alchemy. Don't you want to see them? The Magic Note Lord's eyes shone brightly. All kinds of wonderful alchemy. I'm very interested in this. The Magic Note Lord was originally the strongest alchemist in the world of warlocks. After he advanced to the Eternal Realm, his alchemy advanced by leaps and bounds. To him, the unheard of and incomparably powerful alchemy was everything he pursued. As soon as he boarded the warship, Yang Feng saw more than 200 Eternal Sovereigns form large and small circles on the warship. The 200-plus Eternal Sovereigns are the pinnacle powerhouses among the trillions of life forms in the flame absolute heaven. The Mother of Myriad Lotuses is also standing in a small circle. There are 5 people in the small circle, 3 women and 2 men. The men are handsome, and the women are beautiful. They are clearly Eternal Sovereigns of the Rainbow Alliance. In the Eternal World, powerhouses are as common as clouds. The number of female Eternal Sovereigns is even higher than that of male Eternal Sovereigns. It is very common for some powerful extraordinary races to be dominated by female Eternal Sovereigns. There are even some extraordinary races where the females are extremely powerful, while the males are extremely weak. This is unimaginable to ordinary people. That's the Transcendent Ring's Alliance Master Yang Feng. 9 Eternal Sovereigns. The Transcendent Ring is really extraordinary. The Eternal Sovereigns looked at Yang Feng with an enigmatic gleam in their eyes. When the Mother of Myriad Lotuses saw Yang Feng, her beautiful eyes lit up, and she showed a sweet smile, and came to in front of Yang Feng together with the 4 Eternal Sovereigns of the Rainbow Alliance. The Mother of Myriad Lotuses said with a sweet smile, Yang Feng, let me introduce you. This is the colorful flower fairy, the leader of the Rainbow Alliance. Hello, Yang Feng. A stunning woman with beautiful black hair, a figure of golden proportions, and skin as translucent as jade, exuding amazing charm, smiled sweetly at Yang Feng. Basically, every humanoid female Eternal has a stunning appearance, a sexy and seductive figure, and a peerless style far surpassing that of ordinary women. But in this warship, there is no woman who can compare to the colorful flower fairy in terms of charm. Even the soaring Origin Lord, the only female 3rd firmament Eternal Sovereign of the Yenju Heaven, is slightly inferior to the colorful flower fairy in terms of charm alone. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and admiration shimmered in his eyes. Hello, colorful flower fairy. Hearing about you is not as good as meeting you in person. You really deserve your reputation as the #1 beauty of the Yenju Heaven. The colorful flower fairy responded with a smile. You flatter me. You wiped out the 2 malignant tumors of the Yenju Heaven, the Black Spirit Ring, and the Sheep of Destruction, in one fell swoop, and got rid of 2 scourges for the Yenju Heaven. You are a first-class hero. Compared to you, I'm really far behind. After hearing the colorful flower fairy's words, Yang Feng knows that she is complimenting him, but he still feels very comfortable. The colorful flower fairy responded with a smile. Let me introduce you. These 3 are Jiao Qiyan Shangdong Long, and Wetland Lord of the Rainbow Alliance. Jiao Qiyan is a stunning woman with wheat-colored skin, a height of about 1.9 meters, a hot and sexy figure, and a large area of her skin is exposed. Shangdong Long, on the other hand, was a tall, slender, and extremely handsome man. The Wetland Lord is a handsome man with a dragon horn on his head, a mysterious rune on his forehead, and a gloomy expression on his face. The Eternal Conscription Order issued by the Omega Holy Heaven conscripted all the Eternal Sovereigns of the Yenju Heaven. In the face of the terrifying war against the Eternal Sovereigns, the Eternal Sovereigns have no choice but to unite. Before long, the eternal sovereigns of the demonic divine ring, and the eternal sovereigns of the Rainbow Alliance fought and formed a small circle. On the warship, many smaller eternal sovereigns approached the powerful alliance with the third firmament eternal sovereigns. Shortly after, several large eternal groups, as well as dozens of independent eternal sovereigns, appeared on the warship. Ripples flickered, and the shuttle-shaped warship shone and turned into a stream of light, flying into the distance. A few days later, the shuttle-shaped warship seemed to have reached the end of the sky, and a distorted boundary formed from countless crystal walls appeared in front of everyone. The crystal walls are inlaid with countless strange faces, including human faces, ogre faces, fiend faces, and dragon faces. The countless strange faces continued to let out incomparably strange wails. This is the crystal sky wall. When lower heavens go to middle heavens go to upper heavens, and upper heavens go to the 10 holy heavens, the crystal sky wall is bound to appear. If you want to cross the crystal sky wall, apart from special secret treasures, you have to advance to the fourth firmament eternal realm. Yangfeng, as long as you eternal sovereigns from other universes descend to the eternal world, you will be attracted to the lower heavens of the eternal world. The eternal conscription order of the 10 holy heavens is the best chance for you to enter the 10 holy heavens. The soaring origin lord walked to Yangfeng's side, looked at the crystal sky wall with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes, and explained to Yangfeng. Yangfeng looked at the crystal sky wall with enigmatic light in his eyes and nodded. The shuttle-shaped warship shone, and countless runes appeared, and began to extract the power of the eternal sovereigns inside the warship. The countenance of the eternal sovereigns changed slightly. The soaring origin lord said, "Don't panic, everyone. If you want to enter a higher heaven, you must rely on everyone's strength." The eternal sovereigns scanned the warship with their soul force, and found that only an insignificant part of it was extracted. They didn't touch the origin of eternity, and fell silent. Chapter 1442. When the shuttle-shaped warship slammed into the crystal sky wall, a drill appeared on its head, spun wildly, drilled a huge hole in the crystal sky wall, and flew inside. When the warship entered the crystal sky wall, a strange gray torrent swept across the crystal sky wall. The gray torrent passed through the shuttle-shaped warship and enveloped many eternal sovereigns inside the warship. A strange corrosive force enveloped the eternal sovereigns. Yangfeng frowned slightly. Even an invincible overlord rank Empyrean will be corroded by this force, and their soul will be extinguished. Without the protection of the warship, even a third heaven eternal sovereign rank powerhouse will be corroded. The crystal sky wall between different heavens is really troublesome. The 10 holy heavens are the center of the eternal world, and there are countless eternal heaven methods in the 10 holy heavens. Originally, Yangfeng wanted to travel to the other 10 holy heavens, but when he saw the crystal sky wall's boundary membrane force, he had to dispel the idea. Only the 9th heaven eternal sovereign rank powerhouses can forcibly enter the 10 holy heavens from the upper heavens. If other powerhouses don't have special secret treasures, they won't be able to enter the 10 holy heavens from the upper heavens. So that's how it is. The eyes of the magic note lord beside Yangfeng flickered with countless runes, and a mirror flew out and reflected the structure of the shuttle-shaped warship. A month later, the warship flew out of the gray torrent. But at this time, the warship has become broken, distorted, and mottled. This is a middle heaven. The universe energy level here is much higher than that of Yenju Tian. After coming out of the crystal sky wall, Yangfeng scanned it with his soul force and analyzed the law of the middle heaven. A huge starry gate appeared not far away. After the warship turned into a stream of light and entered the starry gate, it crossed hundreds of millions of light years and appeared in another starfield. After changing to another warship, it passed through another crystal sky wall and went to another middle heaven. After passing through dozens of crystal sky walls, the warship landed on a celestial body. Yenju Tian's eternal beings were brought to an incomparably spacious hall. A tall man with long red hair and blazing flames stepped into the hall. A terrifying aura of the fifth heaven of the eternal realm emanated from his body and swept out in all directions. In an instant, it was as if 10 suns had appeared in the hall, and raging divine flames of the sun were burning everywhere. Fifth heaven of the eternal realm. He is an expert at the fifth heaven of the eternal realm. A solemn look flashed in the eyes of the Eternals present. In Yenju heaven, Yang Feng, who is known as the #1 powerhouse, is just a third firmament eternal powerhouse. But now that a fifth firmament eternal powerhouse has appeared, the eternal sovereigns felt pressure in their hearts. An expert at the fifth heaven of the eternal realm could break into the realm of the experts at the first heaven of the eternal realm and kill the lone eternal expert. I am Yen Hai, an elder of the Grand Profundity Heavenly Flame God clan. He was responsible for presiding over this war zone. This is a merit jade card, which is bound to your soul aura. As long as you make merit points, you can exchange them for the treasures you want in the merit hall. You can even leave the eternal battlefield in advance. For the specific rules, you can check the eternal token yourself. Yen Hai flicked his finger, and green tokens flew out of his hand and entered the hands of Yang Feng and the other eternal sovereigns. With that, Yen Hai turned into specks of fire and disappeared. Yang Feng scanned the green token with his tremendous soul force, and a copious amount of information poured out of the green token. This war zone is called the Void War Zone. It is located at the border between the Grand Profundity Heaven and the Green Wave Holy Heaven. The forces of the two holy heavens are fighting in the Middle Heaven Green Wave Heaven for the ownership of the Green Wave Heaven. Yang Feng and the other eternal sovereigns were recruited by the Grand Profundity Heaven in order to fight for the ownership of the Green Wave Heaven. In the Void War Zone, killing a holy can get you 1 merit point, killing an Empyrean can get you 100,000 merit points, and killing an invincible overlord can get you 1,000,000 merit points. Killing an eternal at the first heaven of the eternal realm would give him an eternal merit point. An eternal expert at the second heaven of eternal realm was worth 3 eternal merit points. A third heaven of the eternal realm eternal was worth 9 eternal merit points. A fourth firmament eternal sovereign is worth 27 eternal merit points. A fifth firmament eternal sovereign is worth 42 eternal merit points. Ordinary merit points can be exchanged for eternal merit points. The exchange ratio is 10 billion ordinary merit points for 1 eternal merit point. In the Void War Zone, 1 eternal merit point must be consumed every 100 years. Once an eternal sovereign doesn't meet this condition, the Grand Profundity Heaven will deprive them of their realm, or even kill them directly. As long as 30 eternal merit points are paid, an eternal sovereign can leave the eternal battlefield. Yang Feng's heart stirred, and countless missions issued by the Void Theater appeared on the token. In addition to killing hostile eternal sovereigns, there are also many missions that eternal sovereigns can do in the Void War Zone. Once these missions are completed, they can get about 1 eternal merit point and a large number of ordinary merit points. You must kill an eternal sovereign every 100 years. This is to force everyone to complete the missions issued by them. What a good method! Yang Feng looked at the various missions on the tokens, and a trace of understanding welled up in his heart. Since eternal sovereigns are unruly and selfish, it is very difficult to make them obey orders. The powerhouses of the Void War Zone set up the requirement of consuming 1 eternal merit point every 100 years, and used a softer method to force eternal sovereigns to accept the various missions issued by them. After all, fighting eternal sovereigns of the same rank is too risky. If they are not careful, they may die. Even though eternal sovereigns can be reborn in their realm, but dying once is still a big blow to them. Let's see what eternal heavenly art I can exchange for. Yang Feng's heart stirred, and he scanned the token with his soul force. Countless items for exchange appeared on the token, and one powerful eternal heavenly method after another appeared. Flame God Heavenly Art. An eternal heavenly art that can be practiced to the 9th firmament. Eternal heavenly art can only be exchanged for the first 6 firmament. The first exchange is 10 eternal merit points. After the exchange, you must swear not to teach it to others. One after another, eternal heavenly art and mysterious secret methods appeared on the token, dazzling Yang Feng, and his eyes flashed with excitement. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching shade. Unfortunately, there are no eternal heavenly arts that can be exchanged for the 7th firmament and 9th firmament eternal heavenly arts. However, the urgent matter at hand is to deduce the 4th firmament of the Devour Heaven method. In this eternal battlefield, as long as I don't die, I will definitely be able to advance to the 4th firmament eternal heavenly art. In the Void War Zone, in addition to eternal merit points can be exchanged for various eternal heavenly arts, they can also be exchanged for various cultivation resources. As one of the 10 holy heavens of the eternal world, the Omega Holy Heaven controls who knows how many upper heavens, middle heavens, and lesser heavens. Countless resources converge on the Omega Holy Heaven. A bit of it can help an eternal sovereign advance to the 6th firmament eternal realm. In addition to the 9th firmament eternal sovereigns and eternal monarchs, the Omega Holy Heaven, one of the 10 holy heavens, can produce an 8th firmament eternal sovereign with resources. Time elapsed, and 10 years passed in a flash. In the starry sky, Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden, there's no need to run. This time you're dead. An eternal with a head like an alien, a mouth like a chrysanthemum petal, 36 arms, and a body like a lizard with a pair of dragon wings flew towards the Flower Moon Holy Maiden with a terrifying hurricane. The Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden cast a secret method, and flowers bloomed in the void. She jumped around among the flowers and fled frantically. The dragon wing eternal opened its chrysanthemum petal-like mouthpart and bellowed, and a fearsome ripple swept into the distance. The flowers collapsed, and the Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden flew out of the void and spewed out a mouthful of blood. Die! A fierce ray flashed in the eyes of the Eternal, then his figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light that appeared in front of the Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden. 36 arms brandishing different weapons barreled towards the Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden. The Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden's beautiful eyes shimmered with ridicule, and she uttered with a sweet smile, "Idiot, you're the one who's going to die." Ripples flashed in the void, and a terrifying giant hand descended from the sky, grabbing at the dragon-winged eternal being with a terrifying devouring black hole. Devour black hole. You're Yang Feng of the Transcendent Ring. How could you be here? The countenance of the dragon wing eternal changed dramatically. Countless runes appeared on its body, and it flapped its wings and unleashed a fearsome storm in an attempt to escape. Yang Feng extended his hand, and the Devour Black Hole pulled the Dragon Wing Eternal into it and devoured it, and the Dragon Wing Eternal turned into dust and disappeared. As soon as the Borda Holy Heaven Eternal died, Yang Feng got 3 eternal merit points. The Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden uttered with a sweet smile, "Congratulations, my lord, for becoming one of the Void War Zone's 10 heroes." In the past 10 years, Yang Feng has decisively hunted down Borda Holy Heaven's eternal sovereigns, and has risen to fame in the Void War Zone, becoming one of the 10 heroes. Chapter 1443. Yang Feng uttered indifferently, "The 10 heroes is just an empty title. There are no benefits to it. Tier 4 Devour Heaven Art. Deduction progress 78%. Yang Feng looked at the deduction progress transmitted by Zero, with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. In the void battlefield, Yang Feng killed dozens of eternal sovereigns, and devoured their eternal origin and memories. From the memories of those eternal sovereigns, Yang Feng obtained the eternal heavenly art of many devoured. Using the broken eternal heavenly art as a foundation, Zero deduced the Tier 4 Devour Heaven art to 78%. As long as I can exchange for 2 Tier 4 eternal heavenly art, I should be able to deduce the Tier 4 Devour Heaven art to 100%. Unfortunately, the exchange price is too expensive. When Yang Feng thought of the exchange price of the eternal heavenly art, he frowned slightly, feeling very pained. The first tier of the eternal heavenly art, which can be cultivated to the Tier 4 eternal heavenly art, requires more than 7 eternal merit points. The second tier requires more than 15 eternal merit points. The third tier requires about 30 eternal heavenly art. The fourth tier requires 100 eternal heavenly art. This means that if Yang Feng wants to obtain a fourth firmament eternal heaven method, he must kill 152 first firmament eternal sovereigns. In the past 10 years, Yang Feng has killed dozens of eternal sovereigns. But there is still a long way to go before he can gather enough merit points to exchange for a Tier 4 eternal heavenly art. This time, my luck is pretty good. Another prey broke into my hunting range. Yang Feng looked into the void, and his eyes brightened and revealed a look of excitement. His figure blurred, and he disappeared into the void. Go back and rest first. When she heard Yang Feng's order, the Flower Moon Holy Maiden breathed a sigh of relief, turned into a stream of light, and flew away. Ordinary eternal sovereigns like the Flower Moon Holy Maiden act as bait, while a powerful eternal sovereign like Yang Feng acts as a top predator, waiting for prey to take the bait. In the void battlefield, this is a very common thing. In that star field, a black light was chasing after a red light. The black beam of light was an eternal with 3 heads and 6 arms. All 3 of its heads were lizard-like, and its body was covered in a layer of distorted black light. Within the red light was a handsome eternal. He wore a suit of red armor, had a ghost horn on his head, and had a large hole in his chest, from which black blood flowed out incessantly. Ghosts, you've been hit by my dark poison light. You're dead. Hand that thing over. That treasure is not something you can possess. The eyes of the 3-headed lizard-like eternal flashed fiercely, and it let out a series of strange, terrifying, and incomparably ferocious screams. Zhu Hui's voice was like thunder, reverberating throughout the star field. Yiman Luo, that thing is not with me. I've said it countless times. This is the domain of the profound holy heaven. One of the 10 heroes of the Void War Zone, the Transcendent Rings Yang Feng, is guarding this starfield. He has always been ruthless. If you don't leave now, the one who dies will be you. Unfortunately, you're a step too late. This time, the one who dies will be you. Yiman Luo smiled ferociously, revealed terrifying sawtooth teeth, flapped the dragon wings on his back, and countless mysterious runes appeared. In an instant, Yiman Luo appeared behind Zhu Hui, slammed his claw towards Zhu Hui's head, and erupted with third firmament eternal realm aura. You're really stupid. Zhu Hui's eyes revealed a look of ridicule. Barriers appeared on his head, and countless lightning runes interwove on his ghost horn, and he stabbed towards Yiman Luo. A bolt of crimson lightning slammed into Yiman Luo, and following a burst of crackling sounds, Yiman Luo collapsed into specks of smoke and disappeared. Before his body collapsed, Yiman Luo showed Zhu Hui a derisive smile, which gave Zhu Hui an ominous premonition. A bloody mouth suddenly emerged from Zhu Ying's wound, and from that bloody mouth, Yen Manluo's body directly emerged. Yen Manluo exerted force with both hands, and with a flash of terrifying demonic light, Zhu Ying was directly torn apart. Sir Yang Feng, save me. For the sake of being an eternal sovereign of the heavenly profound holy heaven, save me this once. Zhu Hui was torn apart, and a face appeared on every inch of his body, shouting at the void with a look of horror on his face. Shut up. Yiman Luo's eyes flashed fiercely, and he roared. The 2 heads on his back opened their mouths, and strange ripples spread in all directions. Zhu Hui's voice was cut off by the ripples, and his eyes shimmered with despair. To dare behave atrociously in my hunting ground, you've got some guts. A frigid voice came from the void. Time fluctuations flickered, and Yang Feng strangely appeared behind Yiman Luo, and sent a fist barreling towards him. You're Yang Feng? To sneak attack me, one of the Void War Zone's 10 heroes, that's despicable. There was a fierce glint in Yiman Luo's eyes, and his 3 heads twisted and opened their mouths, and 3 dark and venomous rays shot towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's fist shone, and countless mysterious runes appeared and tore through the sky. A vast essence of power erupted and shattered the 3 dark and venomous rays, and then slammed into Yiman Luo. Impossible. How could this be? There was a flash of despair in Yiman Luo's eyes, and he screamed miserably, and his body was torn apart. A black hole appeared and devoured Yiman Luo's body. Yiman Luo's eternal origin and various memories entered Yang Feng's body. In the void, fragments flew up, fused together, and formed Zhu Hui's body. Zhu Hui's eyes flickered and he uttered, Thank you, Sir Yang Feng, for saving my life, Yang Feng uttered flatly. Hand over the treasure that Man Luo spoke of. Zhu Hui's eyes flickered and he uttered. What treasure? Sir Yang Feng. I don't know what you're talking about. Yang Feng uttered coldly. You don't need to pretend. The Eternal Monarch is the key to the entrance of the Duro Monarch's treasure trove. Hand it over. If you say you don't have it, then let me search you. If it was any other treasure, Yang Feng wouldn't be like this. But the treasure trove of an Eternal Monarch is enough to drive any eternal sovereign crazy. Among the 10 holy heavens, apart from the legendary eternal god emperors, the Eternal Monarch is the most powerful. Every Eternal Monarch is an invincible existence who can suppress the 10 holy heavens and project their projection into the heavens. Even 9th heaven eternal firmament powerhouses will go crazy for the Duro Monarch's treasure trove, let alone Yang Feng. Zhu Hui's eyes shimmered with contempt, and he uttered with a smile. Sir Yang Feng, my wife is the 7th princess of the grand mystic sky flame god race. I have brought you an eternal 3rd heaven eternal sovereign, which can be considered as repaying you for saving my life. Let me go, and I will owe you a favor. If you can come to the grand mystic sky flame god race in the future, I will entertain you well. Although Zhu Hui is only a 2nd heaven eternal firmament powerhouse, but he is the son-in-law of the flame god race's temple master. As such, he looks at eternal sovereigns like Yang Feng, who come from a subordinate world subordinated to the grand mystic sky, with an aloof attitude. Yang Feng's eyes constricted slightly. Flame god race. Who is Elder Flame Si to you? Zhu Hui replied proudly. He is my wife's uncle. If you let me leave here, I can have my uncle help you to the best of his ability. Yang Feng's eyes flickered a few times, and then he smiled indifferently and made way. Okay, in that case, please put in a good word for me in front of Elder Flame Si. Thank you. Zhu Hui's eyes shimmered with contempt. Then his figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light and disappeared. What Void War Zone's 10 heroes? In front of my flame god race, don't they still have to bow their heads? That guy dared to have killing intent towards me just now. That's unforgivable. I must tell my uncle to send Yang Feng to his death. Only in this way can I eliminate this disaster. Zhu Hui's eyes shimmered with complacency, and he heaved a long sigh of relief. Suddenly, an afterimage appeared in the void, and a ruler's shadow spear pierced Zhu Hui's body like a poisonous dragon. Damn it, who the hell is it? Zhu's treasures have been shattered. Stabbed by the ruler's shadow spear, fearsome shadow force crushed all of his resistance and sealed him. Ripples emerged in the void. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and a devour black hole emerged and engulfed Zhu Hui. Countless devour runes emerged and devoured Zhu Hui's memories and eternal origin. Found it. Yang Feng's eyes flashed brightly, and a dark green key exuding a sparkling luster appeared in his hand. Unfortunately, for the sake of the Duro Monarch's treasure trove, I can no longer stay in the Void War Zone. I can only go to the Boda Holy Heaven. Fortunately, the Duro Monarch's treasure trove is also in the Boda Holy Heaven. Yang Feng glanced at the sparkling key with a resolute look in his eyes, and then spent all his eternal merit points in one go to exchange for various knowledge. After sending all the knowledge into the database, Yang Feng crushed the Eternity token in his hand. Not only can the Eternity token transmit all kinds of knowledge, but it can also locate an eternal sovereign. Yang Feng doesn't dare to keep it with him. Within the Void Fortress, inside a research room, the Magic Note Lord suddenly looked up and said with a bitter smile, "Damn bastard, he really knows how to stir up trouble." The Magic Note Lord waved his hand, and a black ray flashed, and the entire research room shattered and turned into powder. His figure fluttered, and he disappeared. The complexion of the Flower Moon Holy Maiden and the other eternal sovereigns changed dramatically at this moment, and they turned into streams of light and disappeared. Chapter 1444. In a palace of the Grand Sacred Heaven Flame God race, in an eternal source energy pool, an eternal mark appeared, and a tremendous amount of eternal origin force interwove and formed a body of Zhu Su. Damn it! Yang Feng, you dared to kill me. Besides, you took away the key to the Duluth monarch's treasure trove. I won't let you off. Zhu Su's eyes flashed fiercely, and he issued a hoarse roar. The Duluth monarch's treasure trove is a treasure trove left by an eternal monarch. Even ninth heaven eternal firmament powerhouses will be tempted by it. If the Duluth monarch's treasure trove contains the complete inheritance of an eternal monarch, then even an eternal monarch will be tempted by it. If I can't get it, then Yang Feng, a lowly thing from a lower heaven, can't get it either. Zhu Su's eyes shimmered coldly, and he disappeared. In the void battlefield, the void fortress, in a secret room, Yan Hai is sitting cross-legged in a pool of fire. Huge sun god fire is emerging from the pool of fire. A fire jade-like necklace around Yan Hai's neck flashed slightly, and a red ray entered his forehead. The highest level of the family's arrest warrant is for Yang Feng. A dignified look in his eyes, Yan Hai pointed with a finger, and countless red rays interwove in front of him and formed chaotic, seemingly meaningless lines and dots. Yan Hai frowned slightly. An eternal sovereign of the transcendent god ring actually fled. So fast and decisive. Unfortunately, how can you imagine the means of my Yan Hai? Yan Hai smiled coldly and spread the fingers of a hand, and a token stained with a trace of Yang Feng's soul aura appeared. Although Yang Feng destroyed the eternal token, but his soul aura has long been grasped by Yan Hai. After all, for the master of the Void Fortress, grasping a trace of Yang Feng's soul aura isn't difficult. Yan Hai silently recited an incantation, and a summoning array appeared in front of him. Rays of crimson light flashed, and a 50-meter-tall extraordinary creature, Lu Ju, covered in a layer of white fur, with a deer's head and a closed eye, appeared in this space. Lu Ju is an extraordinary life form proficient in prophecy and tracking in the eternal world. In terms of tracking alone, there were only a few supernatural creatures that could match them. A terrifying aura of the sixth heaven of the eternal realm spread out from Lu Ju's body and swept in all directions. Yan Hai, who did you summon me to help you track? Lu Ju, who was at the sixth heaven of the eternal realm, stared at the flame sea, and a terrifying thought reverberated in the area. Yan Hai flicked his finger, and the token flew towards Lu Ju. Lu Ju Batian, I want you to help me track this man. Lu Ju Batian asked coldly, where are my offerings? Yan Hai waved his hand, and a green crystal flew into Lu Ju Batian's body and disappeared. Lu Ju Batian showed a look of satisfaction, then swallowed the eternal token containing Yang Feng's soul aura. Eyes appeared on Lu Ju Batian's body, each of which exuded countless mysterious runes. On the deer head in the center, a huge eye opened, and a blurry projection containing fate and soul emerged. Green Wave Heaven, inside an invisible warship, Yang Feng, who has concealed his aura and is engraved with countless runes, opened his eyes. This is prophecy, the power of fate. Someone is tracking me with prophecy. Since you dare to use prophecy to track me, then pay the price. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and the god armor of dawn shone, and a tremendous amount of eternal origin force poured into him from the god armor of dawn. A river of fate emerged from Yang Feng and swept towards the void. A strange eyeball appeared in the void and locked onto Yang Feng. The river of fate churned, turned into a fearsome spear, tore through the sky, and stabbed the strange eye. No, you deserve to die. A mournful roar came from the void. Within the void fortress. Yang Feng, you bastard, you deserve to die. You're dead. I won't rest until you're dead. Lu Ju Batian, who was at the sixth heaven of the eternal realm, suddenly trembled, and the eyeballs on his body burst open one by one. A crack appeared in the center of his eyeball, and drops of blood flowed down from his eyeball. Lu Ju Batian roared in pain. Yan Hai, he's a perfect advanced eternal sovereign proficient in the essence of fate. You made me provoke such an enemy, and hurt my eye of prophecy. Give me an offering, or I'll call off our cooperation. Okay, I'll give you an offering. With a flash of pain in his eyes, Yan Hai waved his hand, and a green crystal flew into Lu Ju Batian's body. The green crystal is called an origin spirit crystal, and it is a cultivation resource that only eternal king rank powerhouses, or some special eternal treasures can condense. As one of the elders of the flame god race, It takes Yan Hai 100,000 years to exchange for one. Lu Ju Batian roared wildly. Not enough. I want another one. Otherwise, don't even think about knowing where Yang Feng is. Okay. Yan Hai gritted his teeth, squeezed out a sound, and flicked a finger, and the last origin spirit crystal flew into Lu Ju Batian. He's in this position. When he's nearby, the white hair will be able to sense him. Kill him. I want him dead. No, killing him would be letting him off too easily. I want you to seal him. Seal him for 10 million years, 100 million years. Make him beg for death, but he can't. A white ray shot out from Lu Ju Batian's forehead and entered Yan Hai's hand. At the same time, a white hair flew into Yan Hai's hand, and he roared wildly. For eternal sovereigns, death is not frightening. After most eternal sovereigns die, they can be reborn in their universe. The most frightening thing is to be sealed. If an eternal sovereign is sealed for 10 million years, even if they don't die, they will go crazy. Don't worry, he made me pay such a painful price. Then I will definitely make him suffer a fate worse than death. A fierce ray flashed in Yan Hai's eyes, and he turned into a stream of fire and disappeared. Green wave heaven, a starfield. Countless runes flickered on a battle star, and its speed increased to the limit. Found you, Yangfeng. A giant flaming hand that could incinerate and destroy everything descended from the sky, grabbing at the interstellar battleship. The battlestar activated a powerful energy shield. The giant flame hand grabbed the energy shield and crushed it. The battlestar was ignited by the endless flames and set ablaze. A heavenly blade slashed out from the interstellar battleship and split the boundless flames apart. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he flew out of the endless flames. Looking into the distance, a dignified expression on his face, he said unhurriedly, Yan Hai, as the guardian of the Void Fortress, regardless of the safety of the fortress, you attacked an eternal sovereign. Do you know your crime? A cold ray flashed in Yan Hai's eyes, and he sneered. What a sharp tongue. Yangfeng, it's useless. In this Void Fortress, I am the sky of this Void Fortress. No matter what you say, you will only be a sinner of the profound holy heaven. Yan Hai uttered coldly. If you want to blame someone, blame your stupidity for provoking a person of my flame god race. Let me seal you, and maybe after 10 million years, you will be unsealed and regain your freedom. Yang Feng uttered flatly. You are the one guarding the Void Fortress. If the Void Fortress falls, you won't be able to escape responsibility, right? A cold look in his eyes, an unclear premonition welled up in Yan Hai's heart. What are you trying to say? Yang Feng glanced at Yan Hai with a smile of ridicule in his eyes. A red light shone on Flaming Sea's body. He frowned slightly, and gently pressed his token of eternity. An incomparably mournful cry came from the token. Lord Flame Sea, Bo de Saintly Heaven's Night Wolf Demon Lord has brought people to attack our void faraway stronghold. Many areas of the stronghold's defensive barrier have been destroyed. Shocked and angry, Yan Hai roared. It's you, Yangfeng. How dare you betray me, betray the profound holy heaven? Yangfeng replied indifferently. I have no affiliation with you or the profound holy heaven. So how can it be considered a betrayal? Besides, didn't you say that I am a sinner of the profound holy heaven? Now I am a sinner of the profound holy heaven. How about it, Yan Hai? Do you want to watch the Void Fortress fall? Or do you want to continue chasing me? Naturally, I want to seal you. As long as I seal you, the Flame God race will naturally help me get off the hook. Die. 9 Dragon Sealing Art. A fierce ray flashed in Yan Hai's eyes. Countless runes flickered, and pillars of fire flew out of him. 9 fire dragons descended from the sky, formed a 9 dragons heavenly pillar, tore through the sky, and formed a huge sealing array that crushed towards Yangfeng. Heaven-devouring thrust. A cold ray flashed in Yangfeng's eyes, and the Twilight God armor appeared on him. Eternal force surged and countless devour runes emerged and turned into a 10-kilometer-long, all-devouring and all-destroying spike that pierced the sky barreling towards the 9 fire dragons. When the heaven-devouring thrust stabbed the sealing array, a huge hole appeared on the sealing array, and the fire dragons collapsed and shattered. Chapter 1445. After the 7 fire dragons collapsed, a ray of fire shone, and the other 2 fire dragons absorbed enough eternal force, twisted and turned into 9 fire dragons. Surprise streaked past Yanhai's eyes and he sneered. Yang Feng, you're really amazing. You almost broke my 9-dragon seal array. Unfortunately, your cultivation base is only at the 3rd firmament eternal realm. Just be obedient and let me seal you. Zero suddenly emerged from the void and ruthlessly lashed out at the 9 flame dragons, shattering them into smithereens. The Twilight God armor on Yang Feng's back flashed, and 2 pairs of mechanical wings unfolded. Countless mysterious runes emerged from the mechanical wings. The mechanical wings flapped, and he turned into a stream of light flying into the distance. With a flash of black light, Yang Feng's speed increased by 1,000 times, and he disappeared from Yanhai's sight. What a fast speed! How long can you maintain this speed? Yanhai smiled coldly, then turned into a ray of fire and chased after Yang Feng. The ray of fire was only slightly slower than the ray of black light, but it firmly chased after the ray of black light, and locked onto Yang Feng. As expected of a 5th firmament eternal realm powerhouse, how tyrannical! Even if I use all my trump cards, my odds of winning are no more than 5%. Yang Feng's eyes flickered, but there was no fear in them, only calmness. 3 days later, as the chase continued, the crystal wall of heaven that separated the 2 heaven realms appeared. In front of the crystal sky wall, there is a dense fog, which exudes wisps of queer power that cut off all prying eyes. Despite being as strong as Yanhai, he can't pry into the fog from tens of thousands of light years away. Seeing the fog that emerged from the crystal sky wall, an unclear premonition welled up inside Yanhai. Eyes of the flame god, countless mysterious runes appeared in Yanhai's eyes, and 2 rays of fire tore through the sky and shot towards the fog. A black mirror emerged from the fog, and the face in the mirror inhaled, and the rays of fire ejected from Yanhai's eyes were directly absorbed by the black mirror. At that moment, Yang Feng plunged into the thick fog. Not good. An unclear premonition welled up inside Yanhai. He burned his eternal origin, and 4 pairs of flame wings grew on his back. The 4 pairs of flame wings flapped, and he turned into a stream of light that chased after Yang Feng. Before this, the Sea of Flames did not want to burn the origin of eternity. That was to preserve his own strength. But now, he could no longer care about preserving his own strength. Yanhai, I'm sorry. You're late. In a few breaths' time, the Sea of Flames appeared in front of the crystal wall of heaven. Terrifying flames surged and burned together, completely purifying the thick mist in front of the crystal wall of heaven. In front of the crystal sky wall, there is a shuttle-shaped warship. Standing in front of the warship are 2 people. They are Yang Feng and the Magic Note Lord. In the past 10 years, Yang Feng has exchanged for a lot of knowledge on how to cross the crystal sky wall. Coupled with the support of countless resources, the Magic Note Lord has successfully refined a shuttle-shaped warship capable of crossing the crystal sky wall. Yang Feng waved at the flame sea and smiled, and the shuttle-shaped warship plunged into the crystal sky wall. No, Yang Feng, you dare to make fun of me, you deserve to die. There was a flash of anger in the eyes of the Sea of Flames, and he roared madly, his voice full of resentment. Once the Void Fortress is breached, even if he is an elder of the Flame God race, he will be severely punished by the profound holy heaven. If he can capture Yang Feng alive and bring him back to the Flame God race, not only will he be rewarded, but he will also be rewarded by the Flame God race. But once Yang Feng escapes, the Sea of Flames will be severely punished by the profound holy heaven. The Flame God race will never protect him. Yanhai's figure flickered, and he turned into a terrifying flame giant. He appeared in front of the crystal wall of heaven, and pierced his hands into the crystal wall of heaven. He forcefully tore open a huge hole, and drilled into the crystal wall of heaven. Warning! Warning! There is a high-energy life form pursuing you. A prompt came from inside the shuttle-shaped warship. Along with flashes of light, a projection appeared inside the warship. Clad in a flame god armor, the Sea of Flames turned into a 10-meter-tall giant, flapped a pair of flame wings on his back, and walked in the crystal sky wall with difficulty. The magic note lord's eyes flashed with admiration, and he uttered, "So this is a fifth firmament eternal realm powerhouse. To be able to walk in an environment like the crystal sky wall. That's amazing." Inside the warship, the Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden and other eternal sovereigns under Yang Feng are sitting on alloy chairs and pouring their eternal force into the warship to provide the energy source. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he asked, "Can you give him a shot?" The Magic Note Lord's attainments in the study of the crystal sky wall are far above Yang Feng's. The Magic Note Lord uttered full of confidence, "Have Zero cooperate with me." A spherical level 8 stronghold appeared inside the warship. "How beautiful. This is the crystallization of your alchemy, Yang Feng. It's so beautiful, so great. No, Zero's evolution is far beyond the scope of your alchemy. It's a great masterpiece. No matter when you look at it, it's so beautiful." The Magic Note Lord looked at the countless mysterious runes that appeared on the spherical level 8 stronghold with a blurry look in his eyes, and he exclaimed in admiration, "Zero is the first king of sovereigns Yang Feng refined. He used countless precious resources to refine this secret treasure. She has the terrifying ability to self-evolve. And now she has evolved to a level that even the Magic Note Lord can't understand. Even though Yang Feng has all the information on Zero, but even if he was given the same resources, he wouldn't be able to create another Zero. This is the charm of a completed king of sovereigns. Whether it is Zero, Shadow, Hoshi or Violet, they will continue to evolve. Once they evolve to a special level, they will become unique existences that can no longer be duplicated." Mechanical threads emerged from the level 8 stronghold and stabbed the Magic Note Lord in the head. Zero's frightening computing power linked up with the Magic Note Lord. How wonderful! Alchemy is indeed the most powerful secret method in the universe. The Magic Note Lord exclaimed in admiration. Then his expression congealed, and countless mysterious runes appeared in his eyes. 3 days later, the shuttle-shaped warship flashed slightly, flipped over, and hit a certain node. Ripples diffused, and a fearsome storm blew on Yanhai. "Fuck. What's going on?" Yanhai's face fell, and he burned his eternal origin and formed an even more powerful flame god armor on his body. The incomparably terrifying storm blew on Yanhai's body, continuously weakening the flame god's armor, forcing him to stay where he was and resist the incomparably terrifying storm. The fearsome storm blew for 3 days and 3 nights before stopping. After Yanhai withstood the terrifying storm, he chased after them from behind. Yanhai had just caught sight of the shuttle-shaped warship when a fearsome storm blew again, forcing him to stop and resist the fearsome storm. Damn it! They can actually manipulate the crystal wall storm inside the crystal wall of sky. How is this possible? After a few times, Yanhai also felt strange, and gritted his teeth, and continued to chase after Yang Feng. Once Yang Feng escaped from the green wave heaven, it would be like a dragon returning to the sea, or a tiger returning to the woods. Unless an eternal king rank powerhouse took action, it would be impossible to lock onto Yang Feng's position. But there was no eternal king in the entire flame god race. Once Yang Feng escaped, it would be difficult to catch him. Although Lu Ju was an extraordinary life form proficient in prophecy and tracking spells, but it was practically impossible for her to prophesy and track an eternal sovereign who was not in the same world. Even if she prophesied an eternal sovereign of the first heaven, she couldn't do it. 1 month later, "Caught you!" A fearsome torrent of flames flickered, and the sea of flames rushed out of the crystal sky wall, extended its claw, and grabbed towards the shuttle-shaped warship. "Idiot! I've been waiting for you here on purpose, because I'm going to kill you with my own hands." A cold voice came from the shuttle-shaped warship, and the heaven-devouring thorn formed from countless devour runes appeared and barreled towards Yanhai. When the heaven-devouring thorn stabbed the giant flame hand, it pierced through the giant flame hand, and then slammed into Yanhai. Yanhai was sent flying for tens of thousands of kilometers, and mercilessly flew towards the crystal wall of sky. In that instant, a shadow on the crystal rampart suddenly moved, and Obscurus jumped out from the shadow, stabbing Flame Seas back with the shadow spear of Ruler, into his body. Countless shadow force seals exploded within Yanhai's body, sealing Yanhai's power. Damn assassin! Go to hell! Shocked and angry, Yanhai struck back with all his strength and slammed the spear into Shade. Fearsome fire force engulfed Shade, and Shade's body was burned by the fire. Feeling great pain, Shade turned into dust inch by inch. But he didn't let go. He held the ruler shadow spear and activated the seal. Go to hell! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Feng appeared above Yanhai with the teleport, punched Yanhai in the head, and blasted his head apart. A fearsome devour black hole emerged and devoured the seriously injured Yanhai. Chapter 1446. If the flame sea was at its peak, then even if Yang Feng used all his means, he wouldn't be able to injure him. However, Flame Sea burned the eternal origin to chase Yang Feng, and then forced his fleshly body to cross the crystal sky wall. He has been severely injured, and now has less than 30% of his strength left. As a result, he was seriously injured by Yang Feng and Shadow's sneak attack. In fact, if Yang Feng and Shadow hadn't joined forces to launch a sneak attack, the outcome of the battle would still be unknown. Yanhai issued a heart-wrenching roar. Yang Feng, if you dare to kill me, then I'll kill you. My Flame God clan won't rest until you're dead. Die. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly. Countless Devour runes emerged from the Devour black hole, and fearsome Devour force enveloped Yanhai and frantically extracted his eternal origin and memories. Yang Feng! With a heart-wrenching roar, the sea of flames turned into ashes and scattered with the wind. As expected of an elder of the Flame God clan, an eternal of the fifth heaven of the profound sacred heaven. He actually has so many eternal heaven arts. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with joy. After devouring Yanhai's soul and memories, he found 6 eternal heaven techniques above the 4th heaven of eternal realm in Yanhai's memories. Among them, the Flame God clan's eternal heavenly art, the Flame God heavenly art, had an 8th level cultivation method. The most important cultivation methods of the Flame God heavenly art were the 4th, 7th, and 9th stages. As an elder of the Flame God race, it was difficult for Yanhai to obtain the cultivation method for the 9th level. However, it was not difficult to obtain the cultivation method for the 8th level. Although the Flame God clan was a major force in the profound sacred heaven, and had many experts above the 4th stage of the eternal realm, still had a very high status in their clan. Heavenly Devouring Art Level 4, Derivation Progress 80%. Estimated time to complete derivation, 30 days. A piece of information appeared in Yang Feng's mind at once, and the previously almost motionless 4th level of the Devour Heaven method underwent a fundamental change. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching shade. That's great! Sure enough, constantly robbing other powerhouses was the fastest way to evolve. Unfortunately, an expert at the 5th heaven of the eternal realm is still too strong for me. However, as long as I can advance to the 4th heavenly layer of the eternal realm, that way, I'll be able to kill experts and plunder the eternal heavenly art in their memories, allowing my devouring heavenly art to reach a higher realm. Sealing the Sea of Flames was supposed to be the most painful punishment for him. However, Yang Feng needs Flaming Sea's memories and eternal origin, which is why he can devour him directly. Now it seemed that his choice was correct. With a flash of light, the shuttle-shaped warship entered stealth mode and disappeared into the vast starry sky with Yang Feng and the others on board. In the deepest part of an eternal origin energy pool in the headquarters of the Grand Profundity, Heavenly Flame God race, an eternal mark appeared and absorbed eternal origin energy. As the eternal origin energy within the eternal origin energy pools was sucked dry, the eternal mark glowed faintly and condensed into Flaming Sea's body. Damn it! Yang Feng, you dare to kill me! I won't rest until you're dead. After Yanhai flew out of the eternal origin energy pool, he let out a resentful roar. The Flame God clan had a deep heritage. After absorbing the eternal source energy from dozens of eternal source energy ponds, Yanhai's cultivation had already been restored to the 5th heaven of the eternal realm. But even so, since he died at Yang Feng's hands, it means that his countless treasures, including the most precious eternal treasures, fell into Yang Feng's hands. Moreover, his newly formed eternal body is far weaker than his original eternal body. Although Eternals can be reborn continuously, but each time they are reborn, they will be weaker than the last. This is why Eternals are unwilling to die easily. Flaming Sea, come to the Flame God Hall. A dignified voice echoed in Flaming Sea's mind. His face pale, Flaming Sea turned into a stream of light and disappeared. In the Flame God Hall, the core authority of the Flame God race, there is a person sitting. It is the Flame God Patriarch. With a flash of fire, Flaming Sea appeared in the Flame God Hall, bowed to the Flame God Patriarch, and asked, "Patriarch, why did you call me here? The Void Fortress has been breached. The Green Wave Heaven has fallen as well. The higher-ups want to kill you." The Flame God Patriarch uttered coldly, as if he fell into an ice cave. Flaming Sea knelt on the ground, broke out in a cold sweat and said loudly, "Sir Patriarch, I went to hunt down Yang Feng for the sake of the race's wanted order. As a result, that little bastard colluded with the Boda Holy Heaven's people, causing the Void Fortress to be breached. Sir Patriarch, you must save me." A fifth firmament eternal realm powerhouse is a powerhouse no matter where they are. But in front of the Omega Holy Heaven's bigwigs, they are not in existence that cannot be sacrificed. The Flame God Patriarch asked coldly, "Where is Yang Feng?" Cold sweat gushed out of Flaming Sea's back. He escaped. The eyes of the Flame God Patriarch shimmered coldly, and he barked, "You trash! Do you know how passive the Flame God race is now that the Void Fortress has been breached? Although the Green Wave Heaven is only a middle heaven, but it is a realm rich in resources, and can cultivate seventh firmament eternal realm powerhouses. Since the Green Wave Heaven has fallen into the hands of the Boda Holy Heaven, it has the upper hand in the local war. At the time, the Flame God race pushed Flaming Sea to guard the Green Wave Heaven. Now that the Green Wave Heaven has fallen, the 3,000 Eternal Sovereigns have suffered heavy casualties. Less than 500 Eternal Sovereigns have returned, and more than 1,000 Eternal Sovereigns have betrayed them. Under these circumstances, if the Omega Holy Heaven doesn't kill Flaming Sea, it would have been annihilated by the other 9 Holy Heavens many times over. Even the Flame God race will pay a huge price because of Flaming Sea's actions. Flaming Sea knelt on the ground, cold sweat trickled down his back, and he kowtowed repeatedly. "Patriarch, for the sake of my dedication to the race, please save me and give me a way out." The Flame God Patriarch said coldly, "If you hadn't served the race, you would have died long ago. Do you think that you can use the Eternal Source Energy Pool to rebuild your body again?" Flaming Sea secretly heaved a sigh of relief, but the Flame God Patriarch's next sentence sent him straight to hell. The Flame God Patriarch uttered coldly, "Go to the slave camp and atone for your crimes." Flaming Sea looked up, his eyes flashing with incredulity. The slave camp is a daredevil camp of the Omega Holy Heaven. The most dangerous work is done by the people of the slave camp, and they are cannon fodder among cannon fodder. In the eternal world, in addition to the eternal monarchs, there are some special danger zones. If eternal sovereigns enter them, they will directly die, and their eternal mark will shatter. The eternal sovereigns of the slave camp serve as cannon fodder to explore the way, or on the battlefield. Unless they performed enough meritorious deeds, the only fate awaiting them in the slave camp was death. Even eternal sovereigns would have to be reborn and fight until they truly died. Only then would they be freed. The Flame God Patriarch said indifferently, "Or you can go and die now." "I'll go to the slave camp." Flaming Sea gritted his teeth and said word by word, "If he goes to the slave camp, he will still have a chance of survival, but if he stays, he will definitely die. The Flame God Patriarch can't save him. The Flying Star Heaven is a middle heaven under the control of the Boda Holy Heaven. The Flying Star Heaven, in the back garden of a palace in a city." Yang Feng opened his eyes, and there was a flash of joy in his eyes. The deduction of the 4th level of the Devour Heaven method is finally complete. In this way, after I advance to the 4th level of the Eternal World, I will have a complete cultivation method to practice. The 5th level of the Devour Heaven method. The deduction progress is 1%. The estimated time to complete the deduction is 30 years. A piece of information appeared in Yongfeng's mind. The 4th, 7th, and 9th levels of the Eternal Heavenly method are the most difficult to deduce. Once these bottlenecks are broken through, and with enough information, Zero can deduce the rest of the Eternal Heavenly method cultivation methods. Yongfeng frowned slightly. The deduction of the cultivation method is complete. Now I just lack resources. Even if I lose Yenju Tian's territory, but with the resources of the 2 universes, it will only take me 1 million years to advance to the 4th level of the Eternal World. That's still too long. The lifespan of Eternals is calculated in units of hundreds of millions of years. Many Eternals can advance to the 1st level of the Eternal World after hundreds of millions or billions of years. For a 3rd level Eternal World powerhouse, to advance to the 4th level of the Eternal World in 1 million years is already a very remarkable thing. And this is based on the fact that Yongfeng has devoured a large number of Eternals' eternal origin. If Yongfeng hadn't devoured a large number of Eternals' eternal origin, it would take him more than 10 million years of bitter cultivation, just by relying on the resources of the 2 universes. Yongfeng raised his eyebrows slightly. It's best to advance to the 4th level of the Eternal World before entering the Turo Monarch's treasure trove. Otherwise, it will be too dangerous. There are naturally countless restrictions set up in the Turo Monarch's treasure trove. The stronger you are, the more treasures you are likely to get from the treasure trove. If you aren't strong enough, then even if a treasure is in front of you, you won't be able to take it away. Suddenly, Yongfeng felt his chest heat up. He pointed with a finger, and a projection of the Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden appeared. The Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden smiled sweetly at Yongfeng and said, "Lord, I heard some news. There is an eternal secret realm in the flying star firmament that will appear in the Green Charm Sea in 10 days. According to legend, the eternal secret realm is the secret realm of the 8th level Eternal World Star Lord, who once dominated the flying star firmament." The Star Lord's secret realm? You did a good job, Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden. Yongfeng's eyes lit up, his eyes shimmered with excitement, and he praised with a smile. The Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden's ability to communicate is far superior to Yongfeng's. With her around, Yongfeng can get a lot of information circulating in the Eternal Circle and practice cultivation with peace of mind. The Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you for your praise, Lord." With a flash of light, Yongfeng disappeared. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.